to happen?
We're gonna smoke?
Right now? That's what we just did, babe. Okay. Let me fix this because I'm already broadcasting. Move that back up there. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. See what it looks like on there.
On my phone?
Yeah, you don't gotta do that now. Just remember, it should be playing here. So.
We're gonna catch a big one.
Yeah.
Prevent. Don't take Breztri more than prescribed. Breztri may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
If you have COPD, ask your doctor about Breztri.
Here, when you need parts, eBay Motors ensures a guaranteed fit. Hey, Dave?
Yep. Wait.
How are those new wipers?
They're small.
Just go to eBay Motors where the check means a guaranteed fit. That's right.
Wendy's Strawberry Frosty is back for the summer, so Tyler's been spending a lot of Frosty time outside.
Ooh. What?
Bro, you look like a strawberry.
It'll even out. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's. Now open late. Bang, bang, bang.
I thought there was another one somewhere.
A 90-degree day on a track where racing last year was truly a contact sport. A mile and a quarter outside St. Louis. For today, the NASCAR Cup Series. Rusty Wallace from Valley Park, Missouri, right alongside St. Louis, had a lot of success for Roger Penske in this Ford nicknamed Midnight. Truly rocking it down the highway, and this car is out of the museum. It's here, and Rusty's behind the wheel. Leading the field again.
Hell yeah.
Rusty Wallace, pulling the boys at the booth. You got us?
I got the line clear, Clint.
Man, how about that? Old Midnight leading the field one last time with a Wallace in it. How'd you feel out there?
Man, I tell you what, it brings back a lot of memories, buddy. This car is really bad to the bone. It's fun sitting in it. Last time I was in this car in 1996, and she's still as good as ever. Completely restored. What a real hot rod, man.
Well, man, I just assumed position. Slow down a little bit. Tag on the back of this field. Let's see what you got.
Hey, that's going to get out of the way because this baby's coming through.
All right, well, let's catch up with the pole sitter, Regan Smith. Talked to him earlier.
Kyle Busch getting ready to strap into the 8 car. You got the pole. Kyle, that's one box checked. You got the first pit stall. Now how do you keep that track position all day?
Yeah, exactly. That's the question. Hopefully we can answer that for you. So the 3C Camaro was really good yesterday. I mean, great speed in qualifying, obviously. Hit everything as best we could. We got the pole. So hopefully we can do our job here on the racetrack today and have a good race car, be able to run up front, stay up front, hold that track position. Having these guys on pit road with the #1 pit box, that's obviously going to help our day today. So look forward to a good one. Want to go out there and run strong. All of our partners from 3G are here today. It's not too far down the road from Indy, so looking forward to putting on a good race for them.
That was a
Good
few
luck
minutes
today,
ago.
Kyle. Thanks.
Yeah, because he was.
All right, field down at turn number 2. Let's get a word with the outside pole sitter.
Hey, Blaney, it's Waltrip and the boys in the Fox booth. Do you copy?
Hey, yeah, I got you, fella.
Congratulations on that big win in the marathon last week. This is a sprint today. Have you got what it takes to win back-to-back, buddy?
Sure hope so. I feel like our Menard Church Truck 4 Mustang was pretty good in race trim, and that's pretty qualifying trim too. So it's hot and slick, and trying to keep up with the racetrack. But yeah, that'd be really cool to go back-to-back. We're doing our best today.
Thanks, bud. That was nice. Talked to us right before coming to pit road.
I know it perfect. Fans, it's another great day to try and win $5,000 of Quinn's cash for free on the Fox Bet Super 6. For your chance to win, just download the Super 6 app on your phone now and enter your 6 race predictions. Download it and get your picks in before the contest closes at the end of stage 1.
Mike, have you ever just given away your money and made it so easy that you just put it on a free app? They could just get on a free Fox Bet Super 6 app and just come get your money?
Mike, you know what looks like it's hardly my money? I paid them live to drive my race car, so I get a little credit, don't I?
Yeah, there you go. All right, 1 year ago, that was Ross Chastain into Denny Hamlin, into the barrier. And that's what set off a pretty wild season. You're going to see this again today. Positive is, tempers are going to flare. And passing is very hard. You're going to have to move people. All right, let's get down to pit road where it's especially warm. Jamie Little.
Yes, it sure is, Mike. We're excited for today's race. And you just saw what happened last year. Ross Chastain, Denny Hamlin, the biggest story coming out of here. Ross Chastain, though, hopes that he is the story again, but this time for winning. And that's something he has yet to do this year. Talked to his crew chief, Phil Surgeon, and he told me they had a great practice session yesterday. He said, real smooth, consistent race car, good speed. He's very confident. They have a top 5 car, so certainly keep your eye on that one car starting 8th today. Regan Smith.
Well, Jamie, William Byron has been on a hot streak as of late. The past 4 races, finishes of first, second, third, and fourth. Nothing outside of the top 5. But Rudy Frugo told me about a month ago that this race was very important to them because it marks the start of the summer stretch of races and one-off events beginning here at St. Louis. He said, we have got to do better in those races as the season plays out. They have a major focus on doing good here today and in the upcoming races that we only go to once a year. Yesterday, he qualified 7th. Things went well so far. Larry Mack?
Yeah, Regan, Michael and Clint talked about how short this race is. Let me tell you something else that's short, is the first stage, only 45 laps. One other element about pit road, only 22 feet wide from the outside of the pit box to the wall. It's tough for 2 drivers to run side by side. So let's take a look now at our Credit One Bank race analysis. There you see it, 240 laps, 300 miles. Stage is interesting, 45, 95, 100. Pit road speed, 45 miles per hour. And Mike, the fuel window, about 70 to 74 laps.
Thanks, Larry. 2 cars to the rear for unapproved adjustments. Eric Jones, number 43, and Greg Gaulding doing a one-off in the number 15. Carson Hocevar in the number 7. He is taking Corey LaJoie's spot as LaJoie. Radio.
Long haul, stay hydrated in there. Deep breath, man. Awesome. First 95% all day. Run every single lap. We'll be just fine. Show the world what everybody already knows. Yes, sir.
Great agenda. 106 degrees inside that car. And we haven't even started yet.
Just went up one, by the way.
I love that direction. Run every lap 90% because Carson is a go-for-it kind of guy. Kind of reel him in a little bit. That's a lot easier than trying to kick him in the rear.
Well, the only way you can take full advantage of this opportunity is do that. Make every single lap. Don't make a mistake behind that wheel.
Truck champion Zane Smith put down a template of how to run your first Cup race right here a year ago. Stepped in for Chris Buescher, top 20 finish.
Josh Berry did the same thing in that 9 car. Catapulted him, probably, in my opinion, to a Cup ride because of it. Let's see what Corey LaJoie can do in it.
Well, now, Alan Gustafson, the crew chief for this team, told Bob Pockrass from Fox Sports, he said he didn't know Josh Berry. They had a getting to know each other couple of races for what each one knew and expected. But he goes mountain biking regularly with Corey LaJoie. So he knows what his buttons are and how far he can push them and vice versa. So they're well acquainted.
Well, and Corey, he found out how far he can push it yesterday. He got in the wall, not in one end, but both ends, figured that out. He knows where the limit is. Let's go.
And I think he just overdrove it a little bit.
All right, beloved, you ready?
Wound up in that outside wall. He needs to follow the same template, the same advice Carson Hocevar got from his team.
Corey LaJoie has had a career year. Last year at this point, he was 5 positions lower in average finish and way down in the points compared to where that number 7 is right now.
I'm thinking that one right there just might change after today.
You think he's going to figure it out today?
In a pretty good opportunity. I know that other one that stepped in and did.
And again, Josh Berry is not here for Hendrick Motorsports. He is a designated lead driver, but he raced yesterday up in Portland in the Xfinity Series.
That's quite a ways from it.
Portland, Oregon. Yes, it is. As we get set in St. Louis, here's the all-new Toyota Camry TRD leading the field. And we'll look for green next time on.
Look kind of warming those tires up. You know, that sounds kind of funny on a hot day, but you got to figure out how to get your car to go. This is a sprint. We talked about it. You got to be ready on lap 1.
All right, let's get today's race strategy sponsored by USAA. Larry Mack.
Yeah, Mike, I've talked about stage 1 being a very short stage, only 45 laps. You don't need any fuel in that stage whatsoever. And you know what? Short run, think about just 2 tires, maybe even fuel only. The first 2 stages, if you can't score stage points and that caution comes out and you're going to go back racing, flip the stage, pit, and then stay out at the end of the stage. And you know what, guys? If you're running up front near the end of the race, say maybe 60 laps to go, and you can make it on fuel, pack the pit equipment up. We are not coming back. Track position.
Sellout crowd for the 3rd week in a row. North Wilkesboro, the All-Star race. Charlotte, the 600, the grandstand and infield sold out, and every ticket sold.
On their feet, Mikey. I like it. What a cool event. They have been promoting this event. Concerts going on. These fans they've already had a good show, and those shows just started.
The good stuff is about to get going.
Drag race down into this tight turn 1. It's always a difficult challenge getting these cars slowed down and going back the other way.
240 laps on a mile and a quarter, where turns 3 and 4 have a 100-foot wider radius than turns 1 and 2. Green flag and the Enjoy Illinois 300 is underway.
Purchase YouTube I-2, door.
And he almost had him clear off the 2. Talking about Kyle Busch. Here comes Blaney on that outside, still holding strong.
Just make a note of that, whether the outside takes advantage of the start or the inside, because that could play implications later when we have these restarts.
Blaney with the drive off turn number 4, back to the line, side by side, even up. Blaney by a foot, leads lap 1.
Sets up a good conversation for later, just like you said, Mikey. That inside line only lasts if it's good on that. If you come off at 2, not in the lead, you're in trouble.
Back of the pack, Corey LaJoie has touched it around. Goes the 45 of Tyler Reddick.
Get a rolling much nose gap.
Not much damage that I see.
He was 11 going into turn 1. Something wrong with LaJoie, who dropped to the back of the pack before he got to turn number 1, and is now caught up to the field under caution.
Right there, up on the right hand of the screen. Looks like, I think that's Keselowski who's trying to get underneath him. Stenhouse Jr. tried to get off him, tried to stay off of him. Mikey spun himself around. No harm, no foul, though. I don't see a lot of damage.
First caution of the day comes very early.
We know patients are more than their disease. That's why at Novo Nordisk, we've spent 100 years developing treatments to help unlock humanity's full potential. These are the greats. People living with, thriving with, not held back by, disease. They motivate us to fight diabetes and obesity, rare diseases, and cardiovascular conditions for generations to come. So everyone can meet their moment, because your disease doesn't define you. So what will? Novo Nordisk, driving change.
The Barn Bar. The county's best hangout. Just got better. Here's the Living Smooth with the always smooth, easy drinking Keystone Light.
King peaked dead 9 months ago.
Yeah, well, I'm not now.
We got a contract. He wants you and you only.
You just heard number tell me personality.
I hate you.
I hate you too. Extraction 2, rated R, arriving soon, only on Netflix. For every purpose, for every path, every soul, for every season, there's a Ram. Now during Ram season, get 10% below MSRP on the 2023 Ram 1500.
Whenever you're hungry, there's a deal on the Subway app. Buy 1 footlong, get 50% off in the Subway app today.
Now that's a deal worth celebrating.
Man, what are you doing? Get it before it's gone on the Subway app.
To go to the heart of stock car racing, you'll need to go to the heart of the stock car. Where a history of high speed roars to life. And a passion for good times fuels it all weekend long. Where kids can be kids, and adults can be too. It's anything but slow at Michigan International Speedway. Come be a part of the action. Get your tickets now at mispeedway.com. ED is personal. And now, so is treating it. Introducing Hard Mints, wintergreen flavored prescription chewables available in a variety of doses using trusted ingredients. At 4hims.com, a licensed provider can determine the best option for you. If prescribed, Hard Mints are uniquely formulated and shipped directly.
Experience love at first bite. Get started today at 4hims.com.
Working the first caution of the day. This was Carson Hocevar's view of the Tyler Reddick spin down in turn number 1. Reddick has since stopped a second time just to check that everything is okay on the left side. Corey LaJoie reported to his crew that the master switch went off and had to be recycled. Jamie, everything okay now?
That's exactly what we were told. He hit the kill switch by accident, so it shut off. So he got behind everybody at that point, but they feel like everything is good. He came down pit road. Everything else good with the car. In the 45, Tyler Reddick came down for new tires as well. He got into the back of the 47 and ripped the wheel out of his hand.
$1 in a tip jar. I called that Bubba spin out. Bubba did not spin it.
No, it was Tyler.
It was Tyler Reddick.
He's the one I couldn't find on the grid.
McDonald's got me. I was looking at them fries on the side of it. I like that paint scheme switch.
I do too.
All right, 5 laps complete under caution for Tyler Reddick's spin down in turn 1.
When I started as a stunt driver, I had to create my own path. So I got in my Ford and I got to work. Literally every moment of the day, I just trained. And now I can confidently say that I'm one of the top drivers in this industry.
Arby's showed us a great weight when crafting its deluxe Wagyu Steakhouse burger. And with great weight comes great responsibility to make irresponsibly huge burgers. Arby's, we have the meat.
That's what I'm talking about.
Your boy is back!
Transformed on Friday, rated PG-13.
All right.
Individuals in every community are living in recovery from mental and substance use disorders. Begin your recovery journey. Join the Voices for Recovery. Strengthen families and communities.
For confidential information on mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
I suffer with psoriatic arthritis and psoriasis. I was on a journey for a really long time to find some relief. Cosentyx works for me.
Cosentyx helps real people get real relief from the symptoms of psoriatic arthritis or psoriasis. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk.
Oh, what's happening? They get black flag? A red flag? Everybody's on pit road. Missed it. Fucking around with that thing.
Jealous of that guy that got to pull the trigger on that back.
Illinois across the big muddy, the big river. But we are closer to the Gateway Arch than Charlotte Motor Speedway is to Uptown Charlotte. It's in Concord, North Carolina. So we can't show you the Gateway Arch because that shot would be from the roof, and our cameramen have taken a position of safety. You see the cameras all locked down up on the roof, again because of lightning in the area.
Lightning. They red flagged them because lightning.
This is a very unique racetrack. We talk about it as kind of like Darlington, maybe kind of like New Hampshire, kind of like Phoenix, but really it's a racetrack all unto itself, based on the available footprint here of this piece of land.
Well, there you see it, long drag race right here down the front straightaway, tight radius through 1 and 2, very, very tight. Downshift 4th, downshift 3rd, and then right back from 4th to 5th down that back straightaway, Mike.
And then when you get to 3 and 4, Mike, it gets wildly different. A big sweeping corner, and we head to pit road, and we get there, the narrowest pit road in all of NASCAR. Charlotte's pit road's 38 feet wide. This is nearly half that of 22 feet wide. Wow. So challenges are not only on the track, but when you come to pit road, where there'll be contact sometime throughout this day, I'm sure.
Oh, without a doubt. So of all the tracks that I just mentioned, Darlington, New Hampshire, Phoenix, does this race like any of them?
I think if anything, maybe Phoenix a little bit, the old Phoenix for sure, but the short answer is no. I think the drivers are going to work harder today on this racetrack than they do anywhere else.
I think the old Clint answer is,
maybe. Look at that sharp exit off turn 2.
I think, just again, those long straightaways entice you to drive into the corner too long. You heard from Kyle Larson, one of the NASCAR's best, right? He said he was overdriving the corner. Corey LaJoie filling in for Chase Elliott. He also said very easy, and he needed to back his corners up, slow this place down. It draws you in to overdrive it.
And as we get going, Mike, that 3 and 4 is going to widen out. You're going to see guys trying to diamond the corner, running up high, and then shooting down low off the track.
All right, a nice breeze despite the 90-degree heat and lightning in the area. So we'll take a break here from St. Louis and the Charlotte studio. We'll speak to you the other side of this break.
Ma, are you sure you don't want to go bowling with us tonight?
Yeah, no.
There's my little marzipan! Oh, my daughter gives the best hugs.
We're just passing through on our way to the Jazz Jamboree. And we wanted to thank America's #1 motorcycle insurer for saving us money.
Oh, Mara, your parents are
exactly like me. I know, right?
Well, cherish your friends and loved ones.
Let's roll, Daddy-o.
Let's boogie woogie.
Wendy's Strawberry Frosty is back for the summer, so Tyler's been spending a lot of Frosty time outside.
Ooh. What?
Bro, you look like a strawberry.
It'll even out.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's. Now open late.
Okay, got it.
Ray Magliozzi here. When you need parts, eBay Motors ensures a guaranteed fit. Let's see, you'll need headlights and a bumper. At least you can skip the car wash. Just go to eBay Motors. The check means a guaranteed fit. That's right.
Wish you could get the feeling of a relaxing foot massage just by walking around? Now you can with new Skechers Massage Fit footwear. The unique Wave technology is designed to gently massage your foot with every step and are machine washable. Keep your feet happy all day long with new Skechers Massage Fit.
America is watching. That's not just a tagline or a slogan. It's a reminder that we have a mission to make a complicated world clear. We're Fox News. America is watching.
Aren't you tired of the back pain caused by your lounge?
And away we go. Hey, so.
Used to this. The best way to see the world is to experience it. With travel upgrades and private events from Chase Sapphire Reserve. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Are you thinking about buying medicine online? A search for online pharmacies yields more than 20 million results. But which ones can you trust? Medicines bought from unlicensed online pharmacies can be dangerous. You may get a fake drug, your condition may get worse, or you may experience a bad reaction. Don't put your health at risk. To learn how to find an online pharmacy that's safe and legal, visit fda.gov/BeSafeRx. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
One of the nicest young men in the sport. Such a fast race car driver. Everybody was wondering not if he would win again, but when.
So capable and finally getting it done right here. Bring it around here, boy.
And this kid earned it. He has been solid from the drop of the green flag.
Hell yeah. Check it there.
The Coca-Cola 600 belongs to Ryan Blaney.
What a weekend it was for Ryan Blaney out there. I guess I should say a Monday for Ryan Blaney. Shannon, Larry, and Jamie will be here with you for the next little bit while we're waiting out the weather hold out at St. Louis, little lightning strike. So we're going to hang out and talk about Ryan Blaney a little bit. Huge win for him. And you heard Mike Joy talk about one of the nicest guys in the garage.
So how long did they got to wait?
So close so many times to getting that victory. Finally broke through in one of our crown jewel events.
Yeah, I mean, they always have speed in that 12 car because if you look at his last 6 races, including the win at Charlotte, 5 top 10 finishes. But I'm sure it had to be weighing on him. To your point, a 59 race winless streak. Just had to fight and claw to get in the playoffs last year and was the only driver to really get in on points. And in the interim, he's sitting over there looking at his teammate Joey Logano win races, won the 2 races there near the end of the season, won Atlanta earlier, and won the championship. And so I'm sure he had to feel like the weight of the world was gone off his shoulders.
We didn't get enough rain delay last weekend, Shannon. We thought we would go ahead Thursday.
Well, it's not technically rain delay, right? And lightning's getting us this time.
Throw a little bit more in this weekend. Blaney last weekend, though, I mean, it was so impressive because it wasn't just getting a win. I mean, they dominated that race. He qualified well. They had 4 stages last weekend, and I mean, top 5 in every stage. And he's been close, and we, you know, I feel like when we talk about these guys on a winless streak, you just need a little something to kind of get over the edge, and all of a sudden you can get some momentum. And they picked up this weekend where they left off last weekend.
And I'll tell you who else I was happy for, and I did not hear this mentioned a lot, but I remember my first win as a Cup Series crew chief. Now, mind you, he and Jonathan Hassler won the All-Star race at Texas last year, but that was Jonathan Hassler's first Cup Series points win. Remember, he took over that 12 car at the beginning of 22 when Todd Gordon retired, so I was really happy for Jonathan Hassler because I'm sure he was feeling the pressure as well.
Yeah, of course, Ryan comes out this week, qualifies second for the race that's going to take place later today while we continue to wait out this lightning delay. You know, I think last week's race had it all, right? We had the Bubba Wallace and Eric Almirola. We had Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin. We had weather delays. We had Ryan Blaney winning. We're going to relive that with Radioactive from the Coca-Cola 600. Check it out.
Charlotte Motor Speedway now joins a grateful nation on our most solemn holiday, Memorial Day.
All the veterans and those that are serving today.
Get to do what we love because of the sacrifices that were made by our military heroes. So let's go out and have a good day for them.
600 miles long race. We prepared well for this. Look forward to a long race. Appreciate it. 600 miles is a long way to go. Stay nice and calm today.
Green flag, the Coca-Cola 600's underway.
You got a big push of weather. Make it out of line. All good. I'm going to wait for treatment. Blues, 3 and 4. Really drives like I haven't moved there.
Alex Bowman almost had Ryan Preece in his door right there.
You see Cindric completely sideways there?
It's Cindric. We got to get away from him.
These guys have got their hands full begging for this caution.
Yellow's out. Competition yellow. Terrible. Good job hanging on to it there. No. You got them all.
William Byron with pit stall number 1.
Made massive changes. It might be too tight, but that's a lot better.
And here they come. The green flag back up here on lap 41. Blaney got under him.
12 inside.
I think he takes it.
You're clear. All clear.
And for the lead, Bell has caught Blaney.
Copy that. Just run your line like it lasted.
Come along, turn number 2. Jimmy Johnson is spun, tagged the outside wall.
Left front came around and touched the wall. It just took off. I don't know what happened there.
Pit road is about to open.
Go hard. You got it. You're over the 12.
Rudy Buell and crew, they are on it. they picked him up another 2 spots.
Look at the momentum Christopher Bell's not.
20 half off you, same lane.
Oh, that was so close.
Meyer hangs on for the stage.
There's another clean on point, completely gone.
Lights off on the pace cars.
I'll roll it. Back to the main.
Boy, and now pit road is full of cars.
All we're doing is just killing ourselves. Never gives ourselves a chance to see victory lane if we can get it together.
Whoa, trouble. Round goes Jimmy Johnson.
You get to the wall with right front. Yeah, I did.
No trouble. Cowboy round. Kyle Busch.
Keselowski hit that outside wall.
If we hit the right rear. Time to get it whipped around. I gotta find a flat spot so you don't kill everything. Hold on. Coming inside here. Inside here. Be pretty wide bed. 11's right with you. Just a 9. Still outside here. Still there chasing you down. Still down there.
Oh, trouble front straightaway. Hard in the wall goes Hamlin.
The need to park is ran over us twice in the last 4 laps. He just hung to left and right rear. Ooh, that was big. They were bouncing off each other. I couldn't slow down. Oh, you're good, man. They were trying to wreck. They were wrecking each other. That's as intentional as it gets. Got no brake. Just bring it to us if we can fix this piece.
Chris Buescher will get his first stage win since 2021.
Fix is on fire. Fire. Ready, victory. Take it all the way. Good job.
New leader, number 4.
Best car behind, probably the 20. He just wrecked up for it.
Oh, no!
Hang on to it.
Spins without contact.
Good job not hitting anything, man. Put it down. Drive straight away. Come on, how bad is this? Flat right front. Have to come this time. I need a push. Hey, stop.
First stage win of the season for Ryan Blaney.
94 laps to go here at Charlotte. Lane off at your door, corner clear.
Blaney, that speed, unbelievable.
Yeah, 10-4 on the wheel. Yeah, I need to change my underwear. All right, let's go get the 12.
Caution is out. Michael McDowell.
No rain for tire.
Cautions, breed cautions.
Good job. Good to give it to me. Throw me all the way out of the racetrack.
Oh, trouble! Reddick slammed by Harvick.
Came up or he came down or what happened there? Just a minute in the middle. What happened there? This looks like he came up empty and then stopped it.
Reddick and Harvick collide coming off turn number 4 for the 13th caution of the day. Oh, and Cindric is around.
Hold the brake. It's a long 3 yard.
Look at that thing give and flex.
1 outside, reckon, stay low.
Oh, Larson's around.
Lock it down. Yeah, we're wrecked. We got a little nose damage. It's a little more than a little. But I don't know what to do with all these cautions. We're going to end with 6 laps on tires because we can't get a restart in.
Back to green, 20 to go.
He got pulled off of you.
Oh, Blaney gets loose right in front of him.
Clear the 19. Go get the 12. You were 10 better than that last night. Come on, bring it up. Right.
And the gap continues to grow.
So by 14, get the 10 better. Finish this thing off strong. One more.
Been 59 races since he's last visited victory lane.
Still no pressure by 50.
The Coca-Cola 600 belongs to Ryan Blaney.
Thank you guys so much. How about that? Holy cow.
Of course, Ryan Blaney grew up watching his dad race at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Now he goes out and he gets that big victory. What an event it was. And, you know, Bubba Wallace is really good friends with Ryan Blaney. So he had a little fun after the race on Twitter and Cameo. Take a look at this.
Hey, Ryan. This is your amigo Daniel Suarez.
Yo, Ryan, what's up? Sam Mayer here.
Hey, what's up, Ryan? It's Landon Castle.
Ryan! Kenny Wallace here! I hear that you're a big race fan and that, like all Sam Mayer. I appreciate it a lot.
Your friend Daryl, or Darrell, I'm not entirely sure. Sorry about that. Said that you're a big fan of mine.
Your friend Daryl?
Your friend Daryl? Daryl told me all about you. Told me that you just won a marathon, and that's freaking nuts.
But you won, so you won a marathon.
Well, buddy, that's badass. You're something else. I couldn't do anything like that, so congratulations.
That is so cool. Let me know what your time was and how fast you went.
It's a great weekend here in St. Louis. We got the NASCAR race here. Maybe I'll see you at a
a race down the road. I don't know when.
Hopefully you guys can come to the racetrack one day and say hello in person.
Hopefully we'll see you at the racetrack sometime.
Let me know your secret. Send me a tweet. Let me know how you got so fast.
Take care, amigo. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Boy, oh boy, you really got to watch out for that cameo thing, right?
What a diverse group of drivers right there. You had Sam Mayer, you had Kenny Wallace, you had Bubba Wallace, you had Daniel Suarez. It's like they were kind of like all over the place.
Are you on Cameo?
I am.
Yeah? Have you ever?
I've Larry before on Cameo.
We have.
I sent a cameo to myself.
Yeah, congratulating himself. It was great. My favorite part of this is that I feel like Bubba Wallace gets a little bit of a bad rap for post-race interviews because he wears his emotion on his shoulders. And I have been around him away from the racetrack. He's got a great sense of humor. Yeah. He's really funny. He's friends with a lot of these guys. And I love it that he shared this with us because I think it shows who Bubba Wallace really is.
Yeah, and these guys are such good friends. You know, it's fun to see the younger group of guys who are so close and race so hard and really have kind of started with each other, you know, whether it be the summer shootout at Charlotte Motor Speedway or some of their dads racing and now see them kind of move on.
Well, and another reason that Bubba Wallace is in a really good mood, he has been running so well here lately. I mean, you look at the last 4 races, including the All-Star race in North Wilkesboro, 4 consecutive, not top 10, top 5 finishes. And that's in a bunch of different types of racetracks. So he has a lot to be happy about right now.
Yeah, I mean, not just Bubba Wallace, but 2311 in general has been really good. Denny's got to be really proud of that team to see where they have come this year. And Tyler Reddick has stepped in for Kurt Busch and been able to do a great job.
Yeah, because at North Wilkesboro, right, we thought it was going to be the Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas that went out there and completely just dominated. It was 2311 that finished ahead of everyone else. Okay, one of the big stories from this past week, of course, is the suspension of Chase Elliott. 1 race suspension. NASCAR deemed that the move that he made on Denny Hamlin, where he got that right rear, was intentional, dangerous, obviously, and so they suspended him for 1 race. Corey LaJoie in that race car this weekend. Now, Chase is eligible for the playoffs because he did get the waiver, but he's already missed 6 with that broken leg. Now he's missing 1 because of the suspension, and that hill just gets steeper and steeper.
Yeah, and you think about the fact that Alan Gustafson and the 9 team, they are with Corey LaJoie today. They are working with their 4th different driver in the first 15 races of 2023. And I know a race team wins together, you lose together, you go through trials and tribulations together. But if you look at the 5 races before Charlotte, after Chase returned from those injuries, what a jump in the points he had made. I mean, the deficit he was below the cut line, he actually cut that in half. Now, a setback obviously after Charlotte, missing this race, he's probably going to be more than 100 points below the cut line. 11 races to go. There's some road courses in there. He's still got to qualify for the playoffs. But to your point, I think he's getting into a must-win situation.
It's been a tough year for Chase Elliott, and the one thing that I've learned over the course of the last 5 days is that the internet is still undefeated, and you're not going to win at Twitter with Chase Elliott fans. No. They are very passionate towards him, and you know, we've talked about what we saw on the racetrack, and it's been compared to obviously Bubba Wallace and Kyle Larson to what we saw last year, and every situation is going to be a little bit different, obviously at a little bit of a different track, but the outcome was very similar. You see right here, Denny Hamlin got into Chase Elliott a little bit off of turn 2 prior to this, then got into him again off of turn 4. And you know what? We haven't heard from Chase Elliott his side of this yet on exactly what happened, and we don't know what his intent was. I'm going to say that he probably just wanted to door slam him, but the way it worked out, he ended up getting into the light reporter panel, turned that car head on into the wall.
I'll probably surprise you with something I'm going to tell you, Jamie. Remember, I do a Sirius XM radio show every weekday, and this week, every time a fan would start off by saying, I'm a Chase Elliott fan, I would go, oh, more. But I'm telling you, 90% of them said, I'm a Chase Elliott fan. NASCAR did what they had to do on this situation. I think even Rick Hendrick knew this was coming. He reached out to Corey LaJoie early Tuesday morning, the morning after the race, because he knew what was coming down.
We worked Race Hub this week together, Jamie, and I did. And I think one of the questions I asked you was, how is this move perceived in the garage with the other competitors? And you've stood by your comment about intent. What was the intent? We don't necessarily think the intent was what happened, but regardless, that is what happened. So we did ask some of the drivers at the racetrack this week, some of the other competitors, their thought on this penalty for Chase Elliott.
Hamlin. Chase Elliott. That was a a savage crash.
They saw some retaliation there.
Yeah, it's a tantrum, and he shouldn't be racing next week.
You get mad, you want to immediately retaliate. As a race car driver, it is really hard to keep your emotions in check.
I mean, this is a cutthroat sport.
You got to protect us from ourselves, and there has to be consequences for this.
There has to be boundaries, otherwise we'll just keep going. We have to protect the drivers. I think it's an important line in the sand that NASCAR's trying really hard to enforce.
Yeah, you never want to see Chase out of a car by any means, but understand why NASCAR's got to be consistent.
It definitely will make you as a driver, when you get in those positions, definitely make you think a little bit more about it.
They're finally putting their foot down in a lot of instances. It's good. They need to stop letting the tail wag the dog.
I've been in that situation before. That was kind of, actually, my penalty was double.
None of us want to hurt anybody, Obviously, that's frowned upon, and we understand why, right? It's dangerous. I'm going to race, but certainly there's just too much at stake, and that is ultimately why, the penalties have been as harsh as they have.
You said over and over again this was the right way to handle this, right? And you just heard all the guys in the garage, they understand that.
Yeah, I really believe they do. And you know what? None of us, including NASCAR, wants drivers to lose their aggressive style. That's one of the attractions of our sport right now, is drivers being aggressive. But there's a line in the sand, and I think now it's a distinct line in the sand, and Jamie said it earlier today, every situation is a little bit different, but you can't be hooking a driver on a straightaway in the right rear quarter panel and send them headed to the wall. Chase Elliott basically had a teammate last year, Alex Bowman, that was out for several races with concussion protocol after a hit at Texas. You just can't be hooking drivers in a quarter panel.
Well, that's why I said I don't think the intent was to do that. I think that was just ended up being the result of what happened, but unanimously, all those drivers said the same thing. They thought that they got the penalty right, and it obviously sends a message to the garage that you can't do this. And there's a million ways that you can pay a driver back on the track, but obviously, hooking in the right rear, that's just, that goes against the code there is.
I'm not asking you to tell me what Chase Elliott is feeling, right? But as a driver, when you're this close and you're climbing back into the playoffs and you've got your entire team sort of behind you, you've been out for 6 races, and then you go and you do something like this that gets you suspended for another one. I mean, what is sort of the responsibility that you feel to now go back out there and really do what you need to do? And I guess on the flip side, if he doesn't make the playoffs,
that's a long question.
How does that tip you? I know it's a Jamie McMurray question. It's a Jamie McMurray question.
Here's the deal if you're Chase Elliott. There's a fine line between, obviously retaliating, and a lot of times the crew members, they want you to get back. If you're one of those guys, there are some drivers that get pushed around, and those crew members behind the scenes are hard on them. Like, you need to stick up for yourself, because you can't get pushed around. You've got to get back at them. And I think Chase Elliott has proven over the years, whether it was with Kevin Harvick, he's had some instances where he went and got the guy back, and this was maybe just across the line. But again, as he's sitting out, I think sitting out for these circumstances is completely different than the snowboarding accident. I know that was hard, but the fact that they both came in the same year, that makes this even tougher.
And here we are 6 days later saying this was wrong, he shouldn't have done this. Chase Elliott, and I've never driven a race car. Jamie's a race car driver, but how many times have we all done something that we had a half of a second to think about it? We did it and we went, I shouldn't have done it. I know, obviously, Chase Elliott totally regrets what he did.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, that's obviously a story that we're going to be following. As we watch Chase try to climb his way into the playoffs. But this place, in particular, St. Louis, we've seen some crazy events at this place as well. One of them was last year between Ross Chastain and Denny Hamlin. Let's remind you how that went down.
There's some ill will in Illinois.
Ross has been all over the back of Denny, and he finally just runs into him.
Denny is not going to be happy about that.
The 11 is waiting on Ross Chastain. Here we go.
You knew he was going to show his displeasure. Around goes the 9, Chase Elliott. The 1 car had something to do with this.
What did he do? He ran me over, getting into 3, and then runs me over again.
It's a double up.
A double tag team.
The tower just said they think you made your point. You're right.
He will remember that, and he'll put it in the bank, and if he needs to pull that card, it'll be there.
That's funny. He goes, yeah, right. But this has kind of calmed a little bit, hasn't it?
Well, and so listen, as we were just talking about, being able to pay a driver back, that's a great way to be able to pay them back without tearing anything up. He almost, because Ross Chastain had to pit because of being in that wreck, he almost got him to go so slow by sort of the track that he was going to get DQ'd from the race because he couldn't make minimum lap time. So if that would have worked out, that would have been the ultimate payback job.
Hard to believe everything Ross went through in this race a year ago. He still came back and got a top 10 finish and finished 8th. He probably has no idea what kind of race car he had because he spent so much of the race just trying to stay away from that 11 car.
It's been a couple weeks since we've said Ross Chastain's name in terms of controversy, hasn't it?
I think it was my interview sheet.
I think somebody blamed the engine panel at Stewart Haas Racing on it.
I think that was you, Larry Mack. Listen, I've been to Gateway a couple times, when we were racing the Xfinity Series, many years covering it. I know it's just the second time that we've been here in the Cup Series. It's one of those tracks that you hear drivers say they really like. So kind of walk me through the particulars of this place.
So it's pretty unique, and it starts with just the shape of the track. It's shaped kind of like Darlington, where it's an egg shape, one end being bigger than the other. But the straightaways and the corners are similar to like a Martinsville. It's got these really long straightaways and tight corners. And if you look at the two different ends, the radius is completely different. It's 102 feet different radius in turns 1 and 2 versus turns 3 and 4. The banking is also different. You have 11 degrees in turns 1 and 2 and only 9 degrees in turns 3 and 4. And the one thing that you heard all the drivers talk about in practice is how loose in their cars were to turn 3. It's hard for the crew chief to get a balance on the car with the banking and the radius being different.
Yeah, and one thing that they are doing, and we talked about this on our race day show, is even when the Truck Series raced here a number of years ago, and now of course they're back racing there as well, is they were shifting with a regular 4-speed transmission. We saw in practice yesterday, because the corners are so flat and the corner speed gets so low, under 100 miles per hour, but then you're over 160 miles per hour down that long front straightaway getting into 1. We saw these drivers downshifting from 5th to 4th to 3rd at both ends of the racetrack and going back to 5th on these long straightaways, just trying to maximize the RPM.
The topic in the garage right now is how they can make. We saw that at Charlotte last week. But what all those drivers would like to do, the teams would like to do, is to get rid of shifting. They think that would make the racing better. And that way, if your car, if you're slow in the corner, when you slow down, if you can downshift, it makes you accelerate just as good as everybody else. So one thing that NASCAR, the teams, everybody is going to work on over the course of the next year is trying to get those ratios where it's such a big split that you're not able to downshift.
And that's the key, because you and I and Clint Boyer had a conversation this week, and Clint said they need to outlaw shifting. And I said, Clint, you really can't outlaw shifting. You have to do exactly what Jamie McMurray just said. You have to make the ratios where it's a disadvantage to shift. Yeah. You can't just say you can't shift. They never said that. They just put the ratios where it discourages.
What Larry meant to say is that Clint just continued to talk and we
yeah, we listen.
Is that how that happens?
Every once in a while we got
How much more physical of a race is it when you are having to shift to 2 times a lap?
Yeah, the shifting is not that big of a deal. The heat today is the big factor, and you and I were talking about it earlier. It's so hard to explain when you're sitting on your couch at home in 70-degree weather how hot it is at the track. And everybody we interviewed talked about the heat inside the car. And that just mentally breaks you down over the course. It's only a 300-mile race, but it is 3 hours long, and it is mentally tiring at a track like this. And because it's a short track, and because you'll see some beating, some banging, some bouncing off each other, the frustration level. We saw it. I mean, Bubba Wallace and Eric Almirola were fighting under the rain delay last week, so plenty of frustration in the series right now.
There's going to be more frustration, and it has to do with pit road, because pit road is very long. But it is the narrowest pit road that we have on the circuit, because from the outside of the pit boxes to the wall, Charlotte last week, 38 feet. Look at that, 22 feet. It's barely wide enough for 2 drivers to run side by side. Last year, when you have a caution, you have all these cars on the lead lap, you got a ton of cars pitting. We saw drivers, I remember Chris Buescher, just getting spun out because there's just nowhere to go. It's like a traffic jam on pit road.
38 minus 22, that would be 16, right? I had to, Wow, it's been a while. We'll be back as we're continuing to wait out the lightning delay. Martin Truex Jr. is going to join us on the other side of the break.
my truck. I was like, Tom, come on. Come running up, shot through the door, and straight to your mom. Slithered up the stairs.
If you work the land, you just got to be a jack of all trades type. There's just too much to do. So if you got to be a welder, or a farmer, or a ditch digger, that's just who you are that day. And tomorrow, you can be somebody else.
You say, hey, you were in the military? No, my grandpa was. He passed membership to my mom, then me. Huh, yeah, if your spouse, parent, or grandparent served, they could pass it to you. I'll check it out.
USAA, for the military community and their families.
The Bush Guide, cold and smooth survival skills. Stop.
Leaves of 3, leave them be. The cans of 6, take your pick.
And head for the mountains of
Oh, I knew this.
Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
Whoa! This is the all-new Doritos Cool Ranch Papadilla from Papa John's. Bold Doritos Cool Ranch flavors with our signature flatbread style sandwich for the zestiest flavor mashup ever. Only at Papa John's.
Where in America do the best foods come from? This is MasterChef, like you've never seen it before. 4 regions, 20 contestants. Welcome to the United Tastes of America.
The Northeast is bringing it. What's up?
West side is the best side.
In the South, we're great for everybody.
Sharpen your knives.
MasterChef, United Tastes of America. Wednesdays on Fox and stream.
What a day we are in for. Underway.
Martin Truex there. This guy has won here at Dover 3 times. He looks great right now, but he's on a 54-race losing streak.
And Monday is for Martin in Dover. Martin Truex wins.
Awesome job, guys. Thank you, man.
What a weekend for the Truex family.
See, you heard Rusty Wallace say it was a losing streak, a 54-race losing streak. We like to say it's a winless streak because that's a little bit more of a positive spin. Martin's going to join us now. We don't know how great the Wi-Fi is, so just hang with us, folks. We're going to try to get as much as we can out of Martin. I know that was a big win for you, Martin. Here's my first question. Can you name all of your hometown tracks?
Hey, that's not very nice, man. That's not a good way to start an interview.
Well, it's Dover, it's Charlotte.
I've even heard
New Hampshire. Yeah.
I consider Dover and maybe Pocono, and everybody else has added so many to the list over the years. It's kind of wild.
I love it. Listen, I want to go back to 2004, right? You won a pole here at St. Louis. You won that race. That was a long time ago, right? 20 years ago. What's the same? What's different? How does it feel for you when you come back almost 20 years later?
Yeah, I mean, really, the only thing that's the same is the shape of the racetrack. It's got different pavement on it now. You know, obviously, the next gen car is completely different than what we used to do back then, and so it's a lot different. Nothing even close. And now we're shifting a lot more than we used to. We used to shift here just in turns 1 and 2. Down the back straightaway, and now it's 2 shifts down into turn on's shifting. The only thing that's the same is the shape of the track and what it takes to go fast around here, and that's using a lot of brake and trying to figure out how to roll speed through 3 and 4, and still have enough jerk there.
Did you guys get that? The internet's being a little.
We're shifting a lot more.
We are.
To.
That's what we heard. Yeah,
that
go
was
ahead,
my
Larry.
takeaway.
We got you, Martin. Go ahead, Larry.
Go ahead. Yeah, so Martin, I do want to go back to that win a few weeks ago at Dover. I mean, there was so much more that went along with that win above and beyond winning a Cup Series race. I mean, you break it, as Rusty put it, the losing streak, at a place where you got your first career win, but then to see your little brother, Ryan, go to victory lane the day before, that was a lot stacked in one weekend.
Yeah, it sure was. It was really a special weekend for the family, and I was very thankful. My dad was a weekend, and I wish we could have done it Saturday and Sunday so we could have spent more time together very much. But, you know, really just a really special weekend, obviously, for us to kind of get that monkey off our back. We had so many opportunities, I feel like, slip away in the past year or so. And it's like when those things happen, you're always just like, okay, when is it going to happen? We know we're capable of winning at a lot of racetracks. When is it actually going to, happen, and when can we put it all together? So that was great. And then, just super proud of Ryan because, he's been through a lot. And, I could go back almost 10 years, that same race he almost won. And, what could have his career maybe have been different if he had? But I'm really proud of him for just his hard work and being willing to do whatever it takes over the years to be in good cars, and it was nice to just see it pay off for him.
Martin, what do you think about where the 19 team is right now? I feel like, we kind of look at Joe Gibbs Racing as a whole. It seems like Toyota, the 2311, all of you guys have started running better over the last month or so. Where do you think you guys stack up in relation to everybody else right now?
Yeah, I mean, I feel really good about where we're at as a team. I think if you go back the past month, we've been really strong. And, obviously Dover was good. Kansas, we were right there in the mix for the win most of the day. Darlington in the mix for the win as well and got us some damage. And then I, screwed up and got us in a wreck late. Coke 600, we were right there as well, run third. So I feel like we're right there. Our car feels good for Gateway here today. And it seems like, we're a lot more consistent than we were last year. The short tracks have been a lot better. The road course at COTA felt a lot better to me, and looking forward to seeing what we can do at Sonoma next weekend, which is one of my favorite tracks. And I think across the board, understanding this car more, I think Toyota did a great job in the off-season of, getting us closer to where we need to be. So we're in the ballpark there. There were some things that we struggled with last year that our hands were kind of tied on. So, overall, I think we're right there every week, and if we can execute and do the right things we need to, we can win races.
Awesome, Martin. We're going to let you go because I know that internet's going in and out. We really appreciate you taking a few minutes to chat with us, and fingers crossed when you get back out there. We can see the cool suit, so you're frozen. He's gone.
No pun intended.
Bye.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that cool suit, right? Because you wanted to mention it. This is what we see.
That's been a game changer in NASCAR racing in general. That suit, they have a device inside of the car that pumps cool water or cool fluid through the shirt. You can see all those little tubes running through that shirt, and all of the drivers just have talked about that. We had an air conditioner forever, a conditioned air. I think air conditioner is a loosely used term, but they say that cool shirt, like, you don't even really need the air conditioner, just being able to keep your core of your body so cool. And every driver uses it now. It's if you walk up and down pit road, it doesn't matter what series you're in, all those drivers want to use that.
But what I was thinking about when he won that race at Dover, it was a 54 race winless streak, but up until last year, if we went to the championship four, whether it was at Miami or whether Phoenix, Martin Truex Jr. was normally a part of it. He was in the championship four, contending for a championship. And then to not only not win a race last year, miss the playoffs. If you'd have asked anybody prior to last year, name me a championship driver that will not even make the playoffs this year, I don't think Martin Truex Jr.'s name would have come to surface, but they did absolutely miss it because they could not find victory lane.
I like reading people's demeanor when we do interviews, and it seems like he's in a better place than he was a year ago. He seems happier. I mean, there was a lot of discussion, is he even going to come back this year? And I think being able to win at Dover, seeing him, and he just seems like he's got a little pep in his step right now. Hopefully we get to see him in the series for a few more years to come.
Yeah, one thing I want to hit on, I heard him say, and I'm going to paraphrase because I don't know his exact wording, but it had something to do with that winless streak and wondering if you still can do it. And I feel like we heard Kyle Busch say that this year. We definitely saw a little bit of that emotion out of Ryan Blaney when he broke through and got that. What's that like for a driver to know that you're the best of the best, but sort of maybe question, like, am I going to be able to do it again?
I mean, Jimmy Johnson's the best example. I mean, Jimmy Johnson could win every single weekend at one point, and who would have known, when his last win was going to come, like how that's going to be. And I love when you see, because I was a crier. If you're not aware of that, I cried a lot when I went. It meant so much to me when you work so hard for something. You're excited about that, and I loved seeing Blaney last weekend because he's not a very emotional guy, and to see him, kind of start thinking about it and processing it, because you just never know when that next win's going to come. And I'm with Larry. I mean, the 19 team. I mean, Martin Truex Jr. for the last 5 or 6 years, it's been unbelievable. Like how good he is, and all of them start to wonder. Even Kyle Busch let his guard down. You brought his name up. I mean, Kyle Busch doesn't let you see any weakness in him, right? Like he has a really big fence up, but even he admitted that.
Yeah, I mean, Hall of Famer Mark Martin said it several times, is you value, and that's a man that won a lot of races in Cup and Xfinity, but he said you treat every win like it very much could be your last one, because you have no idea whether it's going to be your last one or not. And I always that kind of resonated with me when he would say that.
But at the same time, I feel like that's a perspective that comes after you're done, because when you are in that seat, how many times do you hear a driver say, I didn't even get to really enjoy that win. I wish that I could do it again. I mean, big one too.
That's because most of the time, and like for Ryan Blaney this week, you race on Monday and you might be in the simulator on Tuesday. Like, you might get to enjoy it, but you might not, because you're moving on and you have to go to the next week. I always wanted to be able to win Homestead because that was the last race of the year, and I'm like, you get 2 months to savor it.
Sure do. Let's see some of the guys who have actually broken winless streaks this season. Obviously, it started very early, race number 1, right? Daytona 500, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., that was a 199 race winless streak. Ryan Blaney, 59 last weekend. We've already mentioned Martin. And Denny Hamlin in Kansas, 33. Here are some of the guys who also have the longest active winless streaks right now. Michael McDowell, who won the Daytona 500, hasn't since then. Justin Haley, Brad Keselowski, and Eric Almirola. Listen, I think Brad's really coming on strong. Obviously, he's the one that made that huge move, left Team Penske Racing, went over to RFK to start, have an ownership role, got that big, huge penalty last year, and was really climbing their way out. We've talked to him several times, whether it be on Race Hub or when he was here for Drivers Only. That team is in a totally different place in 2023 than they were in 2020.
Yeah, there's a classic case. Who would ever believe when we watched him driving the victory lane at Talladega in the spring of 2021 that we would now be talking about this 70-plus race winning streak? Now, at that time, we did not know he was going to be leaving Team Penske, but yeah, what a difference a year's made, because honestly, Chris Buescher in that 17, he outperformed Brad Keselowski on a pretty regular basis last year, actually found victory lane at Bristol in the playoffs. But Brad Keselowski, right now, we're seeing the Fords come to life. Brad Keselowski is leading laps. He's finished up there in the top 5. He's finishing top 10. I don't think it's going to be that much longer before we talk about that man right there not being on a long winless streak.
Yeah, I mean, so close. He came, second at Atlanta. He was 4th at Darlington. And you mentioned Chris Buescher, just RFK in general. That's been a rebuilding process, and I'm sure that if you point blank ask Brad, has this been a bigger challenge than you expected? He would say yes. It's hard, and I kind of felt like with the next gen car coming out that might make that transition easier, especially when you look at Trackhouse, right? Like, we didn't talk about them 2 years ago, and all of a sudden Trackhouse, whether it's because of what Ross is doing or because of how they're both performing, they have been topic of discussion with the next gen car. But I feel like Brad, and I look at that list, I mean, Harvick is on there as well. Ross Chastain is on there as a winless streak. But Brad is just a guy, I feel like, man, at a super speedway, I mean, certainly, but he ran well last week at the Coke 600 as well, so you just never know with him.
And you just think back to last year, he moves to RFK Racing, he's a part owner in that operation, and then I think it was race number 5, Atlanta Motor Speedway, they get hit with that L2 penalty. And that just I think that just sucked the energy out of them, and then they move along, and they get a top 10 at Martinsville, they get DQ'd because of the weights. It's just like they just keep climbing their way back and get shoved back down, but they got that clean sheet of paper this year, and they're definitely bearing some fruit.
We got a clean sheet of paper as we head to this commercial break, and when we get back, we're continuing to sit through a lightning delay out in St. Louis, so we'll continue to, I don't know, just chat about racing when we get back.
We'll keep chatting.
We'll just keep chatting.
We've come a long way in 125 years. From dirt track to super speedway and every track in between. Never backing down. Pushing boundaries and giving it everything we've got. Yeah, we've come a long way, but there's still a lot more road to run. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR.
Get 2 entrees and an appetizer for $25 now with steak. Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
Looks like you got a corner office. Lucky.
Be part of something greater. This summer, I am so excited the U.S. men's national team look to defend their crown against the best of the best in North America. The CONCACAF Gold Cup this summer on Fox and FS1.
My mom got us
Kids, which just goes to say kids will be curious. They get into everything. Everything. If there's a loaded firearm in the house, they could get their hands on that too. Keeping firearms locked, unloaded, and stored separately from ammunition in a place inaccessible to kids can help keep your loved ones safe from family fire. Safe gun storage saves lives.
Atención. Lógica. Dele un vistazo a Cyber Seniors. Somos una organización sin fines de lucro que permite que adolescentes expertos en tecnología, como yo, ayuden a adultos mayores como usted. Llámenos al 844-217-3057 o visite cyberseniors.org para comenzar hoy.
Michael Waltrip do his grid walk, and then most of the time he's kind of done. Today he's up in the booth. How does he get up there so quickly? Well, it's not the power of the television magic. He actually has to run up there. Today, however, while he was making that mad dash, there was a slight casualty. Mike Joy has more.
I'm here on behalf of my friend Michael Waltrip, and I need your help, those of you sitting near the aisle in section 32 and 33. Yes, you know who you are. Thank you. Michael dropped his cell phone between the grid walk and the announce booth. I know he was running up here at a fast pace, stopped to sign an autograph or two. It's a purple iPhone. And if I know you at home, you find a purple iPhone that's not yours, and, well, you know, Michael, I think the battery was about gone, so you may not be able to pull up his and his daughter's face on the screen.
It's got to be the only purple iPhone here.
Down around your feet somewhere as he made his way to the booth, or maybe even on pit road. If you find a purple iPhone, if you get us up here in the tower, you would make a 60-year-old man very happy.
Okay, so then this happens, right? We did a little more digging. Whoop, there it goes.
There it goes.
The purple.
I
don't know.
It's his notes.
Those aren't notes, I can tell you that.
Thank you
for
to
sure.
the AMR. I actually lost my notes on the track one time in Fontana in a ride around, and these guys saved my life as well. And I was able to call the race. Dale Jr. was on the back of the truck with me. But there you can see, look at that. They got the phone. Michael has not received the phone as of yet.
Going to get that
maybe they're making
up.
long distance calls or checking out his picture or something.
AMR phone recovery team.
That's actually really
I don't
funny.
know if I'm more concerned that he lost his phone or that he's got a purple case.
Purple? I think mine is purple too. Let me look.
Yeah, that's
Michael, I also have a butterfly case on mine. Do you have a butterfly case on your cell phone, Michael, with your purple phone?
No, just a pretty purple case. It's lovely. It's lovely.
You have the phone in your possession now. No, not yet. And by the way, the battery's dead already. Somehow, by what, 1 o'clock, the battery was dead.
Because he didn't charge it.
So we can't call it either. So maybe AMR will charge it up for him. That is the luckiest thing I think I've ever seen in my life. And thank you to Mike Joy, right? Called him out. 60-year-old man lost his phone at a racetrack.
Well, that explains everything. You know, that explains everything. He's 60. He's going to lose stuff. It's going to happen.
Be young to me, right? So we have these cards we have to read for certain sponsor things, and the AMR our phone recovery team is on the scene. But that's the first time I've ever done play-by-play saying, okay, here comes the truck and it's going to stop at this banner and we're going to see if the phone's there. You got a bigger round of applause for them retrieving your phone than almost any driver during introduction.
Well, we had a good time with this thing, and thank you so much, Mike, for going to the people and telling them that we were after my phone. And Clint, you were really encouraging them to go all CSI on this thing.
That was a full-blown CSI investigation right there. You were one lucky cat that lightning was on hold.
Do you know how many hundreds of $1,000s in cameraman time, technology, and tape operators looking through all of that video of you making your way from the grid walk to the booth it took to find that?
I haven't really taken care of my finances that well, Mike, so I don't want to be charged for anything. If we can avoid that, that would be great. My phone is on the racetrack during the race. That was pretty fun.
Who you need to thank is Scott Fields, the tape operator. He's the one that backed that up. Oh, Dr. CSI found your phone for you.
Scott Fields, and Mike from NASCAR. Yeah, because he dispatches all of the safety equipment. Mike Phillips, Larry McReynolds' best friend, got all those guys out there looking for that phone. They found it. I hope it works after all that.
Mike Phillips, free beer on me. It's for you.
Well done, Shannon.
All right. Listen, right now I'm just wondering if we're going to find Jamie Little and Regan Smith toilet paper in someone's motorhome. Maybe these guys need to watch out because, like, last week, that's what happened.
I just want to correct the statement. He didn't lose his phone at the racetrack. He lost it on the racetrack, and they actually ran a little over a lap of racing with that phone there, it appears to me.
You ever lost it?
That's really a comment on that?
Listen, last week we're talking about food. This week we're talking about cell phones. We're doing what we can, right, guys? What I want to see, Michael, is you need to post a picture of that phone when you get it back to see like what that screen looks like after dropping out of your pocket onto the track.
I've dropped it from much higher distance than that before, so I'm pretty confident in my old iPhone there.
Shannon, I think that's the most famous cell phone in racing since Brad Keselowski on the backstretch at Daytona tweeting the jet dryer fire.
That's a good call. I think that's probably true. Yeah, that's. Oh, there it is.
That's my buddy right there. Him and I got off to a rocky start about 30 years ago at Rockingham.
I'm going to tell you what, he was telling a good story. Down there, all the way under there.
He took off running, didn't he?
Well, he's been in the witless protection program for quite some time. So.
Everybody up there needs to be worried because no one is off limits now at this point, right? We're just going to turn the cameras and kind of show everybody that's up there. All right, well, we'll check in with you guys.
We need these lightning holds out of the way, right?
I hear
ready to go racing now that I got my phone.
Do you have a lock on your phone, Michael? I really hope so, because...
I do. I'm very confident in my tech skills.
How about a chain?
That would be even better, yeah.
There we go. We thought that you were going to find it in your pocket, but we found it on the racetrack. All right, we'll check in with you guys in just a bit because we do have a driver on standby. Tyler Reddick is I think he's ready to go, ready to chat with us. He started, where did he start? 9th today, but of course, Tyler, listen, it's we got 5 laps down and already it's been an eventful race for you, right? What happened?
Yeah, had some contact with Ricky. I didn't have a very good 1 and 2 on the start there. Kind of got a little excited trying to get back to gas. And, yeah, I had a pretty good run on Ricky down into 1 on lap 2. And I don't know, I haven't really gone and talked to him, but looking at it, I made a pretty obvious move the inside, and he went to cover it after it already kind of committed to going his inside. So, I unfortunately kind of ran him over and actually hit me so hard knocked the wheel out of my hand, but thankfully everything on the steering side of things looked straight. Didn't do a lot of damage to our Toyota Camry, so yeah, I got to pass every single car in the field now. I want to get back to the front.
So, Tyler, big picture. We were just talking to another Toyota driver, Martin Truex Jr. Of course, you got that win at the road course back at Austin earlier in the season. Top 5 at Charlotte. It's like you guys have good speed. But honestly, with 12 races to go in the regular season, where do you see you and that group stacking up right now?
I mean, we're honestly really solid, Larry. I mean, we had a lot of speed yesterday in practice. Second round of qualifying, just overdid it in the turn 3 on the money lap in round 2. So, yeah, put us back there at 9th. But yeah, just, you know, the thing that we've been fighting most of the weekends is just, you know, not making those mistakes. And quite unfortunately, made one on lap 2. So I think we got out of the way, at least for the day. Now we just got to wait for the cell behind the racetrack here over by St. Louis to quit growing as this moves west. Just get out of here so we can get back to racing.
Tyler, Larry mentioned the win at COTA, and I think back to that, and you were a dominant car that day, and there was a lot of discussion about you in the braking zones there. We're heading to Sonoma next weekend. We've got Indy Road Course, Watkins Glen. When you look ahead to some of these other road courses we have coming up, do you feel like you guys will be in that same position? Do you think you just had a knack for COTA, or do you think it'll apply to these other road course tracks?
Well, I think certainly some of the fundamentals will, but Sonoma definitely is one of the higher wear fall-off racetracks that we have. So you have to just be really aware of how much you ask for your car within the lap there. So I'm really excited to get there and see what we got. You know, I think Sonoma last year for us was a track we were strong. We had some issues on the car. We had some things break that took us out of that day. So really excited to see what we got there. But certainly I think we do expect to a degree to carry that pace to all these road courses. But certainly that doesn't come without hard work. So we've been working on it, getting ready for Sonoma. Definitely excited to get out there and see what we got in a few, I don't know, I guess a week.
So, Tyler, this is your 5th full-time season in the Cup Series, and it's our 2nd with the next-gen car. We've been having a conversation here in the studio. We've been talking to other drivers. If for 2024, if Billy Scott said, you know what, they've changed the ratios in these gearboxes, and probably we're going to be back to what we used to have. We're only going to be able to shift at road courses in Pocono. Would that hurt your feelings to take shifting away from tracks like right there at St. Louis?
Yeah, I honestly think it hurts racing too, Larry. The reason we are shifting as much as we are is because of where the horsepower is at right now. If the horsepower, or if the gear shifting gets taken away, we're just going to be working those big gear tires even less than we already are. You know, I feel like a lot of tracks we go to, you know, these tires just live a lot longer than they used to on the Gen 6 cars. So if we take away the ability to go down a few gears and really put those tires through stress, I think it'll potentially even make the tires last even longer than they are. So, you know what the answer is, right? I think more power would take care of that, but, you know, everyone's trying to get there at some point. And if we get that power back, who knows? We got 1,000 horsepower. We won't be able to go third gear and use all 1,000 horsepower from off the corner, I can say that.
So this is the 2nd year, Tyler, that we've been racing at St. Louis, but obviously there are a lot of guys in the field that race there in the Xfinity Series, race there in the Truck Series. You were one of those guys, 3 starts in the Truck Series. Is there any favor towards guys who have turned laps here? I know the cars are different. I know all that stuff. The track is different. But is there anything that you guys think that might play into your advantage just because of that experience?
Well, you know, I don't think so, honestly. Yeah. You know, this track, it's been repaid since I ran a truck here. This next-gen card is much different than what the trucks or Xfinity cards were all those years ago. So, you know, it's about having a good, solid effort all day long. You know, avoid making a mistake on lap 2 like I did, but it's happened. We're going to move on from it now, but yeah, it's just about executing on pit road all day, too. You know, it's a tight pit road here, and having to stop one day is very, very important. So we'll try and do some of that. I mean, at Charlotte last week, our guys did an outstanding job. We failed it on pit road. They did great. So gonna have to lean on them a little bit here today. You know, we were in the hole, but our car's really strong. So we just have to plug our way back forward.
All right, your 15th race at 23:11 came from RCR. Just explain to us a little bit about what Bubba Wallace has been like as a teammate, and then maybe some of the differences that you see as an advantage for 23:11 from where you came from.
Yeah, I don't know. How the whole first debate that they was looking at me like they was seeing a white male billionaire screaming every time this Montana full 7 ranked. When Carlos Reeves was a white woman, you were cleaning up Barack Obama. So no one else doing it like I said, now wait a minute, bro. That's what he said. And a lot of reason, well, that's Trump. And the famous destination I love his attitude.
Your evidence.
When we said something really witty to say. He keeps you out of my feet. So it's always fun when I got him around. I'm sure if he was sitting next to me right now, he'd be laughing. ready for some street course racing. You can see it. I got heat on at Detroit right now. Back to that, getting ready for Chicago. We've got ice courses here, flying down the big straightaway.
I've never seen anything like that. No one had ever seen somebody come from inside their house, outside, and tell all the commoners, we're doing everything that you think we are doing. Inside that house. They just went right back in the house and playing games again. Democrats are so losers. I'm a Democrat until as soon as they started saying all that he's colluding with Russians, very embarrassing as a Democrat.
Hello guys, this is an interesting one. Saturday Night Live just comes out. Funny way, but it's 100% right. My father said that. He's like, I know we say this all the time, and I mean, it's all effort all day long, avoid saying a lot of things like that, but it's happened.
So, yeah, we were walking in the rain. That gearship that Gordon Brand gave for the weekend last year got soaked in the rain, but yeah, I got good use out of those shoes last weekend for sure.
I think Kevin was more mad about you not taking those Jordan Brand shoes off of his coach than he was the toilet paper.
Well, I explained to him when I walked in, I wiped them off with paper towels. They were brand new. I mean, on the first day of warm-up, so they had a lot of them. They were pristine, I can promise you that. Justifying this shit.
I'm big on you, I can tell you right now.
We love it. Tyler?
What? Come on now.
This is the third season for wins with both teams. That's actually pretty impressive.
Well, it's such a good business model to be able to pair up with Joe Gibbs Racing, who we know has great cars. And, man, Denny does everything first class. Nothing in that guy's life is not done perfectly, and he's done a great job with the race team. I think he's hired some of the best people to be around him. A lot of guys came from Joe Gibbs Racing, so that makes that working together much easier when those guys already kind of know how their program works.
Oh, and I passed it this morning there at the intersection of I-77 and the bypass.
New building.
This new building. It looks like a mammoth plant that's being put up. I mean, there again, to his point, Denny Hamlin, nothing but first class, but new race shop for 23.
Yeah, you do have to give Denny a lot of credit, right? Because when he started this venture, everybody said, how are you going to do it? How are you going to split your time between driving and being a team owner? And he's really elevated it, or at least hasn't declined in any way, shape, or form, and it just continues to get better.
He's so busy. It's unbelievable. Our kids go to school together, and I feel like every time I see Denny at school, it's like it's the podcast. It's something for 2311. It's his commitments to FedEx or to Joe Gibbs Racing. He's doing a really good job of being able to manage that and keeping a good attitude, and obviously still being able to win. Got to victory lane at Kansas for that epic battle with Kyle Larson. So really busy, but doing a good job with it.
And as far as the new shop is concerned, I mean, we know what it's like when you go to a Hendrick Motorsports and you go to that compound and you see what it's like. You know what it's like when you go to Alabama, right? In terms of other college facilities, a lot of times it is the facility. It makes people want to come there and work there and be a part of that place.
Well, and I heard Brad Keselowski say that when he went over there to RFK Racing. He said, I want to spruce this place up. I want to make it inviting for people to want to kind of work here. I know they don't pay trophies to shops and to equipment and the way things are up here, but he said, you know what? It just makes people want to come there and makes people want to be able to stay there.
Well, and it's partners, right? I mean, if you bring a partner to one of these, amazing race shops versus one that's not quite so amazing, why would you not want to be at one of these amazing facilities? But I was at 2311 just a couple of weeks ago, and it's pretty interesting the way that shop is now. It's these two small buildings, and because they don't build cars there, there's not a lot of equipment inside of it. You almost think you're like can't get to the part where everything's being made, but because they get those cars from Joe Gibbs Racing, not done, but all the work, the car's kind of like a kit now. So it's incredible how these teams, how many less people it takes to manage one of these teams now.
But I'm sure it's hard to be a driver owner. And I heard Tony Stewart when he went over there to Stewart Haas Racing, and I really think he did a good job from the beginning. He said, pretty much from Monday morning till Thursday afternoon, I wear an owner's hat. But when I go to get on that airplane, that owner's hat, it doesn't go with me. It gets thrown to the side, and I put the driver's hat on because you can't wear two hats at once. And I'm sure Brad went through a little bit of those growing pains, and I'm sure Denny Hamlin did as well.
And we heard the flip side of that when Bubba Wallace was doing the pre-race interview. He's like, listen, Denny's my boss until Sunday. When we get in the car, he's another competitor. Yeah. I think that would be really hard to balance.
Okay, we saw last week, or Monday, I guess we should say, when Ryan Blaney won the race. One of the things that he's done throughout his career is he jumps off, obviously celebrating the victory, runs over, grabs that flag, and then he gives it to somebody in the stand, usually, a kid, maybe someone that's wearing a Ryan Blaney shirt. He actually went into the stands last week. This is really, really cool if you missed it. But this event right here changed one kid's life a couple of years ago. Take a look.
That one little moment, it changed everything.
When Ryan won, I gave him a necklace and then he gave me the flag.
That one flag set him off. He was determined now to be in racing. What better way than move our family from Wisconsin down to North Carolina where it's at.
Told me to give those to you.
Peyton was 4 years old. We went to the Roval that Sunday. When Ryan won, we went down to the fence.
My dad put me on my shoulders, and then Ryan Blaney picked me.
Oh, we showed that earlier.
I was watching on TV. I had to rewind it a couple times to make sure that was them. Just to see him smiling so much, it was pretty cool.
And they came to the shop Monday or Tuesday right afterwards, and I knew I recognized them from somewhere. Obviously, he came in with the checker flag, and they told me right away. I'm like, oh man, that's great.
My favorite part about the race car is the 12.
Super cool that they get to run the 12, and that makes me feel good that, hey, maybe I sparked that.
This is my trophy from Mountain Creek Speedway. I won it in May.
When he took the checkered flag, he's beating on the hood, and he's giving me a thumbs up. He's so excited. It was pretty cool.
That checkered flag, it means a lot, but trying to make a memory for, some kids who are coming to the racetrack with their families, because I remember being, a kid like that too.
Hey Peyton, well, it's always good to see you guys and hear from you guys. Appreciate all the support from the 12 cars. It's really cool, and good luck in the rest of your racing career. I'll have to make it out to Millbridge to watch us, so best of luck. Thanks for everything.
It's cool.
I just hope we can, support him all the way so that he can really go for it. We'll always be there for him to do whatever he wants.
Kind of give you goosebumps, to see your kid happy and succeeding in what he wants to do. We're going to chase his dream with him.
It's so cool. I've seen Ryan Blaney do that several times, I guess a lot of times in his career, hand that flag off to someone. You always wonder the impact that it's going to have, because I'm sure we all can sit up here and tell a story about meeting our sports hero, and when they were kind to us or extended, gratitude to us or whatever, you definitely remember that. So Ryan Blaney is going to pop in now and join us now, and I'm sure that you were listening to that piece, Ryan. We heard you kind of talk in that piece about what it was like to influence Peyton's life. So I want to know more about last Monday, right? The win, breaking through. We talk about the winless streak so much. But when you climbed out of that car, you could see an emotional side to you that we don't normally see very often. And I'm just wondering, what was that like for you, processing the winless streak, getting it done, and what we saw from you?
Yeah, sorry, it's a little hard to hear you, but no, it was awesome to get the win last week. Winning in Charlotte has always been real special, and obviously to do it in the 600 was even cooler. So yeah, Peyton, got to know him and his family a little bit. Gave him checkered flag at the Roval, and I've seen him around throughout the years and see his progress with him racing, and really cool that he carries the number 12, and just wish him the best of luck. I don't know if I'll still be racing by the time if he makes it to the Cup Series, but I hope so. That'd be very cool, and good family, and every single weekend.
So, Ryan, you raced for one of the most respected car owners in all of motorsports, the captain, Roger Penske. And, of course, last weekend he accomplished something that's never been done. One of his race teams won the Indy 500 with Joseph Newgarden. You back it up with the Coke 600. How did the conversation go when you finally got an opportunity to talk to the captain?
Yeah, that was, definitely a very special weekend for the Team Penske group. And, watching the 500 on Sunday when we were sitting in the rain, just super excited for Joseph, everybody involved in the program, Joseph.
Oh, it's all just Talladega. Okay. Oh, Gallon. Cover that over. So beautiful. Getting chilly. You want me to take those? That's a bunch of race. Moonrider's got a lobby going. Might jump him down. Here in a second.
new stuff together. This car is so engineer driven. You have to have the best of this when it comes to engine stuff together.
Hey, RC, it's always great to see you. We'll have to maybe pick up this conversation. We'll come out to the winery, maybe do it when we're not waiting out some weather delay out in St. Louis.
Good seeing you all.
There you go. Awesome. That was fun. Thank you so much, Richard. Yes, listen, it's what it is. Oh, look at this. They're getting ready for some football season. Wow, Noah Gregson's got quite the arm there. I remember Bubba was doing this one year, right? Bubba and Corey LaJoy. Yeah. Oh, look at this. Well, listen, young guys just having a good time. This is good.
Like what I'm
this
seeing.
is good. Drivers headed to their race cars, which means that this weather delay is going to be over very soon. Corey LaJoy, of course, filling in for Chase Elliott, who's suspended for this race. We'll see how he and the rest of the field do when we get back to racing.
My A1C was up here, and now it's down with Rebelsis. Is A1C?
It's down with Rebelsis.
My doctor told me Rebelsis lowered A1C better than a leading branded pill.
And that people taking Rebelsis lost more weight. I got to my A1C goal and lost some weight too.
Rebelsis isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't take Rebelsis if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or if allergic to it. Stop Rebelsis and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Rebelsis with sulfonylurea or insulin increases low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Need to get your A1C down?
You may pay as little as $10 per prescription.
I need to try it first. Solving crimes has never tasted so good. Delicious.
A murder donut.
That's a crime scene. Crime Scene Kitchen premieres this Monday on Fox. Most of us like to be out in the sun. That's why sunscreen and other safety measures are key to protecting your skin from aging and cancer. The FDA recommends using a sunscreen with an SPF of 15 or higher. Also, look for broad spectrum on the label. That means both harmful ultraviolet A and B rays are blocked. Remember, SPF plus broad spectrum equal healthy fun in the sun. Visit www.fda.gov/sunscreen for more information. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
My advice to all the fathers out there, they grow up way too fast for you to waste even a single precious moment.
One choice of online sellers. Go to ShipStation.com/try and get 2 months free.
An hour and 37 minutes ago, we were racing for half a lap. Tyler Reddick turned it around, brought out the caution flag on lap 1, and red flag for lightning in the area. There was a big rainstorm that came up the river to downtown St. Louis, but now drivers have been called to their cars after a great game of football in the grandstand, after a successful episode of AMR cell phone finders. We're ready to go racing once again. 5 laps complete at the time of the red flag. And on a 90-degree day, and again, as you see these drivers get ready, note that this is the first year where the use of a balaclava or head sock and flame-proof underwear, in addition to the fire suit, is required. So if you thought it was hot when you raced, it's a whole lot hotter now.
And I
was talking to Joey Logano, he said all the work they're doing, the shifting and the intense heat, and the way these cars are designed for no air to get inside, it's a day's work. And the cloud cover helps, but it doesn't fix everything, Mike.
I was going to say, the cloud cover kind of helped us a little bit mask some of this heat that these drivers are going to endure. But I still think this track's going to be hot and slick. I think that's going to play a role in this. I think it's going to widen out because of that, which is a good thing for us. That creates better passing opportunities.
We only have one race here to look back on, but the end of the one last year was amazing with the slide jobs and Kyle Busch racing Joey Logano, them trying to sort it out. And you know, Clint, what happens on a track that's tight and passing is difficult? You're going to have contact, and people are going to lose their temper. This could be part of the thing.
Uh-oh, Mike. Look at it. Could it be? Could it be? There it is.
Matt's got it. Matt's got it. That's Casey, the AMR safety. Oh, watch it, Matt. Don't hang that on the way up here.
He looked about like me running, didn't he?
Oh, you're going to get your phone back.
Yeah,
I'm really happy.
That's so lucky. That wouldn't have happened without this lightning strike. There's no way our CSI team would have had the time to find that phone for you.
They're all over that.
That is the most expensive find your phone event in the history of phones.
I'm glad we had something to keep us occupied.
Look at this, holding it aloft to the delight of the fans, Matt Pascal, who helps set up and tear down our booth and all the equipment responsible for all the video here. Barb takes care of the audio. And Matt is apparently not camera shy, says our director, Artie Kepler.
He's going a lap down, getting up the stairs, though. You were way faster there, Mike.
There's 107 of those steps up from the track.
Yes, they are. Kyle Larson at the ready.
Matt's picking up the pace.
Oh, there he goes.
He's jogging up those
Smacka's lead lap now, baby. Yes. Yes.
And the crowd goes wild.
49 on it.
That's row 49.
Numbers don't lie.
Neither does SMT.
All right, 5 laps complete. Kyle Busch, the pole sitter, leading Ryan Blaney, the outside pole sitter. Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex, Kevin Harvick.
I like you said, that pole sitter. We saw it, and he's got it. How about it? There it is.
Look at that. There's Miss Macy.
It is. Look like it's rocket right there.
You know, and that's not cracked.
Huh. It is. It's cracked right there.
Oh, is that a crack?
Yeah, it's a crack.
That's minor, Mike.
Oh, yeah, you're screwed.
Both of you need readers to see anything anymore. It's definitely a crack. But I want to go back to the pole sitter. You know, he took the inside, Mike. That was almost a bad idea. You think he'll make a different change?
I think he'll go outside. We saw in the truck race yesterday, the leader always took the high side and took the lead as a result of that. I think it's just too hard to make momentum down on the bottom if that guy on the outside can match your start. Kyle got a great launch. It wasn't that. Blaney was just able to get up there on the outside.
And it was oh so close off of 2. I think that's the key. If you get the launch and you get down there and get cleared, that's obviously the right play. If you don't and you come off of 2 and he's hanging on your right quarter, you're in trouble.
Yesterday, Kyle Busch won the pole here, and of course, the way we qualify is an A and B group, the fastest 5 in each. 10 cars run for the pole. They had a thing happen at Bathurst in Australia that they called Lap of the Gods. Well, this might be the mile-and-a-quarter equivalent of it right here. Yesterday in pole qualifying, Kyle sent that car into the corner, got it to stick, and got it off the corner.
You know what I loved about that? You saw him, he was all smiles after that lap. That's when, as a driver, you make a lap and you say, if you could beat that one, you could have it. I did my job perfectly. That's all I had in me, and it resulted in the pole.
And I think you nailed it, Mike. He drove that car so far off into the corner. We've watched fastest pole since 2019, by the way. But when he got up in the corner that far, I was like, there's no way it sticks. But he got that baby to not only stick, get rotated back to the throttle. Very fast lap.
Yeah, that was one for the ages right there.
And all right, so then you set this race up, you know, after practice with the 12 car, the 11 car. Those two were by far the fastest on the long run. But you put Kyle Busch in front of them, that changes the game. I don't care how fast their cars are.
And it was Greg Murphy in Australia who did the Lap of the Gods at Bathurst. And yeah, that was one of them right here yesterday.
You know that, Mikey?
I did not know that, but I do know
Australia Supercars.
DW took a lap at Bathurst once.
Yes, he did.
And he said it was amazing. and it was a geographical anomaly.
It was Brad Jones' race team. Jason Wright was the driver.
Yeah.
And Darrell says, I've never been around here. I want to, I'd like to take a recon lap. Well, what Darrell didn't know was the team had changed the gear and they wanted to, it wasn't a recon lap. He was flat out the 3 laps with Darrell in the car. It was kind of like an extra test session to give DW a little recon. So we could have a name for that, but
kind of hard to check your emotions again. All right, we got out there, we made 1 lap, pulled the belts off, get out of the cars, go back to the motor home, eat potato chips on the couch. Now I got to get back in this thing, get aggressive. A lot of times that's exactly what you see after a rain delay. A lot of aggression.
And, we talked about the front of the field, Busch, Blaney, and Hamlin, how fast they're. I'm going to have my eye on the back of the field. Corey LaJoie with that issue on the start, and Tyler Reddick spinning around. These are 2 really good cars, and Reddick, I think he's going to just slice through this field. So got a lot going on at the front and the back, and that's a lot of fun.
Well, and LaJoie, we talked about it. He actually hit the kill switch while he was shifting. These are all just nervous, right? There's nothing but nerves in there. This gives him a chance to reset. Starting at the back of the field takes all the pressure off. Go back out there, do what you do best, and get this 9 car where it's capable of running.
So there's always the rest of the story. Brody Kostecki and Will Brown, the 2 leading drivers in the Australian Supercar Series, are here today. Guests at Richard Childress Racing.
That's awesome.
Wow.
How did you piece that together?
Pam Miller in my left ear.
Yep. There you go. You got to watch the video of Darrell riding along.
Oh, it's on YouTube, and it's amazing.
It's amazing.
Yep, DW at Bathurst.
Man. Oh, is that where he was screaming? He was screaming,
yeah.
Let me out of this thing.
Yeah. Man, it was good seeing him at North Wilkesboro.
It really was. And great to have him with us.
Big smiles.
They just found it. We're on camera. Love it. A lot of fans here today. Fantastic event. These guys, hats off to the whole track crew. What a good job promoting this event.
All right, we are back to yellow after a rain delay of 1 minute, 1 hour and 45 minutes, and 1 cell phone recovery. We're going racing when we come back. Promise.
jack of all trades type. There's just too much to do. So if you got to be a welder, or a farmer, or a ditch digger, that's just who you are that day. And tomorrow, you can be somebody else.
USAA, huh? You were in the military? No, my grandpa was. He passed membership to my mom, then me. Huh, yeah, if your spouse, parent, or grandparent served, they can pass it to you. I'll check it out.
USAA, for the military community and their families.
The Busch Guide, bold and smooth survival skills. Stop. Leaves of 3, leave them be. Cans of 6. Take your pick. And head for the mountains of...
We got the house! Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
This is the all-new Doritos Cool Ranch Papadilla from Papa John's. Bold Doritos Cool Ranch flavors with our signature flatbread-style sandwich for the zestiest flavor mashup ever. Only at Papa John's.
What if building
teams can tell you how they can be more efficient.
I'm listening.
Well, with IBM, you can use software to help you connect and analyze data from HVACs to elevators to lights.
What if we use AI-driven insights to pinpoint inefficiency?
Yep, and act on it. Saving energy, money.
And emissions.
Yep, that's a big one. Now you build something better for everyone. That's the sustainability solution IBM and a global real estate company created. What will you create? IBM. Let's create.
Welcome back to the NASCAR Cup Series just outside of St. Louis. The cars are rolling. 6 laps complete. And we are just about ready to go racing. So stock up for race day and grab an ice cold Busch Light. All right, looks like the one to go sign coming right here, and Kyle Busch, the race leader, chooses the outside. Let's check with Regan Smith.
Well, Mike, during that red flag, Denny Hamlin's front changer, AJ Rosini, they had an air regulator break on pit road. When the air regulator broke, the hose hit him in the face, knocked out half of his canine. He's got between 8 and 12 stitches in his lip right now. You see it right there. He's going to play through the pain, though. He's ready to go.
Yikes. Wow. They're tough. You don't jump over the wall in front of a race car. If you're not tough, you got to be mentally ready for this game.
But taking the air regulator at the... Ouch.
That's beautiful.
She's ready.
I love it when folks bring their kids to the track, and even more when they have hearing protection for those youngsters. Well done.
I love that Kyle Busch took the outside. That's what you wanted there.
Yeah, I like that move. I think that's going to be the trend for most of the day. All the day, I think. All the leaders will start up there.
Now, if you don't have a T-shirt to bring to the track, make one. This fan did. NASCAR saw the shot during pre-race, found him, took him down to the concession stand, and gave him a NASCAR shirt.
Bought him a shirt. Bought him a shirt to put on, and he just wore it around his neck. I still like mine better.
All right, here we come with the Geico restart. So this will be 8 laps complete. Back to green after a nearly 2-hour delay for lightning. Green flag.
Strong run on the bottom there for Blaney off 2, Clint.
That's going to be a hard car to keep behind you regardless. I don't care if you're on the bottom or the top. This 12 car means business. Fresh off the win. The car was extremely fast in practice. Truex slipping up a little bit behind them.
Well, Kyle Busch led the first lap, but only by 1 foot. Here they come to the line, and it's going to be pushed by 3/4 of a car length this time, but Blaney is right there.
Side by side, all throughout the top 10. Good racing.
Not quite going to get him clear. Still there. Still on the outside.
Another guy on that black 4th car on the outside. That's Austin Cindric. He was really good in practice. He's strong early in the race.
And Kyle really got off in the corner very hard into 3, just like he did in qualifying. It might clear him here off the 4. I think he does. All clear. Kyle Busch finally did the lead.
Well, the clouds here have helped. At the initial green flag, the track temperature was 134 degrees. It's now down to 106. Joey Logano side by side with Harvick. 5th place.
It's clear. 1.
Fifth place of no give with Cindric right behind them.
Willie B tried the outside too, back behind Cindric. That beautiful number 24 car.
And Byron against Chastain. That'll be 8th place.
Look at those last 3 finishes for the 24 William Byron. These guys have been on a roll.
Hey, Kevin, flirting with that outside wall.
So was Byron. It's close up there.
Such a drag race down these long corners. Trying to edge one another out, getting into the corner. Speed Core just edge him out in the corner. Joey Logano leaning on Kevin Harvick off of 4.
Little contact there. I think on corner exit is where you're going to see most of the problems of cars pushing up, like we've seen recently, getting tight and into the outside. outside car. That's what happened there with Joey off turn 4.
Chastain clears Byron and goes after Cindric right behind them.
See them squirting that fuel, trying to jockey for position through the middle of the corner. That 3 and 4 is such a wide sweeping corner.
Look at how far.
Trying to just gain a little bit of an advantage on them.
Did you see Joey dive all the way to the bottom of the straightaway just to try to get that aero advantage away from Harvick?
What that did, though, was open up the gap between the 3 leaders and this group. The 4 leaders and this group racing for 5th.
Yeah, just look at the gap in front of these cars. That's a great point, Mike. Look how slow 2 cars run. It's stalling out everybody behind them. They're stacking up behind them as well.
You know who I think realized that? I think Harvick said, this isn't working. I'm going to get behind him. Maybe we can catch back up to the leader.
That's right. He sees him getting smaller. He sees everybody else getting bigger in the mirror. Eventually, you got to sort that out.
Larson has fallen back to 27th from 22nd starting spot.
Denny Hamlin on the march. He knew this was coming, Mikey. This 11 car, he was very fast in practice, ran more laps than anybody in practice. Very happy with his car when we talked to him in pre-race.
But watch this line he's taking too. He's already looking up top. We talked about trying to use multiple crews. He was up high in 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Last time too, and there he goes again. That's on purpose. He's trying to get some sort of groove up there that works for him, and I think right now he's faster than Blaney.
I think, with the diffusers and all the underbody aero that we talk about with this new car, you have to go with or not. You have to get completely out of that very defined draft behind the car.
Look, those 2 gained a 10th on Kyle Busch that lap. Now they get side by side.
That feels good if you're Denny Hamlin to be up there in that groove where no one else is and being able to make ground like he's doing.
If he pulls that off one more time, he'll be able to do a crossover.
Hamlin got a rude reception in driver introductions today from this crowd.
Got into the back of him right there, got on the bottom, lost the nose a little bit, almost hit Blaney.
And you saw what Blaney did there. He heard from his spotter what progress Denny was making up top. He said, I'm going to go up top and take it away from him. That's exactly what happened.
This is 8th place. William Byron on the inside of Austin Cindric, who has now drifted back a bit.
I think of all the Hendrick cars, William was by far the better car in practice. Doesn't surprise me to see him marching through the field.
Kyle Larson has to be scratching his head. He's running back in the 26th position, and that's just something we don't ever see.
No, we don't. But one thing you will see is they grind it out. Just like last week at the Coke 600, they were not very good. It looked pretty dismal at the beginning of that race. By the end, hey, look over your shoulder, no Cliff Davis. They were under the hood of that car making shock adjustments. As a matter of fact, at one time, Reddick coming back up through the field right here.
Remember Tyler Reddick run out the caution on the 2nd lap.
That's 9 spots he's up already.
Taylor was thinking, what's wrong with these people, Dad? Why are they yelling at you? Dad's running 3rd spot, kind of falling off of Blaney. Is Blaney picking it up and going after Busch?
Yes, he is.
Let's get an update on last year's winner, Joey Logano.
That's right, Joey won this race last year, up 1 spot now. I talked to Joey before the race today, and he said, my car is actually balanced a little bit better than last year. He said, the main difference is how much we are shifting today. He said, we are shifting down to 3rd on both ends of the racetrack. That means we're shifting about 10 times a lap. If you do the math, that's about 2,400 times if they do it every lap, Mike.
A lot of drivers have said that's exactly what they'd be doing with the gear they're running in the car.
Here he
right
comes.
Now. Yes.
You talked about it, Mikey. Blaney right on the bumper of the leader, Kyle Busch.
Look at that line, swinging out wide.
Just like we saw Hamlin doing. Trying to go with or not, doing a little bit of a crossover here. Run him down in just a matter of 2 laps.
And left Hamlin behind in doing so. Look at Kyle kind of creeping wrapping up the racetrack.
That's exactly right. A little bit of mirror driving there. Saw Blaney gaining on him on that outside. I'll just take that line away from him.
Blaney might be good enough just to dive to the bottom and try to make the move. That's where Kyle goes.
Well, that's the move, right? You try to get them looking in the mirror, get them guessing, and then pounce on it.
It's got to feel good being Ryan Blaney right now after winning last week, fast this week. These are good times.
23 laps in the books. Kyle Busch, Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex, and Joey Logano. The top 5.
Ma, are you sure you don't want to go bowling with us tonight?
Yeah, no.
There's my little marzipan. Oh, my daughter gives the best hugs.
We're just passing through on our way to the Jazz Jamboree. And we wanted to thank America's #1 motorcycle insurer for saving us money.
Mara, your parents are...
Exactly like me. I know, right?
Well, cherish your friends and loved ones.
Let's roll, Daddy-o.
Let's boogie woogie.
Wendy's Strawberry Frosty is back for the summer, so Tyler's been spending a lot of Frosty time outside.
Ooh. What? Bro, you look like a strawberry. It'll even out. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's. Now open late.
Okay, cut it.
Ray Magliozzi here. When you need parts, eBay Motors ensures a guaranteed fit. Let's see, you'll need headlights and a bumper. At least you can skip the car wash. Just go to eBay Motors. The check means a guaranteed fit. Let's ride.
Wish you could get the feeling of a relaxing foot massage just by walking around? Now you can with new Skechers Massage Fit footwear. The unique Wave technology is designed to gently massage your foot with every step and are machine washable. Keep your feet happy all day long with new Skechers Massage Fit.
America is watching. That's not just a tagline or a slogan. It's a reminder that we have a mission to make a complicated world clear. We're Fox News. America is watching.
Hey, Nashville business owners, stop overpaying for internet, phone, and mobile service. Switch to Spectrum Business and get our best deal in Nashville for small businesses. Get blazing fast internet speeds of 600 megabits per second for just $49.99 a month. Add Spectrum Business Connect phone system for just $19.99 per month and get a free mobile line for 1 year. That's faster internet, phone, and a free mobile line for 1 year. Make the switch to Spectrum Business. Call today, 866-558-0001.
The Wells Fargo Active Cash Card. Earn 2% cash back on what you want, like a vintage turntable, so you can get back into vinyl.
Nice choice.
And 2% cash back on what you need, like a new needle for your record player. The Wells Fargo Active Cash Credit Card. That's real life credit.
Can I help you? Okay. Is there a messenger pigeon? What? Oh my god. This is mostly secure. Mostly fairly secure. Listen.
This is crazy.
You know what else is crazy? That SMS text that they sent me. It's unencrypted. Other people might see your text just like other people might see that letter. You're kidding. No.
Laps complete. Kyle Busch managed to hold on to the lead and extended over Ryan Blaney by 8/10. Here's your Xfinity fastest lap of the race. Blaney, as you saw him catching Kyle Busch, ran his fastest lap. And Denny Hamlin and Truex Busch and Joey Logano ran fifth at the fastest laps so far. Well, Kyle Larson, he has dropped back. Carson Hocevar went past him just a bit ago, and now so has Corey LaJoie. Regan.
That's right, Mike Kyle back in the 32nd position right now. Spoke to Ian Cliff Daniels before the race started earlier. Kyle said a lot of things I'm working on in the race car to get better. Wanted to do that stuff in the driver, but Cliff also said we are going to wholesale this race car to try and help you out. Unfortunately, that's not working right now. The report from the driver, it is on top of the racetrack and way too low for Kyle Larson right now.
He repasses Corey LaJoie in a one-race substitution for Chase Elliott, who's under suspension. And Kyle Larson, I wouldn't say it's been checkers or wreckers, but look at his season. You talk about highs and lows. There's a bunch of them. Well,
Buddy, if you won't say it, I will.
All right.
It's Checkers, it's Wreckers, it's Checkers, it's Wreckers. That's Checkers and Wreckers.
Okay.
This is amazing. Corey LaJoie struggling as well. We talked about Chase Elliott going around him. In fact, Alex Bowman's 20th. He's the only car that's great today or good today with Hendrick is William Byron up at 7th.
All right, we're listening in on the 5. Early in 3rd.
Doesn't do anything good. I didn't have that piece of red, but I was just going silly. The worst is more of a problem than the green rain. Yeah, I guess so. But I do get tight sometimes in the center.
Tight in the center?
That's the problem. When you're up on top of that racetrack like that, it's just not down in it, not making the grip. It's not a balance issue, it's a grip issue. If you tighten me up, I'm going to be too tight rolling the middle. You can't free it up because I'm too tight rolling the middle. That's a hard thing to fix. Maybe an air pressure adjustment across, left side or something like that. If anybody can fix it, that Cliff Daniels, he's the man for the job.
Jamie?
Corey LaJoie back in 32nd. I talked to his crew chief, Alan Gustafson, and he said, I said there's not enough new things thrown at Corey this week. We did simulation together for this track. We made adjustments on what we thought would be good. We got to the track, and as a company, we were off. Simulation was off on the line that we really want to run in real life, and that put everybody behind the ball. So right now, they're a little edgy in and off, tight center, not real comfortable in that 9 machine.
Finish here last year was Larson in 12th.
See a good battle here among the Toyotas. I'm telling you, Glenn, that 5 and 9 car could roll that now before the end of this first stage. I know it's a short stage, but they're losing about a second a lap.
So right, they're going to get on with it. 12 laps to go in stage 1, which is 45 laps. Out front as we take you Fox side by side.
The Busch Guy, cold and smooth survival skills. If you encounter a black bear, do not run. It may stimulate the instinct to chase. Instead, make yourself appear bigger. Bigger. And speak brutally in a loud voice. Good boy. Head for the mountains.
It's orientation day. Welcome to the team.
Who wants the race?
I like this team. Be part of something greater. Toyota, let's go places.
Get crafts, sporting goods, restaurants, and the future of NASCAR all through your neighborhood. DoorDash.
There are a million roads leading here. I had mine. And each and every driver from today had theirs. Roads from here to there. Hard roads. Bumpy ones. Each one of those roads led here to one place, one goal. To a place where it doesn't matter where you came from. Because here, there's only one road. Forward.
Immortality.
Welcome to the Belmont Stakes.
Comes down
Anticipation building here.
to this.
The
world's most famous final comes to Fox. The 2023 Belmont Stakes on Saturday, 4 p.m. Eastern. Months into the season, and already a year's worth of drama. It's coming in fast.
cars. There have been 3 of them left down, Yale, McLeod, and Baldwin. And coming up 2 pit stops, which would be good news for Kyle Busch. But Larry Mack, Ryan Blaney is running second's not going to have an easy time of that pit road.
And because he failed inspection multiple times, he lost pit selection. He's pitting about a fourth of the way onto pit road, and he's going to have to deal with Brad Keselowski in that 6 car. Let me tell you what everybody's going to have to deal with. We've already set up how narrow this pit road is, only 22 feet, barely wide enough for 2 drivers to run by side. I think we'll see some right side tires only in this stage, and they're going to be pulling out as other cars are pulling in all over the top of each other.
Hey, you're right on the sense. I think Keselowski's going to lap down. He's got trouble. He's either down the cylinder right in front of your leader going to lap down right here, or he can't shift something with the transaxle. He's got trouble. There's your leader going around it. Very slow down the straightaways.
Brian Kenny making his 500th career start for what is now RFK Racing. And
he had a tire issue in practice with the left rear. Didn't really know what it was. I don't know if he's not feeling something, but definitely Keselowski in the 6 having trouble.
But as Larry pointed out, that will be a benefit to Ryan Blaney. Absolutely. Because it means Keselowski can't fit with the lead lap cars, and Blaney will have an easy exit with nobody right in front of him.
That's why I was trying to get that out as soon as I could. I knew we were running out of time, and I saw Busch catching him. That's huge for Blaney.
Blaney and Hamlin, second, third. And Ty Dillon just going a lap down, who's pitted right in front of Blaney as well.
That's all working out good for Blaney, considering how bad it looked at the beginning.
So when you lose pit selection, as Blaney and Keselowski did for multiple inspection failures, you don't get the last pits left at the end of after everybody chooses. NASCAR assigns those 2 cars a pit stall, and then everybody makes their picks.
Blaney, that 6 having trouble is the best thing. That's clear in, clear out for him. Both of them are a lap down.
Jamie, what about Brad?
Well, you just saw his crew chief Matt McCall came off the pit box and he talked to the Roush Yates engines people. And I asked him, do you have an engine issue? He said, I don't know what's going on, but something is wrong with Keselowski's car.
Shame.
It's down the straightaways. If Larry says he's not shifting, which he said he's shifting, all things look fine.
Nothing coming here.
She's definitely sick under the hood.
What about that 19 car of Martin Truex? He was able to run down Denny Hamlin in some of that lap traffic. He's been one of the fastest cars on the track here over the last 5 or 6 laps.
Final lap of this stage. Big win for Kyle Busch. A lot of points here. A lot of playoff points.
Ryan Preece just ahead, trying to stay on the lead lap as stage 1 comes to a close here. Kyle Busch looking for his first stage win of this season. And there's the green and white checkered flag. Kyle Busch, stage 1 winner. Blaney second, Hamlin third, Truex, Logano. Stage points also to Harvick, Byron, Chastain, Cindric, and Suarez.
We've come a long way in 125 years. From dirt tracks to super speedways and every track in between. Never backing down. Pushing boundaries and giving it everything we've got. Yeah, we've come a long way, but there's still a lot more road to run. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR.
And an appetizer for $25 now with steak. Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
Looks like you got a corner office. Lucky.
Be part of something greater.
This summer, I am so excited the U.S. men's national team look to defend their crown. The confidence, the swagger.
of the best in North America. The CONCACAF Gold Cup this summer on Fox and FS1. CMA Fest is back for the 50th year. Rock out with the Cadillac 3 and Friends at Ascend Amphitheater in downtown Nashville on Friday, June 9th. Performances by the Cadillac 3, Randy Rogers Band, Tennille Townes, Boy Named Banjo, and LB Shane. Don't miss out on the hottest night of the summer. Tickets starting at just $15. On sale now at CMAFest.com. Download the CMA Connect app for the festival stage lineups and schedules.
I suffer with psoriatic arthritis and psoriasis. I was on a journey for a really long time to find some relief. Cosentix works.
Cosentix helps real people get real relief from the symptoms of psoriatic arthritis or psoriasis. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine or plan to, or if IBD symptoms develop or worsen.
I move so much better because of Cosentix.
Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentix.
Don't custard that, I'll leave.
At the end of stage one, Busch is leading. Here in St. Louis, time for incredible bank wants to watch. Glenn, we can try it.
Wants to watch my man spins out of the first corner, up 18 spots to 18. Tyler Reddick is a man in the moon.
Michael, I like that, Glenn. I'm going to go with Martin Truex Jr. Martin Truex Jr. led 42 laps here a year ago, and that car came to life at the end of that green flag run. He was really fast. I think Martin Truex Jr. gets the win today, or I'm going to watch him closely anyway.
Well, but I guess I've got my eye at the front of the field where Kyle Busch has led all but one lap today after an unbelievable qualifying lap to win the pole. He's proven that there's no hope. He's been out for almost this entire race. Let's check out the studio.
Yeah, Mike, I've got my eye on the man that won this race a year ago, Joey Logano. In the 9 races since his win in Atlanta, only one top 5, qualified 6. He's running 5th right now. Remember last year, he didn't lead until after lap 200.
Yeah, I'm going to go a little bit deeper in the field with a driver that's making his first Cup Series start today, Carson Hocevar. He started 26, still running 26. I think his goal today is don't make headlines for the wrong reason.
Well done, Jamie. Those are incredible bank points to watch. Need to remind you, Kyle Busch has won on 24 Cup tracks. This is not yet one of them. Pretty low hanging fruit for a guy there, wasn't it? I mean, somebody had to take him.
I like Hocevar, though. He's doing exactly what we talked about. Yes. You said it, 90%. You stay at 90%. If he gets a top 20 in that car, that's just what the doctor ordered. That's a job well done. A lot of racing left to do, but so far so good.
Right, pit road is open. Pit road speed line is in turn number 4, and you have to enter the pits on the back stretch here. That's where the commit box is. So it's a long way around.
And it's a tight pit road. There's going to be a lot. Larry said there might be some 2 tires here, a lot of strategy, and not much real estate to do it all in. Look how tight that is.
Jamie.
And that's right, Boyer just mentioned it. A lot of different strategies can be used here. 2 tires, 4 tires, or no tires. The 22, Joey Logano, little free on exit gate, 1 spot there. Air pressure adjustment, and 4 tires for him. Ryan Blaney, his teammate, wants to be a little freer so he can turn back through the corner. A little tight on Carl Regan.
And he had the 11 car. It's not too bad right now for him. Needs a little more rear grip and a little bit more turn with the car. And Kyle Busch's car came in just a little bit later than what he would like. A little free at the 80% mark in the corner, meeting the back and stepping in.
Here's race on the road, sponsored by Ram. What a busy place that is. Kyle Busch riding at Fueling Station. William Byron was lucky to hold his spot because the car entering the pit in front of him was right as he wanted to pull out. So he had a little stutter stop there.
Down plus 11. Now you're probably your 2 tires.
The fucking black cars just jump in front of me.
For COPD, ask your doctor about Breztri. Breztri gives you better breathing, symptom improvement, and helps prevent flare-ups.
Breztri won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breztri more than prescribed. Breztri may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis.
makes no sense.
She's watching that video.
How do you still have cable? Hulu Plus Live TV has over 85 live channels, plus access to Disney Plus and ESPN Plus.
Too bad your thing make no sense.
Switch to Hulu Plus Live TV. It makes sense. Hey, you guys talking about me?
She hear us?
Bush guy, cold and smooth survival skills. If you encounter a black bear, do not run. It may stimulate the instinct to chase. Instead, make yourself appear bigger. Bigger. And speak firmly in a loud voice. Good boy. Head for the mountains.
When Arby's added bacon to the Wagyu Steakhouse burger, it was like, not bad. Then Arby's grabbed that peppercorn ranch and has never felt more alive. Arby's, we have the meat.
Bring my out here. You need parts, eBay Motors ensures a guaranteed fit.
Oh, shit.
Wait, those new wipers.
They're small.
Just go to eBay Motors where the check means a guaranteed fit. Let's ride.
Being a NASCAR fan just got even more rewarding with the free Fan Rewards loyalty program. Earn reward points and redeem them for merchandise, tickets, VIP experiences, and so much more. Earn points from the track or at home. Check in on your phone, complete your profile, or play fantasy racing to score your first points. Join and start earning today. Visit NASCAR.com/rewards to learn more now.
75 years around this epic track. But we've never stopped moving forward. Wherever we go in the next 75, we're all better off with an ally.
Home to iconic wins for Secretariat, Seattle Slew, and American Pharaoh. The most famous final furlong in the history of racing is coming to Fox. It's the Belmont Stakes, Saturday 4 Eastern, only on Fox. Well, Rusty Wallace led the field on the opening pace lap, and here his youngest brother Kenny
Belmont State
dueling it out on the dirt, as he does so often and so well. There goes number 36, the Jenks Hot Rod.
That's right here in St. Louis.
Mugging it up for the crowd. Kenny Wallace, can you believe that? Yeah, that's Kenny.
Or Hulk Hogan.
Gateway Dirt Nationals. And Kenny, for the second year in a row, joins us here in the booth. Big fan of this racetrack and everything that has happened here in the past couple of years. You got to be just so excited to see Cup racing come back here.
I represent St. Louis, Mike, and anything good that comes to our town I love, whether it's the Cardinals, Blues, but to dream that NASCAR comes to my town, that's a dream come true. And by the way, that was inside the dome, that dirt race.
Wow.
In December, so it's a crazy event, and I was doing a little Ric Flair there, having some fun.
Hey, I had a little racing last night. A lot of racing in this area. I think I heard you win.
Are you making...
You won last night.
I won last night. Hey, Mike, remember last year we did this?
Yes.
I run second.
Right.
I thought about that last night, and I said, I can't run second because Mike LaJoie's going to ask me, how'd you run last night, Herman? We won last night.
I got to ask one question to our producer, director, bosses. How did they let us three get together? What are you thinking, Mike? How are you going to deal with this?
They locked the door. I can't leave. So let's have some fun here with Stave. Kenny's going to stay with us. Penalties for Austin Cindric, too fast entering pit road, and Martin Truex removing the gas can. They will both restart at the rear as they approach the Geico restart zone. Michael McDowell, Harrison Burton, Todd Gilliland each took 2 tires to move up in the order for the restart. Kyle Busch on the outside again. Blaney inside.
Keep an eye on that McDowell. That's him in the third row. Inside. Chastain looking at his inside. 2 tires. Oh, he's playing it out. I told you.
Round he goes. Michael McDowell.
That's him. That was your 2-tire guy. Had Chastain right on the inside of him. Round he goes.
He was in 6th place.
And he can't be too happy about getting punted. You remember what happened on pit road when he took those 2 tires? He pulls right out in front. Watch Joey Logano has to just get on the brakes.
Actually lock the brakes up.
Yeah.
This was Logano's reaction on pit road to what happened there.
Yep. What the heck?
So then you see the gap on the restart, spun his tires a little bit. Chastain was waiting until he got past the start-finish line, goes to the bottom, get off in the corner. Chastain got on the rumble strips just a little bit. I think McDowell kind of squeezed him. That's just a product of being a sitting duck on 2 tires. Didn't get the jump off the restart, protecting, getting on the inside, and gets taken out.
Well, now still, was that contact avoidable?
It was avoidable, but I think
It wasn't avoided.
I think Ross Chastain thought he was there and just left it there.
Yeah, and here's the way I look at this. This is like a drag race, okay? You got to have 2 new rear tires on the rear because you're going through the gearbox. And if you only have 1 new right rear, the left rear is going to slip. So you guys are right. What got him wrecked was he didn't get a good start. And
get a good jump.
I mean, it's like Nelson Case said, you give me a hole where Ayrton Senna, Ross Chastain took the hole.
But there was the most telling replay from Ty Gibbs, Monster Energy onboard, showing Chastain moving down to the rumble strip. The car bounces off the rumble strip and into McDowell.
I think we're going to come down and make some more changes to this 5 car. Saw this last week in Charlotte.
And that paid off.
Yeah, it did.
They fixed that car last week. I don't know if they can fix it today.
That's Cindric. I bet they put 4 tires on that 34.
And Brad Keselowski's made multiple pit stops. He's got Roush under the hood. What's wrong there? So while several of these cars come in for service, there's evidence of the damage there. Chastain and McDowell get together. Caution waves.
So, I watched my first race yesterday. You're on the team, kid. It's orientation day.
Hey, new guy. Let's get you up to speed.
Lunchtime.
Ready for some real heat?
Your workspace is ready. Looks like you got a quarter on this. Lucky.
You're part of Toyota Racing. You're part of something greater. Toyota. Let's go places.
Get 2 lunch range and an appetizer for $25 now with steak.
There's no Dr. Pepper strawberries and cream.
It's delicious Dr. Pepper. Fresh and strawberry flavor.
And there's no cream and finish.
Don't tell us.
I told you we'd find Dr. Pepper in the deal.
Dr. Pepper strawberries and cream.
Wendy's Strawberry Frosty is back for the summer, so Tyler's been spending a lot of frosty time outside.
What? Strawberry.
It'll even out. Choose Wax. Choose Wendy's. Now point.
Here we are, months into the season, and already years worth of drama.
Big names are back.
Big things. Even if it's for new teams. All 24 is the free Common Glass. And as for racing, people won't know that it's coming in fast. So keep your head on the swivel. Dads are special. Fun. Inspiring. Always there for you. So make Father's Day extra special with Kiss Home Love from WeatherTech. Floor liners. Car liner.
9 laps complete as we get ready for this restart. The all-new Toyota Camry TRD leads the field, lights off on its roof. And it turns to pit road, leaving Kyle Busch and Ryan Blaney on the front row once again. Free pass, that time was J.J. Yaley. It was Ty Dillon on the previous caution. And we're back to green. Brad Keselowski made a stop. They replaced all the spark plugs on his number 6 motor.
And a great launch by Ryan Blaney. He puts his nose out in front.
Kevin got loose getting into 3. Had to check up a little.
No give at the front of the field. Now, when you get side by side, it's so hard to get position on that car to force him to lift, whether you're on the outside or the inside. I mean, you see it 2 by 2. Finally, Harvick thought better of it, much like he did that last restart, Mikey.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. When we used to race cars, Kenny, the bottom guy got really loose. Now they're getting tight down there. That's why they bump it in.
He's going to clear him. Yes, he does. Man, Blaney got off in that corner extremely hard, dove it down on the inside. She stuck. He gave her the throttle, and to the lead he goes. And just like that, the top 10 are single file. I really like the way this track is racing this year. Last year was more on the bottom. As the tires get old, everybody starts running the outside. But listen, this same thing happened last year. Everybody's making pit stop. Maybe there's going to be different players since they all got new adjustments. How about Tyler Reddick? In the last green flag run, he made up 18 positions after having started at the back after bringing out the first caution of the day. He is still on the move. Another guy on the move is Carson Hocevar, Mike. He beat up about 7 spots in that 7 car. He's in the top 20. Great run early for that young man. When you saw that one replay, he used his car and it was him with 3 wide on the outside. So we're closed. It's a bunch of cars. They get back and how people on the inside close for a second. Gotta be so disciplined down on the bottom, not to overshoot the corner because that thing will push up and the guy on the outside. Speaking of the guy on the outside, which is a lot of years in off the tail. So he's trying to get tight on exit. We're looking at it as just why these 2 cars are pushing the front. They were the fastest cars by a considerable amount of practice. I'm talking about getting the here they are, almost a bunch. So maybe a change on Kyle Busch's car. This is not the same car. They all won the first 60 laps. A lot of times with the top and cycling the tires will make it worse. And it's still there. I think the temperatures are down. Oh! They put some rubber on the racetrack. That's going to make them tighter. Who knows if they adjust to that? That's a good side-by-side battle. That's a battle for 10. AJ Allmendinger makes a marching forward. 7 of the top 10 drivers just turned their fastest lap numbers. Now, temperatures are coming down right now. It's at 47. It's getting wild. They're racing hard. Whoa, Danny Hamlin had to play toss and catch it getting into that corner. Almost tossed to Rexane. Good job. We've been wanting to see this. The 5 is not patient. He's been running towards the back. The first stage, he's getting ready to get the fans are on their feet. And see the guys standing there on top of the time. They are 3 wide in the 2020 last night. And Kyle Larson. There's Corey LaJoie back there in his mess. George Miller needs to see where he was back there. Stop like that. You know, I can bring up a good point. One wonders Which is his real car. You know, listen, you can't ignore that. Don't let somebody get in my car and run better than me when I'm supposedly in the better car. This has got to be hard. Let's go back and check out Michael McDowell. This is where we bring out that caution. Make a contact from Ross Chastain. I think that was 2 cars going on the same spot. And one was, you know, see that. They were the one that was slow on the race start. Chastain with the inside. I'm not going to put that blame on Chastain. He was all the way down the rubber strips, all the way as well as he could possibly go. That great line on the restart to one that I really do believe he was in the free line because my flag to all the opportunities for those off the best finish. Even if the race that is brought to Super 6 questions. They call it a smart judge too. I hope they get around and hit the back. You watch this. It's going to be amazing as he comes to the field. One of those drivers that was getting his stop standards and some engine points too.
And Michael talking about how she had the engine team after they threw the whole twice and they couldn't go on the change up the first time. They don't see anything wrong right now. Nothing we can do at this point. We just have to ride it out as long as we're allowed.
Well, that makes for a tough day because Lasky already 2 laps down in his 500th career start. How much do you think that 8-car changed? He said, yeah, the throttle's stuck. He's not knowing. Not only did he qualify great, running in the top 5. That's good to see. Kyle Busch says he's better when the track rubbers up after caution. Well, we'll see. Right now, he trails Ryan Blaney by 1.3 seconds.
My A1C was up here. Now it's down with Rebelsis. His A1C?
It's down with Rebelsis.
Definitely got to pick my shit.
My doctor told me Rebelsis lowered A1C.
I got to my A1C goal and lost some weight too.
Rebelsis isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't take Rebelsis.
Need to get your A1C down?
You may pay as little as $10 per prescription.
I need to try it first.
Solving crimes has never tasted so good.
Delicious.
I murdered a donut.
That's a crime scene. Crime Food Kitchen premieres this Monday on Fox.
America, what the fuck, I don't know, it didn't show me that there was even a party on. That's fucking crazy.
The ladies are leaving the past behind.
We got some weather over here though, so. What up, what up?
I've been pushing forward. I have my career. I got something to do.
Get ready, because everyone's moving different.
I filed for divorce.
Loving Hip-Hop Atlanta is now on MTV.
I'm not sure, maybe. Maybe the first one.
No matter if you like impossible or double bacon, we can agree there's a Whopper for you. 200,000 ways,
yeah.
There's the pro. Having your way.
30 boxes a month. It takes less than 5 minutes for me to get all of my labels and get beauty in the hands of women who are battling cancer so much quicker.
ShipStation, the #1 choice.
He already had a lightning delay.
Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
Before Bass Pro Shops even had a name. Before we sold boats and gear for hunting and camping. Before the 2 shelves of tackle in the back of the liquor store. Before the early mornings and the short nights.
Did you see me screaming at my boy's house the other night?
Even the first tournaments. Before all of that.
You see me screaming at my boy's house the other night?
It was Dad. Thanks, Dad.
That was
always
so fucked up.
To take me fishing.
I was more tired than anything.
Right close to St. Louis. We're in Madison, Illinois. For the Joy Illinois 300.
Man, this guy that was there singing, he had a badass guitar.
17 laps. 31 complete of 95 in this second stage. And here's how the
he doesn't have a YouTube, Spotify presence, nothing like that. Just an old school guy, just playing with band and shit. And I'm like, he's got like 200 something original songs.
Who is filling the seat in the number 7, usually occupied by Corey LaJoy, because LaJoy was tapped to fill in the number 9 for Chase Elliott. Hocevar is up to 17th place. He's carrying the team Niku Cam.
Dude, that's what I was talking about, this guy, Hocevar. I like that guy.
Children's cancer issues. And, boy, is he giving that car a ride. He's a trucker, Mikey.
Carson Hocevar?
Finished 4th
I like that
yesterday.
kid.
I've been howling this kid since he showed up. And Kenny, you knew about him since he was a kid.
You know, I went over to Tri-City Speedway right here in Granite City, Illinois. Danielle Fry, they saw him coming years ago in the Quarter Midget Series. Now it's called the NASCAR Youth Series. They were high on him 3 months ago.
Here fucking around.
Carson Hocevar really was a standout as a child. So his talent is showing up.
Just remember this, too. This is all new to him, Mike. He's never run a Cup car before. And this is shifting. We're shifting more here than we do anywhere on the whole circuit. Look at his eyeballs, studying that rearview mirror, making sure he's right on top of what's going on around him and ahead of him.
Those visors usually work better when they're down. You know, a couple things. The sun's, it's cloudy now. It's probably too dark for him. But, you know, everybody's eyes are a little different, Clint.
Keep after it, Carson. Hold it pretty well. It's working for him.
You know, this is what dangerous to have your shield up, because if a fire happens, it can get up in there. So you really want that down.
Here's Christopher Bell, and that's what we're looking at, are all of the downshifts and upshifts there on the lower left.
And Suarez marching toward the front.
I'm here.
2 gear changes each corner. That's how tight this is. Suarez was definitely the faster car. Let him know it.
Did he? Out the Ford camera.
And here comes the Chevy.
Yeah. You know, I got to tell you guys, I watch these races every Sunday, and this is what the fans are saying. They're like, this is a new era in NASCAR. I mean, that's what you do now, Mikey. We didn't do that because we knocked the radiator out of our car. Now it's like they just knock the heck out of each other. It's what they do now. The fans love it.
Well, the difference is with this new car is it's stronger, like you said. The other fact is it's got a lot of tire on it. These cars make a lot of grip with all the underbody aero gains that we've got, and you have to hit them
on a dirt track.
Up and run this tap and move them out of the way, rattle his cage a little bit with the gears. That doesn't happen with these cars. You have to hit them hard to move them.
What about the line you talked about, Danny? You said they were going to be searching all around the track for grip, and he's way up high.
Mikey, you bring up a good point. This is way different than last year.
Their high line seems to be doing pretty good there.
Almost. Now check this line out in turn 1.
Let's check with Jamie on the leader.
Now Triumph Leader continues to lead. How about a tip of the cap to crew chief Jonathan Hassler? Last week was his first career win as a crew chief, and he told me it was more relief than anything. Just knowing we could get the job done, knowing that we're locked into the playoffs. Now, as far as today's race, though, he said last year we felt like we gave this one up. We felt like we had a car capable of winning, and they think that again today. They adjusted with a little air pressure, so a little tight center, but he's a rocket ship right now, Raymond.
58 car Kyle Busch trying to chase him down right now. Very quiet on the radio. Kyle hasn't said anything this run.
I was focused. He's trying to catch that motherfucker.
Small air pressure adjustment on the last pit stop. That was for the end of the run, though. Felt like he didn't fire off as good as he wanted to. It got too free at the end of the run. He wanted help on the backside of the run. Right now, Kyle's starting to click off some pretty good laps.
Thanks, Regan. Wonder if anybody told Jonathan Hassler that Blaney's last couple of wins came back.
Oh, I should have went tight.
Huh. That'd be nice to do again, wouldn't it? I think I told you that in the pre-race, Mike, you never listen to him. Well, I told you about Martin Truex and look what's happening here, Mike. He never listens to me. They found Chase Briscoe with the upside at Cam. We welcome them to NASCAR on board the number 14. Briscoe's, he's got some work to do. They were fined heavily and docked a lot of points and playoff wins by NASCAR for a counterfeit part that was found on the underbody during post-race inspection back at the R&D Center after the Coca-Cola 600. Briscoe is going to have to win to make the playoffs. In fact, he's going to have to win in every round to advance. So very uphill climb for that team after that monstrous penalty.
What a fucking move on these boys. They were wrecking each other high. I went low left
When you get home and realize you were getting the biggest fine in NASCAR history because of that performance, how do I explain that to the boss?
Well, one makes you wonder, maybe that's why they were doing that. Because they were running so bad, they needed to do something to try to run. But Mike, it seems like nobody learns their lessons every week because this story rears its ugly head. Everybody's getting in trouble for making it a week.
Well, it's the first time, Kenny, that we found a counterfeit part among the single source parts that are required to be on this racetrack, a car. We've seen modified parts before. This is the first time that a team was found to have recreated.
It's crazy. It's never trouble until you get caught. That's right. You get caught. That's the biggest thing.
You know, that's just about what Junior Johnson used to say. He'd go, well, it ain't cheating unless you get caught. And then you learn a lesson.
Yeah. You know, we talked to some of these drivers, and they're like, hey, the cars wanted this car. So now the cars got the car, and they still get in trouble.
44 complete in stage 2. Kyle Busch holding about 1.2 seconds behind Brian Blaney. Denny Hamlin 1.8, and that's 3 seconds back. Ruben Byron, Daniel Suarez, and
ready for some dirt.
We love our new home.
Great neighborhood, big backyard.
But the lamps.
Oh, Call of Duty.
At least Geico makes bundling your home and car insurance easy.
You saved a lot. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com. Everybody hates the taking off and putting on your shoes nightmare at the airport. But now, there's an easier way. New hands-free Skechers Slip-ins. With these Skechers Slip-ins, you just step in and go without bending down or looking for a place to sit. Try new machine-washable hands-free Skechers Slip-ins.
The Subway Series is going to upgrade to new number 19, the Pickleball Club. The Subway Series can get even better. Maybe you should launch a commercial then. Sure, okay. Subway Series just keeps getting better.
Yeah, I can't tell if I'm lagging or if it's other guys lagging or what the hell is wrong with cars that keep getting sideways. Yeah, it's a dirt slider. Fuck, I forgot what the guy's name is. Rusty something. Yeah, Rusty one. Oh, somebody just wrecked. There I go, I got tires out the line. I was in second for a little bit.
Early detection could save your life.
Got wrecked out by that car.
And learn more at savebythescale.org.
The Subway Series is taking your favors to the next level. Hold on, Chuck. You can't beat the Italian BMT. You
can with double cheese and MVP vinaigrette. Double cheese, yes and yes. Man, you crazy. Try the refresh flavor.
Surprised they got kicked off YouTube yet. Pretty much showing the race.
Meet with the provider today to find out if treatment is right for you at roe.co/law.
It'll stop me from broadcasting every time.
Great day has come apart right there. You saw what may have been a brake rotor explode, and he's
Damn. I was just bragging about his ass. He'll fire ants without burning them.
In on the turn, it's the bell in first, home for Summer, and 2-0. Now Monty's moving on the outside. Monty's
what in the hell is happening here?
So it's the bell holding strong. The bell, Monty's moving, home for Summer, fighting back. It's the bell. Oh, it's the bell. The bell, Monty's moving. Sensational race.
Fox, the driver, the curse, the brush marks, the bench clears, the brawls, the throwdown, the walk-ons, the blood, the slap, the steal, the dive. A new season, a new chapter, the same ride.
Let's say fuck politics.
What's the race on red flag with 5 laps to go?
Some of the sports superstars will make their way to Australia and New Zealand.
We did aluminum before. Fucking melted it and poured it in there. That was pretty cool.
Hey everyone, welcome into our race day studio. So we are having some technical difficulties out at the racetrack. Obviously we were in weather delay for a significant amount of time, about an hour and a half, from about 4 to 5:30. We are currently under caution out at St. Louis for Carson Hocevar hitting the wall. I'm probably going to bring that car down pit road. Might be done for the day. We may be able to fix it. But what stood out to you so far about the race, Jamie?
Well, Carson Hocevar had me on the fucking
might say
wall.
something about a brake rotor. We were trying to figure out exactly what had happened to him, but what a run that he had going so far up to 17th. I talked about him being one to watch, getting a little more track time and getting better and better. So had a pretty good debut. Nothing we can do about what happened, but I think Ryan Blaney would be the story right now. After winning the Coke 600 last weekend, comes to a completely different sized racetrack. You see him downshifting 2 gears on each end of the racetrack, and who's leading again? Ryan Blaney.
It is. Lap 92 of 240 is what we've completed so far. Let's take a look at some of the race highlights and show you how we're on this point right now. Early on, right before we had the weather delay, it was Tyler Reddick who brought out the caution.
Yeah, it's Reddick. He said he just got the middle of deep down in the back of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. spun out, but Shannon, he's been able to recover so far. He's been one of the fastest cars on the track. And here's the restart we had right after the lightning strike. See Kyle Busch and Ryan Blaney going at it. Blaney eventually is able to clear Kyle Busch and go on to lead a lot of laps here.
As you can see, the laps just kind of ticking down, but we got some eventful moments. Stage 1 winner was Kyle Busch. Ryan Blaney out front right now. Kyle Busch is your pole sitter. He's currently in second position. But then on lap 53, we had mishap and Ross Chastain.
Yeah, shocking, right? Ross Chastain involved in another incident. McDowell had taken 2 tires on that pit stop. I don't really know that Michael McDowell did anything wrong in the situation. Chastain a little bit aggressive on the restart, and then here's where we are right now. You see Carson Hocevar has that issue. They've obviously brought that car down pit road. You see that looks like the right front tires is flat, probably just from dragging that around on the racetrack. Hopefully they didn't get him fixed, Shannon. He hit the wall pretty hard twice. So the first hit I think he could have gotten away with. Second one, some of the suspension could be done.
Through the magic of television, Larry McReynolds is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the party, America's crew chief. What stood out to you so far about this race?
Well, the fact that after we had that one pit stop there at the end of stage 1, you know, it looks like Kyle Busch maybe lost a little bit in his 8 car, and that 12 car, as we saw yesterday in practice, they just keep right on keeping on. But I'm going to tell you who I've been watching through the field is Martin Truex Jr. in that 19 car. Removing the fuel can on his pit stop. James Small brought him back to pit road that last caution before this one, put 2 tires on him, filled it up with fuel, and he's marches his way back close to the top 15.
We are still under caution out at the racetrack for that Carson Hocevar wreck that we just showed you. I want to talk about Ricky Stenhouse Jr. because you mentioned him. He's been again in the top 10.
Yeah, he just has been a top 10 car really pretty much every week so far this year on every different type of racetrack we've been to. And along with Stenhouse, we've seen Denny Hamlin, we've seen some of those guys actually be able to move up a little bit on the racetrack, make this racetrack wider than what we've seen in the past. There's no traction compound or resin added to it this year, and honestly, the race has been pretty good.
And you know, this caution right here, what's timely about it is this puts them into a fuel window that they can make it to in stage 2, because we had a lot of drivers that came in like Austin Cindric, like Martin Truex Jr., Michael McDowell. They topped off on that last caution. They were going to be close to being able to make it, but this is kind of a reset. But I hate this so much for that 7 car and Carson Hocevar. He was doing a yeoman's job in that 7 car, and but this place is hard on brakes. I mean, we see a lot of brake pressure at the end of these long straightaways. I'm not totally shocked that we saw a brake failure, but I certainly hate it for him.
I know that you had asked, I don't remember who it was during the weather delay, about just the difference in temperature, maybe Austin Dillon. And as we get later in the night, the temperatures are obviously going to be a lot different. This is where we would be ending the race right about here if it was regularly scheduled. So do you think there will be much change as it starts to progress?
Sure, there'll be a little bit of a balance shift to all of these cars. Typically, the cars get tighter as the sun goes down.
So did they call it caution because they were having technical difficulties with the cameras and shit?
It'll be getting dark at the racetrack. So that balance shift will happen from here on throughout the end of the race. Probably not as much as we see at Charlotte, Larry, that being one of the most temperature-sensitive tracks that we run at.
But the grip level just goes up. With the grip level going up, that means the speeds go up. And Mike Joy made the note, back about lap 62, well after that restart before this caution, most of the top 10 ran their fastest lap of the race. You could start to see it get cloudy, the track temperature's coming down. So that's the biggest thing. Balance change, but the speeds go up.
Yeah, and the big difference today is that it was not like it was just kind of hot. I mean, it was really hot. It was in the mid-90s earlier today, so it'll be a pretty big transition.
All right, we're going to go to commercial break right now, see if we can get back out to the racetrack afterwards. This is why we are under caution right now. Carson Hocevar filling in for Corey LaJoie, who's filling in for Chase Elliott, hits the wall.
Oh, we did the road course about 2 races ago.
America is watching. That's not just a tagline or a slogan, it's a reminder that we have a mission to break the big stories and shine light on the smaller ones. Number 1 in news, number 1 in cable, the most trusted news source, watched by more Democrats, Independents, and Republicans than any other news channel. We're Fox News. America is watching.
The sports world loves the USFL. Here we go. This is the gridiron phenomenon that has taken America by storm. I feel you. It's hard-hitting, boom, fast-paced. Action-packed pro football that fans are going crazy for. Here we go. Real pros. Real football for real fans.
I'm going to get the Xfinity practice up here before we run qualifying.
Sunday night at 7 on Fox.
Next Sunday, the NASCAR Cup Series is on Fox. A roller coaster of chaos awaits in Sonoma, where Daniel Suarez is trying to repeat.
Alright, here we go.
But Elliott, Larson, and Truex look to prove they are still kings of the road course. Until they save Mark 350 from Sonoma. Next Sunday, 3 Eastern on Fox.
Welcome back to St. Louis, where caution is out, and we apologize for technical difficulties. We're under caution at lap 92 when Carson Hocevar's great Cup debut came to an early...
Oh, motherfucker.
He was going so well.
Look out
him.
for me, top of this track.
There it is. It's a brake rotor. Brake rotor broke. He was talking about having trouble. Unfortunate, man. He was having such a good run in this 7 car, doing exactly what he needed to do. That happens here. Long straightaways. Watch how violent this game is. Way hit hard.
Oh, I put my shit up.
He turned it over into the wall. See him steering that thing right into the wall, not spinning it out. That was a very heads-up play by him. Unfortunate circumstance, but a good heads-up play. Regan, what do you got?
Well, Clint, about a half a lap before that happened, Carson came over the radio, said my brake pedal is going soft, so he had a hint that that was coming. Unfortunately, ended a great day for him. The 14 car, Chase Briscoe, also a hole in the radiator, possibly damaged from stuff coming off of that, off of the 7 car.
You can actually see it in that replay right there. You saw it hit the front of the 14 car. How unfortunate is that? So that same thing happened last week to the Legacy cars. Both of them, by the way.
So Chase Briscoe sits and waits while they make repairs trying to get him back on track.
We're going to see various strategies here, I believe, guys. What do you think, Clint? Oh, I definitely think. I think you're splitting the stage right in half right here. It's time to play. I keep passing on that racetrack. Somebody need to get me 2 tires, get me some track position.
BJ McLeod gets the free pass.
Yeah, but on that restart,
caution flag of the afternoon.
I'm going to take rear tires and move it left.
I want 2 tires, please. I like it. Jamie?
Ryan Blaney has all the track position right now. A little bit tight center, sliding that note. They're going to free him up a little bit like they did last stop. Take a bigger swing at it here. Before Kevin Harvick really had some really good lap times there. Just losing grip as he ran. That seems to be across the board for him.
Yeah, Robert Denny Hamlin a little bit too loose to start the run. Stayed too loose as well off of turn 2 in particular. What's helping that area. And the 8 car to Kyle Busch was tighter in the center. Better on the exit that run, but they've got to figure out how to get that car fired off.
Oh, I don't know what the fuck I just did.
2 tires out of 4 tires.
On the bottom track.
Look at that. Truex 11. There he got his track position back. That fixed that.
I gotta go fix
Plus
it.
8 for Allmendinger. Logano, Blaney. Now you got Hamlin and Busch with 4 tires. They fell back. I love this.
This is going to be fun when we go backwards. Fourth caution of the afternoon for lap 99.
As this continued, AT&T Verizon broke you in with phone offers, then bound you to a 3-year device contract. Break free. T-Mobile. Introducing GoFundMe Plus. The first plan that always gives you and existing customers the same great device deals. And you're upgrade ready 2 years versus 3. Bring your phone to T-Mobile and get one of the latest 5G smartphones free. Hello? Yes, I'm free. And so? No, I'm not tied up at all. Surely this is too many road trips.
Break free. Go 5G Plus and T-Mobile.
Cox handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
The Subway Center, taking your favorites to the next level. Hold on, Chuck. You can't beat the Italian food. You can with double cheese MVP vinaigrette. Double cheese, yes, and yes.
Man, you crazy. Try to refresh favorites at Subway today.
Millions of small business owners like Leanna Lynn choose Spectrum Business.
Spectrum Business services are essential to our business.
Choose Spectrum Business for your business. Get fast, reliable internet starting at $49.99 a month. And the Spectrum Business Connect phone system with video conferencing for $19.99 a month to get a free mobile line for 1 year. No nonsense, just business.
I cannot live without it.
Visit spectrum.com/business or call 866-524-1116 today. Hey, Nashville business owners, stop overpaying for internet, phone, and mobile service. Switch to Spectrum Business and get our best deal in Nashville for small businesses. Get blazing fast internet speeds of 600 megabits per second for just $49.99 a month. Add Spectrum Business Connect phone system for just $19.99 per month and get a free mobile line for 1 year. That's faster internet, phone, and a free mobile line for 1 year. Make the switch to Spectrum Business. Call today, 866-558-0001.
Week 9 of the USFL kicks off Saturday noon Eastern on Fox. Michigan takes on Pittsburgh, and action continues Sunday as Philly battles New Jersey at 7. As your replay Saturday and Sunday on Fox. Well, Regan, how about team communication on the 11?
Like all kinds of stuff going on down here at pit road. The 11 car, they've actually lost internet on the pit box, which means pretty much every team up and down pit road has lost that same internet. They use that to communicate back and forth to the war zones, or war stations, back in North Carolina. So something to keep an eye on as this race plays out.
Well, we weren't the only ones.
No.
Everybody here lost something.
Technical difficulties across the board. So 2 tires for Blaney, Logano, Allmendinger, Truex, Bowman, and Kyle Busch. They will start in the first 6 positions, having taken just
All right,
2
you're coming
tires.
to the green. Ready. Green flag.
Not Michael McDowell exciting. There you go. He's who I'm watching. He's right back in this thing.
Last year's winner, Logano, can never count him out.
Look how beautiful that is, man. Green flag. All lined up and going at it.
Hold him up, Brett.
3 wide, of course.
That's Harvick.
And that's Tyler Reddick in the McDonald's car. He's coming to town after that spin early. Kyle Busch on the outside of Martin Truex. You know, Suarez has got a hot ride. He's up inside the top 10 going after Denny Hamlin on the low side.
Oh, this is a whole new race for that one.
What a great opportunity for Montrez Jr.
Not bad.
You're good.
Just landed right there, Matt. All his track position down. 2-tire stop. Hard on the brake by Kyle Busch. You know, to get that position, he really dove in the hard, use those brakes up.
Look at that big push by Hamlin on the back of Allmendinger. That's Daytona stuff right there. Allmendinger with just 2 tires. Hamlin with 4 trying to get by. Suarez with 4.
Mikey, these straightaways are so long that you go riding for a little bit. So you kind of get that draft in effect. Let me hit him. Let me make some time up.
All right, Carson Hocevar checked and released at the Infield Care Center. And a very promising debut until a brake rotor broke going into turn 1.
But for him, that kid was doing a whale of a job.
That was fun to watch, wasn't it? Wow, look at these moves. That's 4 tires versus 2 right there. Cut and thrust.
Yeah, you can still hold strong on that outside with Allmendinger. I mean, you know, wasn't the best car. And Truex was definitely a top 3 or 4 car there. So these 2 tires are holding on just fine. And you start looking at that towards the end of the race as an option, without a doubt.
And that upper groove is an option. As you see Kyle Busch, he's like that up there today.
Yeah, that 11, Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch, they're going at it. That's one of the good battles of the day.
Jamie?
And what a day Carson Hocevar had going. Kenny Wallace, Clint Boyer saying that you were doing everything right except for your eyes are being open. But how would you assess your first time in a Cup car today up to that point?
I mean, I thought it was great. I had a blast. Just so thankful for opportunity. I don't have a job for next year. I know Alan East and Cody Eval are sitting there wants me to run for them, and I'll forever run a race or however many. But man, I'm just so thankful. They gave me the opportunity for Rears of Beauty. Gave me the opportunity to drive a Xfinity car, and now I was driving a Cup car. I was running 16th. I was just so surreal. First time ever. I thought we were going to have a good day and be a good spot, but Drew Luger, Celsius, Ryan Sparks, you know, hopefully that call for a Cup ride isn't the only one I get by.
No worries, it won't be. You're going to see a lot more of this young man.
Keep driving like that, that's for sure.
You know what I like? He said, I was running 16th. That tells me how tough NASCAR is. That's a big moment for that kid.
That's right. It tells you just how big a moment it is. I really like how he sold himself, and I tell the young kids you got to do it. He reminded me of that. I was running 16th. That's a good reminder.
Ready.
He is not on to it.
All right, big driver.
That's what we appreciate that.
Back there, just at the top of the screen.
Still there.
I'm just so impressed with
Oh shit. They're still rubbing each other. Forgot I didn't have my headset on. I wonder I couldn't hear nobody.
You know, before you grab gear, it gets you down that long straight. What a great race.
.26 to go in stage 2 of the back line. Blaney holding on to a 1.3 second lead on Kyle Busch. Here we are, months into the season, and already with years worth of drama. Big names are back doing big things, even if it's for new teams. Well, the 24 isn't afraid to wear a couple new hats. And that's for the crazy. No real clean. It's coming in fast, so you gotta keep your head on the swivel. For every purpose, for every path, every soul, for every season, there's a Ram.
Now during Ram season, get 10% below MSRP on the 2023 Ram 1500.
Your house is lovely.
Thank you. I need to introduce you to someone. He was telling me how Geico makes it easy to save on homeowners insurance, so I was thinking...
Will. Hello, old friend.
So you have met.
Years ago, we both had big dreams about saving people money on their homeowners insurance. Yeah. Look at us now. Your house is lovely. Yeah, I just said that. Okay, nobody heard you. I did hear you.
Geico makes it easy to save on homeowners insurance.
Are you a new AT&T customer looking to upgrade your phone? Your trust locked into your contract for 3 years. And your phone is locked into their network too. No 2-year upgrade for you, Jonathan. But T-Mobile has a way out. Introducing the Easy Unlock. Bring your AT&T locked phone and T-Mobile will pay it off and give you one of the latest 5G smartphones free. Plus, next time you're upgrade ready, 2 years versus 3. You're free now, little one. So are you. Just so we're clear, I did trip on purpose. A comedy. Free your phone now at T-Mobile.
The Subway series is elevating your favorite sub. Why mess with the sweet onion teriyaki, Chuck? Man, this ain't messing. It's perfecting. With marinated chicken and double cheese. Sweet and savory. Kind of like you and me, Chuck. My baby. Try the refresh favorites at Subway today.
Saturday on Fox. The Bottom Curse. The Brushbacks. The Bench Cleaners. The Brawls. The Walk-Offs. A new season. A new chapter. The same rivalry. Red Sox, Yankees, Saturday at 7:30 Eastern on Fox. There's a thin line in the NASCAR Xfinity Series between being the name they know and being the name they'll never forget. 21 laps to go in stage second, with Hamlin 2.3 seconds back. Let's take a Sunday on NASCAR. Rank it up on FS1.
Dover with stages set up, still on the race. This motherfucker's going hard.
Are you racing right now?
No, I'm watching the race. They got that NASCAR Turn It Up thing. They're not doing right.
16 to go in stage 2, and the lead remains right close to 1 second. Ryan Blaney.
Blaney's still leading Busch by a second. Fucking Blaney's on point.
Non-winning streak of a year and a half for the life of Team Penske, doubling up for the weekend, the Indy 500 and the Coca-Cola 600. For the first time ever.
Yes, he is. And Kyle Busch right behind him, taking advantage of those 4 tires, 2 fastest cars on the track.
Those two started on the front row. You got to go back another second and a half to find Denny Hamlin.
And Denny's rolling in the 3rd position, not making any ground though. And behind him, Willie B is coming.
I can't remember if that Evil Ogre dude. I remember we used to race with him a long time ago.
He's the real deal.
I just don't know if he was good shit I remember or bad.
Talent is getting better and better every year.
I know.
In 5.8 seconds off the lead, Joey Logano, last year's winner here.
You don't have to look far back to find 6. Here comes Daniel Suarez. Got the pressure on him.
Give it a couple more seconds.
This is the next one is the one I like the most. Just keep going down through them. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. running 7.
I wish they did it like grid, you know, if you see a buddy on you, you jump in the session and just give you a car.
The job they're doing in 47 cars.
5 top 10s so far this season for Stenhouse. That equals his total for
Stenhouse,
2021
like 15
and 2022.
And there's my guy who I've been watching, Martin Truex Jr., but we followed on a little bit of a hard time.
4 or 5 of them.
Now Martin slipped back a little bit and doesn't seem to be able to gain on those guys ahead of him. Ricky Stenhouse just got around him.
Kevin Harvick, he says this is his last year, but he's driving like he's going to drive 10 more years. So he's going to be up here in the booth with you all, but boy, he is holding a pretty wheel. He is still a race car driver.
10th is Ross Chastain, 9.4 seconds off the lead after that skirmish with Michael McDowell back at lap 54. He's held on to a spot in the top 10.
Or he could have been the record.
Wait a minute, which one?
I'm Dr.
Some
Kyle
guy
Busch.
moves.
I mean, she's the Kyle Larson. What I love, Mike, is that he's recovered. I mean, he was all out to lunch, nowhere to be found, and now he's driven right up to the front.
You're going to have to sell this quick because I got to sell Bowman. Bowman right there behind him. But, Bobby, can he take it away? Here comes the other one.
Let's go, Kyle.
Side lane, Reddick. I love this. We're talking about it. As we go down the straightaway, you know Reddick's going to go high. If he doesn't, I'll be surprised.
Is that Reddick?
Yeah, there he goes. Riding high. Tyler Reddick.
Back up at 8th place. Harvick bouncing back here, trying to. Martin Truex.
Alright, fuck it. We'll run it with this.
And Harvick makes the pass with 11 to go in stage 2.
Maybe I should just do shootouts, but I was wanting to do some power racing.
On the lead lap here. Regan.
Well, Mike just updated the 47 car just 10 rounds. He started off this race lacking some grip and drive off with the race car, but right now this run, he likes the car set. His grip's better, everything's going well in the 47 right now.
I like that.
Because I can't remember, somebody told him pump him up, and the Eagles were saying
Big time results out of that
pump him down.
Daytona 500 winner.
You know, it's one thing winning the Daytona 500, but he is following it up. You know, they always say there's a
I put mine between D and the S.
Daytona 500 because the rest of the year doesn't turn out real well, but he is really doing it week after week.
And I don't mean any disrespect by saying overachieving. I'm telling you, I've been to that shop. I've also been to Hendrick Motorsports. And there's a difference. There's a big time difference. And when you're running in front of some of those cars, buddy, you're doing something right.
Doing something right now is Kyle Busch. He is eaten into Blaney's lead. It was a second at the last commercial break. It's now down under 0.4 of a second. Busch is there.
Martin Truex continuing to fall back. He's back in the 2 spot now. Got those 2 tires, and I just don't think it's working for him. We'll probably see everybody take 4 at this stage pretty much.
I think it did. It's just time it ran too long. If you caught caution right there, 25, 30 laps in, you can get it too long.
Regan, how about Truex?
Well, you guys are exactly correct. He came on the radio on about lap 127 and said, guys, I just ran out of tires. We've reported after that that it's gotten very tight in the center and loose off the corners.
Is that live?
Regan, we just saw that loose off.
It's my dog, 1 second.
Uh-oh. Like I said, I'm just doing this practicing.
You go down this long straightaway, side by side and side. I'm not playing chicken. I'm not ready. We all run a lot of laps here. You done that straightaway, you're like, sure hope he lives soon. Yeah, I'm better than you are.
For 21st place, Christopher Bell has been going at it with Austin Cindric. Now, Bell finished 11th in stage 1, but had a 15-second pit stop. So he restarted, 21st. Hasn't gained a spot.
I think it's because he's beside the 2 car the whole time. They haven't been able to get anywhere.
So of the top 9, only Blaney and Logano took 2 tires. Everybody else got 4. So worked out fine for the Penske cars, not so well for others.
Not really sure why, but there's some hardcore racing ramping up like right now. I don't know if it's...
That's those 2 cars falling back even further and further, right? That's the car going situation that happens with only 6 to go, 5 to go in the stage here. Like I said, I like to play.
That ain't
It's
laggy,
needed and it worked. You learn what you needed to do.
Huh?
You know the number of laps that you can make that play work.
I don't think so.
Another spot for Ricky Stenhouse.
This one was just a few laps too long.
6th place for Stenhouse now. 6 cars at the front of the field with just 2 tires on that last stop.
Mike, I teased Ricky Stenhouse in a good way. I said, why does it seem like you're always finishing 7th? That's a really good thing. Today is a shot to be better than 7th.
Right. Let's see what happens when I pump him down.
Racer there, searching around for some grip, right?
Yeah, he's over there in Tri-City Speedway, 10 minutes from here on Thursday night. He was running an open wheel midget car, lost the left front wheel, but he's a racer. He'll race anything. There's me right now. Taking all the way to the finals in Phoenix. Yeah, and that ain't no bad though. That was my point too, bragging on him, but I think he's getting better now every week. You run 7th every week before you know it, you'll be running 5th, top 5, and then here comes the wins.
Well, other than clean air on the nose, Ryan Blaney must know something these other drivers don't, because the 2 tires have prevailed for him.
Here's a battle for a point. Every point matters. See, when it comes down to the wire in those playoffs, every point matters.
Temple has 1 stage point at stake with 2 to go in stage 2.
20 laps into this race, Kyle Larson wasn't thinking about me. Stage points. He was so off the pace, and they dialed that car right in.
And isn't that the sign of a championship, Mikey? I mean, he's in trouble, and now he's out of trouble, and now he's, you know, and like you said, these are points for a championship.
No, I pump those tires down. It's like I'm
Remember, under the hood of that race
in the title.
so the wholesale changes to the five got that guy far capable of driving right back up to the top.
And at the Country All-Star race, 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
All right, final lap of the stage.
Getting the ball at this point. Ryan Blaney.
Ryan Blaney going for his 2nd stage win of the season. He got his first last week in the 3rd stage out of 4. And he's going to grab one here over Kyle Busch by less than 4/10 of a second. Busch closes right to his bumper, and there's the flag. 1 more lap, might have been a different finish. That is the end of stage 2. Ryan Blaney out in front of Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin, and Byron and Daniel Suarez.
I feel like I was doing better on the other side.
And I got to work. Literally every moment of the day, I just drove. And now I can confidently say that I'm one of the top drivers in this industry.
Sergeant got herself tonight. Go ahead.
Who's that?
Sergeant.
Headhunter? How do we still know so little about the ocean? It makes no sense.
Ooh, look, she's watching the video box.
How does she still have cable when Hulu plus Live TV has over 85 live channels plus access to Disney Plus and ESPN Plus? Two-legged folks.
I make no
See
sense.
what happens on this.
Switch to Hulu plus Live TV. It makes sense.
Pumping
Hey,
back up for
you
it.
guys talking about me?
She
The Doritos Cool Ranch Papadilla. It's the best idea ever.
Oh, come on. The Doritos Cool Ranch Papadilla was my idea. I did that. Don't play yourself.
The Doritos Cool Ranch Papadilla.
Genius.
Golden Times has never tasted so very delicious.
A murder of Jonah.
Prime Food Kitchen premieres this Monday on Fox.
Every shelter pet deserves a second chance. And you're making it possible for thousands of them every day. Because every time you feed your pet Phil, you help feed a shelter pet. Which helps make them healthy and happy and more adoptable. Changing their life forever so they can change yours. Science did that.
The family's visit to the forest inspired a beautiful question. Am I a tree? You told me to stand tall. You told me to stay rooted. I think I am a tree. My child, of course I am. So what kind of tree would you be? The kind to hug, or the kind to climb? Doesn't matter what you choose, so long as you choose to be a tree that's kind.
Make the forest part of your story. And partner near you. Find one at discoverforest.org.
Yeah, fine. Welcome back to St. Louis, stage 2 in the books. Ryan Blaney is stage winner. Well, this unique oval has presented its challenges, and one of those is upshifting and downshifting. Fifth, fourth, third, fourth, fifth. There's a lot to do, as Larry McReynolds can show us with our Toyota Cutaway car.
You know, Mike, even though we're at a mile-and-a-quarter oval, they're still going to be doing a lot of shifting today. So let's go in our Toyota Tech Center and take a look at our Toyota Cutaway car with the 5-speed sequential shifter. Now, the handle is still to the right side of the driver. Actually, that's pretty simple.
simple. Now to upshift, you just keep pulling the shifter back. First, second, third, fourth, fifth. To downshift, you just push it ahead, which is what they'll be doing in the corner. You see the rod, it goes through the firewall to the gearbox in the rear. So actually, once again, a pretty simple system. And you know what? Entering these corners at over 160 miles per hour, when you downshift the third's not a bad thing to slow the car down.
That's what I tell you. That transaxle has impressed me. The gearbox and the rear axle all in one sealed unit. We did see a failure or two last year in the very early going, but I think this is probably its biggest test today.
These things are tested bulletproof, in my opinion, and it's really changed the game. You don't have mistakes. You don't have it get locked in between the gates. Saw a few times guys get used to not downshifting going the wrong way, but been a very tested, tough, tried and true product.
You know, if you talk about brake problems and how hard we use these brakes here at St. Louis down into turn one especially, without that downshift, we would even have bigger problems. That really helps slow the car down, and these guys can be more aggressive because of that.
So pit road should be open this time, Bob. We saw some gamblers with two tires, and really the only one it worked out for was Blaney.
I love the intensity. You know they're nervous, but you have to overcome that nervous energy.
You're nervous because the pressure's on. Between those two cars alone right there, it's going to come down, and we've seen it with Byron and Larson before. Whoever beats who out of the pits could be your winner. The pit area and this pit road is going to be very important. Oh, by the way, do not speed behind the wheel of this car.
Blaney.
Blaney lost his pit selection, but the cars immediately in front and behind.
Yeah, Blaney's he just won stage 2. Bush right behind him, second place. And Denny Hamlin and
He's got to put it right on the mark.
Couldn't remember who's behind him.
Of the pit stop could go down.
He was so lucky with that 6
he was fucking crying his ass off last week.
All right, here we go, Jamie.
Well, park his car.
Into the top 5, it's been a rough 4 weeks for him, finishing 15th or worse.
See if you got Chastain.
For this team, 4 tires here, good balance overall. Doesn't feel like he was good on the long run as the guys around him. Ryan Blaney in the 12, just bottom line, keep turning through the middle. That is inside
Yeah, I'm just.
tires. Good 12, Regan.
Yes, practice that, and it's over.
He's free in the middle of 1 and 2, and off of 2 in particular. In the 8-car, Kyle Busch lets 15 to 18. It starts to get loose off, and then it starts getting tighter center after that.
All right, there's a race off pit road sponsored by Ram. Willie B, how about this? Tyler Reddick and William Byron. And Reddick gambles with 2 tires.
Reddick, man.
There's Austin Cindric, who picks up.
We can keep the car together. He might do that.
That's an amazing pit stop for the 24 team. Remember last week at Charlotte, we said that pit box is why they had such great stops. They just performed on an even playing field. What an awesome stop for those guys.
Well, Kenny Wallace, St. Louis native, now back living in St. Louis, racing out here. Love your enthusiasm for the sport. Thanks for sharing it with us. Where are we going to see you racing next?
So I'm a local guy now, Mike, so you can see me at Tri-City Speedway on Friday nights, or Highland Speedway, Highland, Illinois, on Saturdays.
You said you were retiring. I've read it myself on social media.
It's a really good deal. Listen, I want to thank all of you. Mike, thanks for loving me, asking me to do this. All you guys, I just love racing.
You're my buddy. You're my buddy,
Ken Shredder.
Kumbaya. There's times I wanted to wreck y'all, but I love you right now.
All right, Kenny Wallace, thank you.
Oh, Kenny Wallace, my bad. Yeah, he actually got to drive. He drove the 96 car, year 96, that number 2 car at the beginning of the race. That shit was cool. Park in 96. It looked bad as park out there on the track. That's what they need to do. They should circulate some of those older cars and kind of like you know how they do the All-Star race? Do an exhibition race in the older model cars. That'd be cool as fuck. I'm gonna take a piss.
Your pride and joy is measured in hands. Keep them moving their fast with the Kubota lineup. Versatile sidekick utility vehicles. The #1 rated tractor brand for durability and owner experience. Professional grade mowers for a professional cut. It's equipment built with one purpose.
to get the job done right.
USAA? Yeah. They have awesome rates on coverage for our car, home, and stuff. She has a lot of stuff.
Dad.
A lot of cool stuff, honey. But USAA also has banking, credit cards, and loans. Plus advice and other perks.
Only for emergencies. Thanks, Mom.
And it's all in one spot. So we know she's all set because we've got USAA.
USAA, more than you might think, for the military community and their families.
When the sun goes down, the lights come on, and NASCAR stars shine under the lights. A free massive fireworks show on Independence Day, a weekend of concerts, and a pair of prime-time NASCAR showdowns. It's Atlanta's can't-miss summer event, the quickest day 400 available at Walmart. Get your tickets to Atlanta's night race at AtlantaMotorspeedway.com. Lights, camera, engines.
The sports world loves the USFL. Here we go. This is the gridiron phenomenon that fans are going crazy for. Real pros, real football for real fans. The USFL action kicks off next Saturday at noon Eastern and next Sunday night at 7 on Fox. There's a thin line in the NASCAR Xfinity Series between being a name they know and being a name they'll never forget.
Next Sunday is the NASCAR Cup Series Fox season finale. It's the 11-turn roller coaster of chaos in Wine Country, California. The Toyota State Farm 353 race at 3 p.m. Eastern. Green flag at 3 Eastern only on Fox. Jamie McMurray will join Clint Boyer and me to call the race, where Daniel Suarez picked up his first ever Cup Series victory 1 year ago.
A little bit bittersweet. Such a fun weekend to get out there. I don't like leaving, right? It's hard to toss the handy old ball over, but looking forward to doing that to the NBC guys and Odell Jr., Jeff Burton, all of our buddies, Rick Allen. They're locked and loaded and ready for their side of the ball, or their side of it. But Sonoma, man, fun weekend. What a blast.
So there's been fiber issues and trouble with data transmission and reception outside the track. Regan, how are the teams dealing with it?
Yeah, Mike, we touched on it earlier in the race about the fact they didn't have the internet. What that means, they don't have SMT data, they don't have timing and scoring on the pit boxes, they don't have anything they're accustomed to. Keep that in mind if this turns into a fuel mileage race. They use that SMT data to predict how much fuel they're going to have. It's going to be old school. These guys are going to have calculators and pens out down here.
They're going to wish they had Larry Mack on pit road.
We won't be able to see what they're doing.
William Byron's pit stop was the fastest one of the entire day, so he is up there on the front row with Tyler Reddick for this restart, Blaney and Hamlin, Suarez and Busch, Stenhouse and Harvick, Cindric and Logano, the top 10. We're back to green.
Optical.
Can Byron clear? Yes. Makes that bottom work. That's 2 cars right there that we thought.
Where's that paper? Let's see, where did the paper at? Oh, I gotta turn that down. Look at that. No, not bad.
He's been fast all day, Clint. Moved up through the field, doing a good job.
So the 2-tire cars on this last stop are Reddick.
Alright, and back to the race.
Put that thing out front. He said, tell you, the racing from 20th on back here is better than it is up front. Oh, we have 32 lead lap cars, and they are really going at it.
Those guys are desperate, Mike. They got to make something happen.
It's hard to explain to somebody that you raced way harder for 25th than you did for the lead, but it's so true.
15th place, Christopher Bell, battling a new dad for the second time, Austin Dillon. They welcomed his daughter, Whitney welcomed a daughter this week, Blaze.
And I welcome to the dad, the Girl Dad Club.
Oh, yeah.
Mike Gibbs has been quiet today, hasn't he? Clancy kind of wondered how he would perform here. Hasn't had much to talk about yet.
No, and I thought, you know, when you have a teammate, Hamlin, with the speed that he showed in his car, you know, maybe that it'd be able to look over at nose after practice and qualifying and mire to something, but that's just not the case.
Here Jones and
off for them.
43 car bumping into the top 20.
18th for Jones now. And here's Byron, your leader. 0.6 of a second ahead of Hamlin. William Byron has not finished outside the top 5 since April.
Unbelievable. Kenny talked about what a great short track racer he was coming up through the ranks, and just an amazing driver. From the time we got him in the trucks to Xfinity, you just knew it was something special.
Well, the only one that's really been able to hold the speed to his level is Larson, his teammate, right? But we just showed you the beat. I mean, it's the worst heartbeat you've ever seen. He's running at 180 beats per minute, where, you know, Byron's just steady 80 consistent every week.
Larson was on a defib when this thing started, and now he's fought his way inside the top 10. What an effort for that team. Can he get up to the top 5? Sledding gets pretty tough when you race inside the top 10.
It is. When you keep moving this direction and keep finding little things like you have, keep grinding this thing out, that's exactly what championship teams do.
He and Cliff Daniels starting to remind me a lot of Jimmy Johnson and Chad Knaus. No matter how bad they start the day, they always are able to make that far better as the day goes on. It's very rare that they end up in the same place where they started if they're not up there in the top 10 at the beginning.
That's a great comparison, Mike. Special relationships. When you got a driver like Kyle Larson, it just makes for fantastic results.
Well, even with all the on-track activity this week, including the Truck Series, the track temperature is now the lowest it's been all week. It's finally under 100 degrees.
Well, you know, inching in on 7 o'clock at night here in the Midwest, and that is that's a game changer. You know, if we would have started this race when we needed to, without those lightning strikes hot and slick out, this track would have been definitely different.
What a day it's been for McDowell. Had a spin, went to the back, had contact with the wall, took 2 tires, didn't work. Now he's got all the way up to the 14th position. Good rally for this team.
And again, they took 2 tires on this stop.
Making it work now. Chris Buescher in the 17. I talked a lot about him today. He's made his way in the top 20 and trying to get more.
Now, he's lost a couple of spots here in the last 15 laps to Jones and now Cindric with Burton right there.
Starting to get some movement up front. Busch around Reddick. That's that 2 tires starting to wear down on him. Slipping back a little bit with Reddick. But I tell you, Denny Hamlin getting a little bigger in William Byron's mirror for the lead.
Hamlin 0.4 of a second back. For about the last lap, it's been between 4 and 0.5 of a second. And now he cuts the margin even further.
And roll that middle just a little bit better in both ends.
"77 laps to go in St. Louis. William Byron leading for Team Hendrick and Chevrolet."
Chicago's seen it all, but it's never experienced anything quite like this. A 2-day racing and music festival featuring the Chainsmokers, Miranda Lambert, the Black Crowes, and Charlie Crockett. It's NASCAR in the streets of Chicago, and so much more. The Chicago Street Race Weekend. For tickets and experiences, visit NASCARChicago.com.
Mom, can we go inside and get ice cream and see where we live? What about the zip lines? We gotta ride zip lines. And the animals. They have animals, Mom. Oh, and VR.
Junior, I promise, you can do it all.
Woohoo! Best day ever!
This is ready to go online. Any questions?
Yeah, I got one. How about the best network imaginable? Let's invent that.
That's what we do here.
Quick survey. Who wants their internet to work pretty much everywhere? And it needs to run smooth, like super smooth.
Hey, should you be drinking that?
It's decaf. Because we're busy women. We don't have time for lag or buffering. Who doesn't want internet that helps AI do your homework even faster?
Come again? Sorry, what was that?
Introducing the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
Okay, cut it.
Ray Magliozzi here. When you need parts, eBay Motors ensures a guaranteed fit. Let's see, you'll need headlights and a bumper. At least you can skip the car wash. Just go to eBay Motors. The check means a guaranteed fit. That's right.
I need to try it first.
Yeah. Hey, Gracie, tell Mom and Dad they gotta see the living quarters. They are awesome.
Mom, Dad, Junior wants to show you something up on deck 3.
Right now? We just started.
Don't worry, we have plenty of time.
It's the Bell in first. Home for summer, 2-0. But here comes Monty's moving on the outside. The Bell holding strong. The Bell, Monty's moving. Oh, it's the Bell. The Bell, Monty's moving. Sensational race.
Months into the season, and already a year's worth of drama. It's coming in fast, so you better keep your head on a swivel.
All right, let's look at today's race summary, sponsored by Mother's Polish. We have 72 laps to go. 168 of 240 laps are complete. We've had 5 different leaders. Ryan Blaney has led the most, 63 laps so far today. And we've had 5 caution flags, counting the 2 stage breaks. The only car out of the race is Carson Hocevar, who exploded a brake rotor. And we have 32 cars on the lead lap, all the way back to B.J. McLeod.
There's our battle for 5th, Mike, and it's lined up behind Tyler Reddick. He's got them stacked up, and the first one to get around is Daniel Suarez.
Yeah, he's definitely to the backside of this 2-tire operation, and call that they went for, needing a caution pretty desperately bad pretty soon for Tyler Reddick.
So William Byron got the lead now with Denny Hamlin.
By the way,
net gain, right?
Yes, absolutely.
We've really only had one short run all day. After the end of stage 1 at lap 45, we restarted. The caution came out right away. That didn't even count as a short run. So it's all been dependent upon long run speed today.
And that's how close things are for the lead.
Sixth place, Joey Logano. Passing Tyler Reddick. Here's that double downshift, fifth, fourth, third. Christopher Bell has had quite a run. He restarted 22nd. He is up to 13th. Make that 12th with his pass of Alex Bowman.
And we know we've seen how difficult passing is. You make that many in this short of laps. That's a fast Toyota.
Ooh, did you see Harvick sliding up behind them guys? Very loose on top of the racetrack, Kevin Harvick.
Whoa, that was a squeeze play, wasn't it? Joey Logano shut the door.
Clear, I said near, no clear. But that was really close.
You saw
Stenhouse Jr.
You saw Harvick wiggling around.
Man, he was so loose in the corner. There he is, off the corner loose, sideways.
Just outside the top 10, Martin Truex running 11th. Regan.
Well, Mike, the 19-car Martin Truex, they feel like they've actually got a piece of brake rotor from that earlier caution with Carson Hocevar stuck in the splitter of that car. He's kind of fizzled out right now. Can't move his way forward like he was early in the race. That may be a big part of it. He also just had to turn the rear tires off. Jamie?
And a couple spots behind him, Alex Bowman in the 48 started this race 18th up to 13th now. When they put two tires on it, he lost all the handling, so they brought him in that last stop with four tires on it, made adjustments. But I talked to Alex about his comeback last week after missing a few races with that broken vertebrae. He said, I was fine in the race car, but I was sore all week long, and I did not expect that. He said, I've been stretching, but there's nothing else I can do. In the car, I'm fine, but I know this next week is going to be soreness.
Thanks for the update. Kyle Larson has broken into the top 10, trying to gain a couple more spots.
Somebody's in the wall again. It's Reddick. I saw it right in front of those guys. Saw the smoke. I think it's the exact same situation. Now, he wasn't too tired out here, but I think you're looking at the same exact thing. Running 7th, just like Carson Hocevar.
Good caution, man.
I saw the smoke in those guys' screen there, and man, sure enough, Reddick.
Now, this caution is a break for William Byron. On the team radio, they had a concern that he might have a right front tire rub for the 24.
Maybe working his way through some of that lap traffic. I don't see anything.
Okay, here he comes down. Who's exact same thing as Hocevar. I'm going to tell you that's a brake rotor as well.
Just a violent explosion right there. And look at him hugging that wall.
Look at the shrapnel coming out from behind there.
That's so smart of those guys to hug that wall and not go up into it at an angle.
Takes me back to Pocono a long time ago. Jimmy Johnson had the same thing happen. Spun down below. Man, it was the worst wreck I think I've ever seen. It was right in my lap.
Jamie?
When you see the 45 of Tyler Reddick, they just told him to bring it down into the pit box. Let's get tires on it, and then we'll take it back to the garage. But he certainly confirmed what you guys saw. Brake rotor explosion there.
He was the one needing a caution. Didn't need to be the caution. I'll tell you, a lot of brake rotor, a lot of shrapnel in front of those cars. Remember the 14 car ran through that, knocked a hole in the radiator. That 47, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., those guys were right behind him when that happened. Keep an eye on those cars.
Greg Galding will get the free pass for the second caution in a row here.
I'm going to tell you, 65 to go. This is setting up the money stop.
But you got to get 4 here, don't you?
There's the brake rotor. See all the pieces broke? Hot, hot, hot. Be careful kicking them things. Look how big that rotor is. Hard to believe that thing would break.
We talked a lot about that heavy braking into turn 1, and that's just another example of just a little bit too much.
The brake's much bigger on this 7th gen car than what we had before, because with the 18-inch diameter wheel that we now have, that BBS forged alloy wheel, there's room for much bigger brakes than we ever had before.
The one caveat to all of that conversation, you want these brake temperatures, they optimize at a certain temperature, right? That's where they find the most grip. What they don't like is getting hot to there and then cold and then hot to there. And with these long straightaways at this racetrack and the brake pressure that they apply after that, that's really hard on these brakes, obviously, with 2 failures today.
Kevin Harvick last race here, last year, same exact thing happened. Roles reversed, just getting into 3 instead of 1. That's a pretty bad place for that to happen.
It's scary.
As soon as you lay your foot on the brake, that thing goes to the floor. Oh, you along for the ride.
But again, thank goodness it happens on the straightaway where the driver's up close to the wall and can ride that wall into turn number 1 instead of having to shoot up and across the racetrack from the bottom into that barrier.
You know, Clint, you mentioned the money stop. What about, I talked about Byron's team, getting them that track position. What will we see here? I think you've got to get 4 tires, 64 laps. The guys can make it from here. So this is a big moment of the race here coming on pit road.
Oh, I think you're definitely taking 4 tires. Hey, here's the deal. No mistakes. That's what I mean by the money stop. Do not beat yourself here. Them boys have been money. How many times was that? 5 or 6 times they capitalized last week on that number 1 stall, put old Willie B out front, and 24 cars. Those guys are strong. 6 times last week.
They got him the lead.
Unbelievable.
And Michael, you're right. We're within the window now where the teams can make it from here after this stop all the way to the finish at lap 240.
And it wasn't just because of that number 1 stall either. They were busting off 9-second stops.
Everybody wanted to complain about that one, the first pit stop because of that. That team just showed everybody here with that last stop on pit road that they got the lead with them, that it wasn't just a pit stall.
My man's done broke down here.
They had, the 24 team had 3 of the fastest 6 stops of the entire season last week.
I think they just had one of the fastest ones this season. Last stop. Can they do it again?
Rudy Fugel's the crew chief. Tyler Jones, the car chief. Jeff Cordero, Ryan Patton, Oren Osowski, Spencer Bishop, Landon Walker. That is the over-the-wall team for William Byron, the top of the pits.
Big reason why he's been so consistent. When you can rely on that pit crew to get you up front and gain spots on pit road, goes a long ways. Jamie?
A lot of discussion, Clint, on 2 or 4 tires. Travis Mack and Daniel Suarez going back and forth. They think
Jamie?
4 tires
He said
probably
Jamie
be the
right
call
when I said that.
here. The 12 of Brian Blaney said, let's take a big swing at it here. Let's get on the other side of it. Free me up. Get me to turn better so we can win this race. 4 tires there.
Oh, here? Well, let me go light this thing
His
first.
race car is also pretty good right now. Just a little free and clean air for him, so to leave it alone in the 11 and Denny Hamlin. A little bit better from the last run. Just still needs that little bit of late exit grip.
Kyle Larson, 2 tires.
Oh, shit.
7 positions gained on pit
Are
road.
you kidding?
Michael McDowell, another 2-tire change, picks up 9 spots.
Yeah, he had contact with Blaney coming out of the pits.
Are they ever going to give Michael McDowell 4 tires, or does he always have to have 2?
Sure hope it turns out better than it did last time.
62 laps to go in St. Louis.
We've come a long way in 125 years. From dirt tracks to super speedway and every track in between. Never backing down. Pushing boundaries and giving it everything we've got. Yeah, we've come a long way, but there's still a lot more road to run. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR.
Time to slip in. Alrighty up. Get this paper. Looking good, dog. He said, how do you do all this stuff? Skechers, baby. Shoes made for all walks of life. Look at these seats. They're great.
Yeah, kind of thought I had the aisle, but...
Hot nuts, popcorn, bundling savings. Hot nuts and popcorn and savings. Just like bundling your home car with Geico.
Yeah, in fact, hot nuts are like home insurance.
I get it. The Geico explained it pretty clearly. Whoa!
Hey, I know you.
Yeah, hi.
Not you. The guy who helped me bundle my home and car. He's great.
Thanks, mate. I appreciate it.
Probably thought you were somebody else.
Okay.
See how much you could save by bundling with Geico.
Time to meet your team.
Race. Be part of something greater.
Wendy's Strawberry Frosty is back for the summer, so Tyler's been spending a lot of Frosty time outside.
Ooh. What?
Bro, you look like a strawberry.
It'll even out.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's. Now open late. Come on, Charlie!
Get crafts, sporting goods, restaurants, and the future of NASCAR all from your neighborhood. DoorDash.
I'm a little bit of a nerd when it comes to landscaping. I've studied soil down to the microbes. It's that level of detail I bring to my work, to my business. Straight lines and a healthy ecosystem is what I'm all about.
The Bush Guide, cold and smooth survival skills. If you encounter a black bear, do not run. Instead, speak firmly in a loud voice. And for the mountains.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our fans for your support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
Shall we? Cut that off for a minute.
60 laps to go at Worldwide Technology Raceway in Illinois, in the shadow of the Gateway Arch of St. Louis.
Well, they finally made it to the front.
Yeah, Kyle Larson.
That's amazing.
Just that. We have a man down on pit road, and we believe it's from Eric Jones' crew. Went down during that stop, being treated by the AMR safety team on pit road at the head end of pit road. Pit stall number 2.
What the hell is going on? A member of his team?
Details when they become
available. For your drink.
Always a scary situation on these tight pit roads, any pit road. It's not necessarily just because it's tight, it's just a lot going on down there. We have
Damn good race.
A lot of cars in the lead lap. It's just a lot going on pit road.
So with pit road blocked by the safety equipment, we'll stay under caution here for another lap or 2.
It's supposed to have been a short race. Look how long it's been.
See Denny Hamlin.
2 rain delays and all these cautions.
Ahead of William Byron, along with Larson on those 2 tires.
So Tyler Reddick joins Carson Hocevar out of the race, both for exploding brake rotors at the end of the front straightaway. Chase Briscoe 49 laps down, Brad Keselowski 2 laps down with an engine miss, but slugging it out here. And everybody else on the lead lap, 32 lead lap cars as we come down inside the final 60 laps.
Okay, let's go back to the race on the pit road here, guys. A lot going on. We talked about that. 2 tires, 4 tires. Here come your 2 tires on Larson. The leader, Byron, you can see him back there on 4.
That's
Look how much better he beat Byron's team. That's two 4-tire stops right there. Byron a little bit off. A little bit slow on that 4-tire stop.
So Hamlin in second place now. Let's go back up to the other end of pit road where the safety crews are working, and Jamie.
Yeah, just an update on the injured crew member for Eric Jones's team. It's the front changer, Thomas Hatcher. So he was on the outside of the car. They just told me that the 3 of Austin Dillon cut inside the yellow box and clipped him, hit him actually head on square, they said. So we're not sure on the injuries right now. He was put in the ambulance, and we'll get further updates for you, Mike.
Thanks, Jamie. NASCAR has been working to cut down on teams cutting through the pit box immediately behind them. You'll see the orange lines.
Austin Dillon cut through the pit box and hit, what's his name's tire changer head on.
Orange triangle and not interfere
the pit crew member.
The car right behind them.
It was Austin Dillon who did it.
Looks like they've got a substitute maybe right there, kind of fill the in for them.
And that's somebody from Tyler Reddick's crew that they borrowed now that Reddick is out of the race.
How cool is that?
Yeah.
Helping a guy out, right? Always racers help each other when they're down and out. Reddick was out of the race because of his brake rotor issue. That guy come down and filled in. Hats off. That's what racers do. Look out for one another, Mikey.
Here's Reed.
Check the release from the infield curve center, Tyler. Any warning that was going to happen going into 1?
I'm good.
Slight. You know,
Man, he was doing good too. His fucking brake blew up. His rotor, boom, just blew up.
On our 2-tire strategy.
His whole fucking tire off.
I was concerned with the amount of laps that we had left that, you know, I was gonna have to start really giving up some.
He was he's running pretty fast too.
So I had a bad feeling that could be the outcome if I kept pushing hard. I should have just been on top of it a little bit more. Definitely had some signs of it happening, but obviously when it goes like that, you lose all brakes. So you just try and hang on and find the wall so you don't pound the thing. Thanks, Tyler.
He did just that.
Yes.
Up the wall.
Yeah, good that he's okay. He will finish 35th today. 2 tires for race leader Kyle Larson, for Austin Cindric in 22nd, and for Michael McDowell. As we get the restart here, McDowell in 5th place on a 2-tire strategy. 57 to go.
Huge jump for Larson.
Look at Byron pushing the shit out.
3 wide.
Definitely drove it off in the corner hard, but he walks
Oh.
the racetrack, opened the door.
Look at Blaney.
He needs a big push from Kyle Busch.
Kyle Busch and Larson finna check out. Denny Hamlin ain't gonna be able to catch up. Oh, Kyle's gonna make 3. Kyle's gonna try to pass him on the outside. And he takes it. Good shit, Kyle Busch.
That was a power move. Clear. Walks way up the racetrack.
And he still got it.
Right back on the inside comes Larson battling.
Number 8, run.
Use your pulse. He's got a ton of speed.
Still got him.
Talking about Kyle Busch.
Still got Larson.
He gets close. It's going to be dangerous. Hard to handle. Larson's on pretty strong on those 2 tires. I'm impressed.
First time he smelt the front of this field all day.
On those pit stops, Denny Hamlin 10.1 seconds, Kyle Busch 10.5.
If Kyle Busch can save his car, he's got this race wrapped up.
We talked about the money stop, and it took William from the lead and dropped him back.
Still got Logano back there too.
12th after that restart.
Look at him, he's starting to take off. They can't handle it. Oh! That's
Blaney up 2.
Oh, careful. Careful, Bubba. Big block on Kevin Harvick. Run him all the way down to the grass.
Put him in the wall, Harvick.
William Byron 3 wide in the middle of this mess.
Oh. He did not do good.
Could not hold the bottom.
The restart has not been pretty for William Byron in that 24 car.
Stuck in mid-pack now, back to 14th.
He's like, man, what happened? Where did my track position go? I was just leading this thing.
Is that the first time Bubba Wallace has cracked the top 10 today?
Yes, sir.
What a roll he's been on.
4 top 5s in a row.
He's picked up 2 since the restart, as has Ryan Blaney. Busch, Larson, Hamlin all start at the top 3. And how about McDowell? That 2-tire strategy did not work that well early for the 34, but here, McDowell restarted 5th, running 5th.
He started all this 2-tire fun.
Yeah.
Got spun out because of it, but man, let's be used to those 2 tires and it's making it work.
I think it works for a while. But man, I don't know if it's going to hold on.
60 laps.
Christopher Bell blocking him.
He's about 20 laps, and it flips the switch. They're going to have to go 60 here.
I think you're hoping for another caution if you're Larson, but you need it to go long enough.
Larson
you
didn't
need it
catch
to go
him.
long enough that everybody's forced to pit.
Come on,
And when
Dylan.
you're in Larson's position with a win in the bank or 2, why not gamble?
I love that. Gives us a lot of fun things to talk about and to watch as Hamlin is running up the track. And I think right now, Blaney's better.
Man, things have fallen to pieces for William Byron. 15th now, leading right before that caution. He's got to be so frustrated.
Running along right there behind Austin Dillon.
And just in front of Austin Cindric, who also took just 2 tires.
What about Larson? He's holding those
All
other
right,
2 up.
about 10 more laps, it might be even.
Right now, things are looking pretty good. What a gamble that is and what results are achieving right now.
going to be no caution.
It's going to work for a while. And then you're going to start, when that car starts slipping and sliding around, it just gets worse, just picks up instantly.
Sun went down.
Somewhere around 25 to 30 laps for the other guys.
It didn't even rain on them. It was just lightning. They were calling it for lightning.
It looked like Carb has rebounded and starting to put a little pressure on Bubba.
William Byron saying on the radio, the car is really loose. I'm not sure what's happened to it. It's fallen to 15th. From the Toyota Camry, Christopher Bell, 12th and 13th, Ian Truex. And this is fifth place. Daniel Suarez making inroads on McDowell's two-tire strategy.
That's impressive for McDowell, though. He's been wrecked today, Clint. But yet he's got a spot inside the top 10.
Situation, right? That's again, they fired two right back on it again, made the same call. This time, it worked.
I think they've done that 3 times to him.
3 times, sorry.
So Michael McDowell at lap 144 took just right side tires, and Larry tells us lap 178 just left side tires on this most recent stop. And we have checked with Austin Dillon's crew, and they say there was no contact between their car and the injured crew member on Eric Jones' team.
There's Harvick. Solid day for the 14, trying to grab 10th away from Bubba. He'll do it.
Go, Kevin.
And I think that's good to point out, and I think the reason, going back to Austin Dillon's team saying that wasn't us, is NASCAR, with the little hash mark we have in these pit boxes, there's a rule now. If you go through that's that little corner tab you see in the pit boxes, that's a penalty. And when they didn't get a penalty for that, I was kind of thinking, I don't think it was Austin Dillon. I think whatever happened in their box.
3 Toyotas fighting for 11th place.
That 20's been rolling. Passed a lot of cars today, hasn't he?
In fact, the only Camry in the top 10 right now is Hamlin in 3rd. This fifth place guy just won't quit. Suarez Logano.
Daniel's having a good day. Conversely, Ross is off the pace. Look at that slide by Logano.
Hold on to it, Joey.
Like, that's a little bit bigger than the Roach. So.
That's going to bring that battle right behind them, directly up on them.
Well, that's McDowell and Bowman for 7th behind this pair.
Still wet a little bit. Gotta do something. Oh, caution. Noah.
Hard into the wall. Turn 1. Extremely hard into the wall on the right side.
Well, that has been Calamity Corner today. And Gregson becomes left side victim. Wow. I hit at both ends and the whole left side. He was 24th, and he was also on the two-tire strategy, we're being told. Drops the window. Now, that's what happens when something happens at the bottom of the racetrack. Look at those skid marks and the heavy impact into the safer barrier.
Let's see what happens here, but this is why when you break a brake rotor, you turn to that outside wall like you saw the other two do. I'm not saying it was a rotor, but we need to look at the replay.
Now, the AMR safety team quickly on the scene. He dropped the window net right away. That's the signal to them that he's okay.
Now, the left rear tire was blown out.
Yeah, he just spun around, spun down to the low side, hard into the wall with the driver's side of the race car. If you saw the left tire down, the way that car turned and spun out way early into the a corner like that.
See all the rubber off the left rear? I don't know that there's I don't know that that's it, but they're definitely flat left rear.
Well, it's more than flat. The axle, look at the axle
That's what I thought I
shaft
saw.
broken. The way that the left rear wheel was moving right now, maybe from impact.
Massive impact. Glad he's okay.
We're hearing it might have been a brake rotor again.
Taking a breather there. That's a hard hit. These cars are very solid on the left sides of these cars. At the long straightaway, big run at that wall.
Those black marks looked a whole lot like you'd see at Pocono going into turn 1 if someone would have a tire or brake failure right up into that wall.
And to be so close to the finish and have that happen. What a
We're hearing it was definitely
hit.
a brake rotor again. Same situation. All right, see, timing was a little bit off there. That car hooked a left right there, spun around, didn't have the option to just turn it to the outside wall because it didn't happen when he was right up against it.
Later.
And it had to have been a different rotor. Now, obviously, it wasn't the right front that did that.
Well, looking at the way that wheel was moving around back there,
maybe blew the left rear.
It could have been. There's quite a debris field down there in turn number 1, so NASCAR has issued the red flag and got the car to a halt here with 42 laps to go after looking nowhere crash.
And out of the turn, it's the Bell in first. Home for Summer and 2-0. Now Monty's moving on the outside. Monty's moving, but still has some work to do. So it's the Bell. The Bell holding strong. The Bell, Monty's moving. Home for Summer, fighting back. It's the Bell. Oh, it's the Bell. The Bell. Monty's moving. Sensational race.
Yeah, I'm gonna wear this one at work tomorrow.
Saturday on Fox. The rivalry, the curse, the brushbacks, the bench clears, the brawls, the throwdowns, the walk-offs, the blood, the slap, the steal, the dive. A new season, a new chapter, the same rivalry. Red Sox, Yankees, Saturday at 7:30 Eastern on Fox.
It's time to get down to the business of food, and I'm looking to invest.
$250,000.
Of my own money, it's not just an investment, it's a partnership. Each week, I'll put the best food entrepreneurs to the test.
It has 2.2 horsepower. That's like a go-kart.
Winners hustle and make tough decisions fast.
And drop the ball.
This was a profit challenge. I'm looking for my next food star. The person who I'll be investing in is
Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars, Wednesdays on Fox, then stream on Hulu.
Next Sunday, the NASCAR Cup Series is on Fox. A roller coaster of chaos awaits in Sonoma, where Daniel Suarez is primed to repeat. But Elliott, Larson, and Truex look to prove they are still kings of the road course.
Let it go, baby. Let it go. Yeah, baby.
The Toyota Save Mark 350 from Sonoma. Next Sunday at 3 Eastern on Fox.
Noah Gregson's car is wrecked and coming down the front straightaway, Clint. This is deja vu all over again.
Exact same thing that happened to the other two. Hocevar and Reddick. Right front rotor blew out getting into the corner. The only difference is he didn't turn right. Watch way back there. You can see clear back here. That's him. Watch it blow out right. Boom. Boom. Right there, it blew out. But the difference is he turned it off into the corner. He didn't turn it up into that wall like I was telling you Hocevar and Reddick both did. That was heads-up driving by them. He paid the price and hit a wall a ton. Brake rotors, man, I'm telling you, that's a product of these long straightaways, these cycles. You're heating them up, you're cooling them off. That's what they don't like. If they want to run at an optimum temperature, it's very hard when those things go up and down on the temperatures like this. Big spike with these long straightaways.
Now, in other forms of racing, they use a carbon rotor, not a steel rotor, as NASCAR still uses with this car. Nothing wrong with a steel rotor. It's preferred in a lot of forms of racing. Some places you prefer the carbon for its heat resistance.
I tell you, just going down into the corner and training yourself to make a right instead of, that's hard. That's so impressive with Hocevar and Reddick did that. But when your tire brakes go out, you're turning in the corner, that's a hard decision to make. That's tough.
Yeah, just unfortunately bit him. A huge hit for Noah Gragson.
Yeah, about another 30 minutes.
So we are still 42 laps to the finish, and what we thought was the money stop will not be. Kyle Larson's two-tire gamble is going to pay off here because he is running second at this caution flag, and we would expect that everybody will come in here for tires under this caution flag.
Now what do you do about 2 or 4, Mike? We know what Michael McDowell's going to do. They're just going to give him 2 no matter what.
That's right.
What do these lead teams do?
I don't know, Michael. With 42 laps to go, I want 4.
Yeah, well, he probably definitely wants 4 because he's on 2 tires. He's gained that track position. So maybe come in, go head-to-head with these guys, and get 4 and put himself in a position to win this race on equal tires.
Now other guys are going to do exactly what you did. Take 2 tires and trump you on the track position.
We said it before the race started down on pit road, talked to 2 drivers. They said this is going to be a strategy play. There's going to be strategy that plays into who wins this race, and we're getting ready to see it.
So red flag out for cleanup down in turn 1 from the Noah Gragson incident. Still 31 cars on the lead lap. Brad Keselowski will get the free pass under this caution flag.
Matt, what do you say? We've had a guy that's been running last. Now he's running second. Kyle Larson, right there beside Kyle Busch. Let's talk to him. What do you say?
Make sure he's not talking on the radio here. Hey, Kyle Larson, Sport and the boys up in the booth. You got us?
Second row is a little safer, but I'm definitely heading towards the Tucson garage.
Yeah, Boyer's trying to talk to you. Go ahead, Boyer.
Well, I actually wanted to know what you were going to do, Cliff Daniels. Man, you boys have been all over the place. Fix this thing yet once again. This is 3 races in a row. You guys are getting pretty good at this. Starting at the back, getting this thing figured out. Now you have the track position. Now you got a gamble on your hands. 2 tires or 4.
Yeah, we certainly hate that, we haven't been closer to start some of these races, but huge credit to the team. Just battling through and getting the car fixed up. We've had to throw a lot of adjustments at it, but that's what this IndyCars.com Chevrolet team is made for. Guys have been tough, and obviously Kyle's done a great job with it. I'm sure some of this really wouldn't be possible without Kyle Larson behind the wheel. So, yeah, we'll keep battling.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what you do here. Keep up the good work. Nonetheless, it's been effective. Great job so far.
Yeah, man. Thanks.
We've lost our communication with Larry Mack, but he is still able to text us. And Larry says that with less than 40 laps to go and 32 drivers on the lead lap, track position is so important. You have only 15 green flag laps on your tires. Larry thinks a lot of drivers will just stay out.
Yeah, that was interesting because...
And there's one of them.
By the way, that's what they did last year.
Yeah.
Remember, Larry told us to have that stuff put up. It's already back of the holler eating ice cream. Do not even think about coming down pit road.
We know what Larry McReynolds would do. He would stay out. And when we first listened in on Larson, he was talking about choosing the inside or outside. That leads me to believe that they're staying out because he's going to maybe line up behind Kyle Busch on the outside instead of taking the bottom.
I mean, it's all because of the 2-tire stop, and it's all because of the teamwork. You heard Cliff Daniels talk about it, grinding these races out, figuring it out. I mean, even when that team is down and out, somehow, some way, they can get the speed back into their car and get some track position gain, whether it's strategy or that guy behind the wheel passing cars.
You know what I love? The NASCAR racers down there on pit road, they're war rooms where all the engineers back in Charlotte are hanging out. They can't be in touch with the teams on pit road. We got Larry McReynolds. He just texts us and tells us what he thinks.
Well,
don't you think that's what they're doing too?
Pony Express and Carrier Pigeon. Without the connectivity of the internet, and being able to transmit data back and forth. You're right. It's old school, and we're having to make old school choices here.
You know what else we wouldn't have been able to do today?
Find your phone.
Find your phone.
Now, each of the manufacturers has a war room on site to share data with their teams.
There's Ford's right there. I've been in there on the good side of a meeting and the bad. There's Chevrolets right beside it.
How many guys are up in there, guys and girls, working on the plans for these race teams?
Well, usually in when a manufacturer specific one like that, they're overlooking all the things, whether it's the engine data and stuff like that, things that they control. But the correlation between all the teams under that manufacturer, they certainly, know what's going on and see all that stuff.
Still there.
Here we go.
Remember, some of that stuff shared. Some of it
fired up now.
The levels and the others. They're the ones that usually dictate that on how they disperse the funding throughout each team.
Great crowd here. Every seat was sold. They announced a sellout a couple of days ago. And even on a hot day with lots of sunshine, most of them want to stay and see how this turns out.
Bailey Zimmerman saying, Brothers Osborne saying concert. There's a concert after this race with Dierks Bentley. I mean, wow, this track went all out to make sure fans had plenty of things to do.
Dierks Bentley.
Let's see what they do. They're getting warmed up. What they're going to...
All right, 9 minutes and 21 seconds of red flag. It's the Confluence Music Festival. And Dierks Bentley getting ready to perform as the band is entertained by Noah Gregson's car being loaded up on the rollback right in front of the stage.
Like, oh, hell yeah.
Noah out of the way, or they'll be standing on top of that car.
The only person we know is going to come down pit road is William Byron, because that car dropped like a rock in this last green flag run, got tremendously loose, and he said on the radio didn't know why.
And a lot of those teams, they might be out there stretching, Clint, to make sure nobody knows what they're going to do. That might all be for show, acting like they're getting ready to come to pit road.
More than likely.
The only thing Byron's going to give up here is his string of top 5 finishes. He has enough wins in the bank that they can certainly come in and give up track position, take on tires, and we'll see how far back to the front he gets. But like to Larry's point, with 31 cars on the lead lap, if you're up in that top 10, you're going to think long and hard about giving up track position here.
Green light is on. Pit road entrance is open. Let's see what they do.
It's like, I believe Kyle Busch is going to stay out. Wait for another
few staying out. First few have stayed out. No takers yet.
There's one right there.
Alex Bowman, I think.
Bowman.
Yep, 2 cars in front of Byron, then Byron, and about half the cars behind him.
There's Byron, Truex, Wallace, Gibbs, Chastain.
That's what those guys at Pitted want to see. Everybody, please come with me, because I'm ahead of you and I'll go out ahead of you. If a lot of the back markers stay out, just cost some track position.
But then you go back to Larson's conversation. All right, second place, still on a deficit on those 2 tires. This caution will change that, but Regan on the 24.
2 tires.
Yeah, Clint, they had to pit right here, the 24. You guys talked about how loose he was earlier. This run, though, he just said it's sideways, and I don't know
4
why.
tires.
Martin Truex can win the race off pit road from Alex Bowman.
Back to Larson, though. Like you were saying, if you're Bowman, you pit, right? You show that you're pit, you're looking in the mirror, man, I hope they come behind me. Larson, he didn't pit on that deficit of 2 tires. He liked that pad. There's a lot of cars behind him that didn't pit.
And he was holding them off. I mean, he was running really good on those 2 tires.
40 laps to go in St. Louis.
Rapino sets it in low. Go!
Sport superstars will make their way to Australia and New Zealand.
Upgrade your afternoons the right way.
It's a huge upgrade.
With First Things First. Jump into the chat,
with Nick.
Now that's the best take.
Brew.
They need a win.
And Wow.
It's because I can predict the future.
As they serve up the freshest takes.
LeBron, Mahomes, Steph Curry,
Dak Prescott.
He's out of there.
Every afternoon.
And I love it.
First things first.
Yes, that's a mic drop.
Weekdays on FS1.
America is watching. That's not just a tagline or a slogan. It's a reminder that we have a mission to break the big stories and shine a light on the smaller ones. Number one in news, number one in cable, the most trusted news source, watched by more Democrats, independents, and Republicans than any other news channel. We're Fox News. America is watching.
Where in America do the best cooks come from? This is MasterChef, like you've never seen it before.
4 regions, 20 contestants.
Welcome to the United Tastes of America.
The Northeast is bringing it. What's up?
West side is the best side.
In the South, we're praying for everybody.
Sharpen your knives.
MasterChef United Tastes of America. Wednesdays on Fox and stream on Hulu.
39 laps to go. Coming to the choose, cleaning up the 7th caution of the day. Kyle Busch going to stay outside, and Larson will go to the inside on the front row. Jamie.
And Noah Gragson checked and released now, and that was a big hit. No, any indication what happened and when?
Come to find out,
yeah, that's a hard hit for sure. No, really, I went and hit the brakes into one, and then the car set down and blew the left front brake rotor, I think, out of it. And then at that point, you're like, shit, what do I do? Like, so tried to hook it through the infield. I've seen guys do that. Obviously, once I went through the infield, I'm like, that's the wrong thing to do, but it's that or go head on into the fence. So tried to scrub a little bit of speed, but, you know, overall, just been a tough year. Thanks to Maury Gallagher and Jimmy Johnson and Mike Beam, everybody who's a part of this Legacy Motor Club team, Sunseeker, it's just been tough on us, and thought we were going to have a decent day and ran on the lead lap the whole day, just nothing to show for it now. So going to probably one of my favorite places next week, Sonoma, and then I've been counting down the days till this off season. It'll be good to relax and regroup, but everyone's working hard. Thanks to everyone back at the shop, and definitely a hard asset.
Noah Gragson out of the race with 42 to go. All right, there
go
you see
ahead.
the first car on new tires. Martin Truex in 17th place as we go back to green.
That's not what Larson wants to get.
Go ahead and
put through.
penalize me,
He's able to
suspend
dive
me
in the
for a
corner and
race.
keep
I'm
Blaney
ready.
behind him.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, go Kyle.
Now he's able to squeeze up ahead of Hamlin. Great corner for Kyle Larson.
A lot of aggression coming, blocks everywhere, all the way through the field. Desperation is setting in.
Swerves to the inside. McDowell way up on the outside.
Harvick's coming up in there too.
Well, Kyle Busch showing why he chose the outside for that restart, because he had a great run off the corner to cement that lead.
Yeah, they've taken the outside on every. Oh, got a spin. We're going to have a caution.
Oh, what did I say? Good shit, Kyle Busch.
And that's caution flag number 8.
They all stayed out.
And if you got 4 tires just then, that's what you wanted to hear. Grab a couple of spots early, get a caution.
That's back around that, first cars on 4 tires.
Bell was running in 11th place.
Oh, loose on the bottom was Cedric, and he got into Bell, and around Bell went.
Got loose once, caught it, got loose twice, and bounced off of him hard enough it turned him around. That was ahead of that 4-tire conversation, but just desperation setting in, right?
But whipping right around him when this happens is Martin Truex, who gained some ground.
There's the contact from Cedric.
Yeah, I can't really see much there, but definitely, I saw it hit once, hit twice, and turned him around. That's unfortunate. Christopher Bell has passed a lot of cars today. be frustrated with this.
Oh.
Hard hit. Enough to get him around.
Please, nobody hit me.
Trying to stay off of him, right? If you're Austin Cindric, that's not an on-purpose thing. That's just two guys going hard into the corner and get loose. And once you do, the only way to correct it's turning it up the hill. Unfortunately, Christopher Bell was there.
And this will put Mr. 500, Brad Keselowski, making his 500th career start today, back on the lead lap. He gets the free pass.
Wow.
His motor's struggling.
But he is gritting it out.
That's why you don't give up.
Right.
Larson's got to do it all over again. I don't think that was extremely aggressive driving by Kyle Larson to get that second position. I don't know that he can do it again.
You know, all these cycles on the tires, your two-tire deficit kind of goes away a little bit, starts to match up a little bit.
You know, I talked about a couple of laps and get a caution for those guys that got tires. Martin Truex got 2 tires, and he's all the way up to the 11th place right now. So he did a nice job on that restart. You saw him whipping around the outside of Christopher Bell when that went down. He's putting himself in a pretty good position here with those fresher tires.
Dylan's right behind him.
You got to pounce on them early, though. When these cars are balled up, I mean, you're talking about gaining a lot of spots still to get up into a winning strategy here, and it all is going to have to happen early on the start.
So you see Truex there in 11th with fresh tires. Christopher Bell now, Bowman, Byron, Wallace. See how many spots they can gain in these final 34 laps.
Byron from 18th with those 4 tires. We'll see where he goes.
And back from Ty Gibbs, Corey LaJoie,
24th.
It's about as good as it's been, isn't it?
Restarted 30th, so there's a big gain right there. One of the cars that stopped for tires.
I'm impressed with Michael McDowell holding strong, holding steady to what their game plan was. 2 tires, 2 tires, 2 tires. That car's... Man, he's overcome a lot. Running 5th. It's a great day for them.
McDowell with a lot of road racing experience. So this situation today where the way they're driving with all the up and down shifting, it's like a road course with all left turns, probably sits right in his wheelhouse.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. And Austin Cindric, another guy with a lot of road racing experience. He's currently in the top 10. And Daniel Suarez won our road race out in Sonoma a year ago. Can't wait to get out there. Man, that's such a great event.
Still impressed with Stenhouse Jr. Been in the top 10 all day long. Again, goes back to Cook 600 last week. Same exact scenario.
He's the best car with fresher tires.
We have turned the shortest race of the year into about the longest race of the year.
We are racing into the evening here in the Midwest. I've had a great time, man. Thanks for having me up here with you guys.
Always fun with you, bud.
An update on Thomas Hatcher, the front tire changer for Eric Jones, who was injured on pit road. We looked at video. There was no contact from the number 3 car, but as he came around the front of the car, he and the tire carrier got tangled up as the car slid to a stop. He ended up on the ground, was helped to a stretcher. The team says he is awake and alert and has been transported to a local hospital for observation and treatment.
That is such great news. So scary down there on pit road when something goes wrong. I know the one that wants to hear that news the most is Eric Jones, just knowing his comrade is okay.
And as we showed earlier, Tyler Reddick's front tire changer has come over to help out with Reddick out of the race.
Now watch row 6.
2! Watch 2! Watch that. Blaney was looking to the inside of Larson the last restart. You better watch 2 before you worry about 6.
We need to watch a lot of places because Martin Truex Jr. is going to be coming.
Watch Kyle Busch. If that car will stick going in, he's going to drive off the corner into the sunset.
That's what that car's been doing best all weekend long. He can drive deeper into the corner than anyone.
Well, we're about to find out. It'll be 31 laps to go when they come back. Pace car hits pit road. into the Geico restart zone. And here we go.
See that hand out the window by Kyle? He's saying, come on, buddy. Give me a push to Denny Hamlin.
Two by two, about 10 rows deep.
Larson eases ahead into the corner. Can he wrap it and come out ahead of Busch?
No, Busch has the drive off.
So close here. Kyle can get in the corner so hard. He did that in qualifying. It's what put him on the pole. It's going to clear him off at 2.
Fourth is the battle. Logano to the inside of Hamlin.
That's so frustrating when you're there, but you just can't quite close the deal. These guys are driving 100% plus right now.
Hamlin clears Logano. That's 4th place.
Got one slow on the straight away.
Yep, it's going to call him. That's Greg Galding. Can he get to the inside and out of harm's way? Yes, he's off the track.
He got down. He is definitely off the racetrack. We're still green so far.
Tell you who don't want to.
But Galding has come to a halt. Not sure they're going to be able to leave him there. Caution waves.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Here we go again.
Another caution, 28 to go.
And I'm telling you, Clint, with each caution and each restart, the intensity is just going to continue to ratchet up.
Well, I'm telling you, with each caution, each restart, it helps Larson and those 2 tires. All these cycles on tires washes that deficit out the window for him.
Here's Greg Galding's car. Chase Briscoe fans will be happy to know he just got one of his 49 laps back. Well, that's a start, isn't it? Free pass. He had something go through the radiator, apparently, back when Carson Hocevar lost a brake rotor, and Briscoe spent laps, many laps, well, 49 of them, in the garage making repairs.
Update on Willie B. He's up to 13th with those 4 fresh tires.
And they were 4 wide back there, Michael. It was, wow.
Oh, 4 wide, 3 wide. I saw a wreck twice in the 3 that just didn't happen.
Right.
Dive bombs.
That's what is going to happen.
That's going to, yes.
In fact, there's a lot of disagreement there. They're still not single file under caution. There's 4 cars that all think they're in about 21st place. NASCAR scoring will sort that out.
I can't get over this 5 car.
He was almost clear of Busch. Just so close off of 4.
And in our first stage, he was so close to going a lap down. He was running about last.
That's right.
And look at him. It's amazing.
All right, here again, laps on the tires, and that is pretty much the key statistic here. There's William Byron with just 14 laps. Same for Martin Truex, Bubba Wallace, Alex Bowman, A.J. Allmendinger. But as you say, every restart lessens that advantage. Meanwhile, Kyle Busch is saying, how many more times do I have to do this?
And he's done it very, very effectively each time. And you don't expect anything else out of Kyle Busch. When he made that qualifying lap yesterday, Clint, he was so happy with the performance of his car, the job that he did. He just drove it in deeper than everyone else, and he's doing the same thing now and making it work.
But I see patience. You know, roles reversed. Think about this race last year with him and Logano. It was a shootout after shootout, just like we're seeing right here today, finishing this race off. And Logano was the one that had the patience. Busch beat him on that restart. Logano was patient, went back up and passed him. That's what I see out of Kyle Busch today.
But that fella sitting on the pit wall after winning the pole was the happiest Kyle Busch I've seen in a long time.
I loved it.
And all of that carries over to knowing he's got the car to beat here.
And he knows he has the upper advantage. Kyle Busch knows what's going on around him. He knows that Larson's on 2 tires and knows that he has the advantage. That doesn't mean he knows if that 5 car gets in front of him, he can pass him.
And plus, he's got to know that that 5 car's got to keep that thing straight up under him. We know how easy it is to slip up, just like Austin Cindric just did.
But the thing I love about the line that Kyle Busch is able to run, he leaves plenty of room for him to do that. Doesn't crowd it down on his door, gives Kyle Larson plenty of room. He's able to keep the speed up there and beat him off of 2. He's beat him off of 2 every time so far.
Oh, look at the baby. He wants the baby to be on TV.
Got his wish.
Ah, baby.
Look at her smiling.
Running out of hours on this one. Yeah, fix that. All right.
Hi, buddy. That's fun. Look, Dad. We're on TV.
Hey, Dad was bummed out too, and he fixed that. I love it. Awesome.
That is so fun.
LaJoy's on pit road.
Yeah, along with Brad Keselowski and Ty Dillon. They were some of those cars toward the back of the lead lap that were racing 3 and 4 wide. There might have been a bit of contact there to kind of sort out, make sure there wasn't a tire rub.
I saw Gibbs have trouble off of 2. I don't know if he got in anybody or what happened, but he really fell back, lost 5 or 6, 7 spots, just wham off of 2. So that doesn't surprise me to see Gibbs on pit road. Maybe LaJoy had the same problem. I saw right rear mark up on the right rear of his car.
Family day at the races.
You know, that's something those kids will think about for a long time to come. Being on TV, see their smiles.
So if we choose here, the restart will come with 23 to go.
In order to beat Kyle Busch, Blaney, Hamlin, they're going to have to get rid of Larson first. And he's taking the bottom again. Hamlin down there with him.
Do you think that's the right call? I mean, you know, it's Kyle Busch going to be hard to beat whether you start next to him or behind him. He's probably a better shot next to him, right?
2 times in a row he's made it work. He's stuck in the 2nd position, and that's all he could really. And he had a chance to grab the lead so close, as you called it, Clint.
No, that's definitely the right call. He's got a different guy behind him, though. Rolls first behind him in the mirror. Let's see if Denny Hamlin will try to put him 3 wide, getting into the corner.
You got to get
the key is to get a good jump.
You got to get a good launch. That's what I was going to say, because they will take you 3 wide at this point in the race. Cup guys kind of got some etiquette early in the race where they don't do that as much. Now all bets are off.
Pay window. Say it with me.
Yeah, you like the pay window, don't you? It is open.
All right, pace car's got to run and hide here. We're going to restart with 23 laps to go. Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson on the front row. Keep an eye on Truex coming from 9th because he's still the first car up there on the pressure 4 tires.
At this point, you're looking in that left rear, or you're looking in that left side mirror. You're looking for dive bombs. Dive bomb city, here we come.
There's that hand for
green flag.
Busch out the window. I'm going.
Denny got the back of Hamlin on the inside. There's the push. There's the dive bomb. Austin Dillon on the inside of Harvick, you saw. Side by side, still in the front.
Oh my God!
Look at Truex.
He's all up in the Kevin, middle of this don't wreck him.
A lot of 3 wide here on the backstretch.
There's Truex. Look at him pushing Suarez down the back, making ground doing so.
8th place, 3
Go
wide.
Austin, do for Dale.
McDowell's up top. McDowell, meat in the sandwich. On the bottom comes Harvick.
Comes Bo Waltz on that outside.
Look at the move by Denny. Got a run on Blaney.
There it is. Austin Dillon.
Oh no! Another fucking caution.
Raised for the 10th time today.
Jesus.
Intensity. Dive bombs. That's all a part of the end of these races.
And no surprise, that racing from mid-pack on back was so intense. Look at the 3 wide top of your screen and follow that down to turn 1.
See Austin Dillon on your inside.
Does he get
Skip Knight's rear.
Oh!
Turned him right up into Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Desperation setting in. 3 wide. You're seeing it all over the place, all the way through the pack.
And you said it. Darn for Ricky.
Yeah.
Another great run for him, and
They were all battling for 12th place.
You see, they got a run on him on the inside.
He had plenty of room to the right, just trying to squeeze in there.
That's too bad.
William Byron.
That's a DNF for him. That right now broke.
Yeah.
What a frustrating ending to a great solid day.
Now, Stenhouse was top 10 much of the day, unofficially up as high as 7th place.
I said the name William Byron. He's right in the middle of that mess. Got through it. He's up to 11th on those new tires. And Truex had a lot of steam. If we could run the rest of this race green, you might hear from those guys.
Byron was just ahead of this.
Austin Dillon just turns right up off the nose of Cindric, right into Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s lap. It was bound to happen. We saw it in a 1 right there, but I mean, it was off of 2, into 3, off of 4.
All right, Cindric continues, and Dillon has made it around to pit road. Stenhouse will go on the hook.
Well, from our angle of that, Cindric was way down the track where Dillon was, and there was room to his right.
He hooked him.
But he could have just been trying to angle into the corner. And
that's right. Dillon needs to get an angle into the corner as well, and I feel like came up just a pinch to try to get his angle right. I don't think it was nothing egregious there on Cindric's part. He didn't hook him on purpose.
He hooked him.
See up off the corner.
You see Dillon actually brush the front or the rear bumper of Byron, moves way down,
and maybe starts to
tries to come up a little.
He didn't have a
it wasn't. That's just a bad deal.
Yeah, you can't blame any part of that on Austin Dillon
or really Cindric.
Well, if you're going to pick one,
they were coming on him pretty hard on the inside. I mean, or excuse me, on the outside, both of them. You know, every now and then you don't have to pick it. It's racing. You know, that racing. Does happen.
Yeah, that was racing.
I want to thank now Stenhouse climbing out of his car. And the 3 of Austin Dillon is going to be held 2 laps because of an infraction on the DVP, damaged vehicle policy clock. Stenhouse has climbed out.
Here comes some more tires, Clint.
Yep. And a big thank you to our NASCAR on Fox crew, our cameramen working on little rest after a long Monday in Charlotte, which, as Nelson Hastings told me, is a really tough teardown. And this racetrack is a really tough setup. And these fellows, they don't have to just get you the pictures. They have to lug all that gear into position and then tear it down and pack it away so it can all go to Sonoma. And with the internet connectivity issues that we've had today, the track and the teams have had, thanks to all of our replay operators, we have limited capability there, and they've given you great pictures and replays of what has unfolded here through 10 caution flags. So they're trying to get Ricky Stenhouse's car hooked up and removed from turn 1, then we'll shoot it out to the finish here in St. Louis.
Out of the turn. It's the Bell in first. Home for Summer and 2-0. Now Monty's moving on the outside. Monty's moving but still has some work to do. So it's the Bell. The Bell holding strong. The Bell. Monty's moving. Home for Summer. Fighting back. It's the Bell. Oh, it's the Bell. The Bell. Monty's moving. Sensational race.
The sports world loves the USFL.
Here we go.
This is the gridiron phenomenon that has taken America by storm.
I feel you.
It's hard-hitting, boom, fast-paced, Action-packed pro football that fans are going crazy for.
Here we come.
Real pros.
Look at that.
Real football for real fans. The USFL action kicks off next Saturday at noon Eastern and next Sunday night at 7 on Fox.
Next Sunday, the NASCAR Cup Series is on Fox. A roller coaster of chaos awaits in Sonoma, where Daniel Suarez is primed to repeat. But Elliott, Larson, and Truex look to prove they are still kings of the road course.
Let it go, baby. Let it go. Yeah, baby. Woo!
The Toyota Save Mark 350 from Sonoma. Next Sunday at 3 Eastern on Fox.
Where in America do the best cooks come from? This is MasterChef, like you've never seen it before.
4 regions, 20 contestants.
Welcome to the United Tastes of America.
The Northeast is bringing it. What's up?
West side is the best side.
And the South we're praying for everybody.
Sharpen your knives.
MasterChef United Tastes of America. Wednesdays on Fox and stream on Hulu.
Saturday on Fox. The rivalry, the curse, the brushbacks, the bench clears, the brawls, the throwdowns, the walk-offs, the blood, the slap, the steal, the dive. A new season, a new chapter, the same rivalry. Red Sox, Yankees, Saturday at 7:30 Eastern on Fox.
Rapido sets it in low.
Coming up next, it is the second leg of the CONCACAF Champions League final. Mexican side León beat LAFC 2-1 in the first leg Wednesday night, but LAFC now at home and in front of a sold-out crowd look to overturn that deficit and become the second straight MLS team to be regional champions.
Well, what do you do during the red flag? Take a little nap, because they are repairing the Turn 1 safer barrier, which has really had a workout today. First Carson Hocevar, then Tyler Reddick, then Noah Gregson, all into the Turn 1 wall, and now Ricky Stenhouse and Austin Dillon. So NASCAR and track officials making repairs there to make sure that that safety system is intact.
So you remember, these safer barriers are steel. That's a steel wall. They're square steel tubing. And it looks like the seam broke right there where they hit it and broke that seam apart. So welder on standby right behind him, got the hood on already. Have it fixed up in no time.
So the field has been stopped on the back straightaway under the red flag. Foam blocks there separating the steel part of the safer barrier from the concrete wall, and track officials are bringing bottles of water to the drivers as they wait. Regan?
Well, Mike Randall Burnett has gotten his driver Kyle Busch into position today. You guys started on the pole. The car's been fast all day long. Getting ready to do the 5th restart here. Can you guys hold them off for a couple more if you need to?
Yeah, we've had a really fast 3-Chi Chevy Camaro today. Kyle's done a great job. Had good speed all weekend, so these restarts are getting to be a little much, but you know, it's part of it. We'll see what happens here. Got another 15 laps to go by the time we take the green, so feel good about our chances. Got a really good car and the best driver in the business. I love you. So we'll see what happens.
You're a local guy from 20 minutes away from here. I know you got a lot of friends, family. Your mom at the racetrack today. How nice is it to have your car out in front of all your hometown crowd?
Well, it certainly means a lot. You know, grew up racing around here at this track. You know, even here before it was oval track. So be really cool and really special to win here in front of my hometown, and hopefully we can hold them off.
Thanks, Randall. Jamie?
And Jonathan Hassler brought another strong race car for Ryan Blaney after the big win in the Coke 600 last Monday. Now it's been a good day running up front all day long, but you guys sit fourth. How do you feel like you stack up to the competition around you here for the shootout to the end?
Yeah, our car, like you said, has been strong all day. I feel like maybe we've lost a little bit the last couple runs, but you know, Ryan's been able to do a really good job on each of these restarts and make some positions, so definitely wouldn't count us out of it at this point.
So it's been a challenge for all these teams up and down pit road with the Wi-Fi going out. What's it been like for your team and just handwriting notes and not being able to communicate?
Yeah, fortunately we got a lot of experience on the 12 team and you know, a lot of guys that have been through, you know, scenarios like this before. So everybody just kind of changes the procedure a little bit, takes some hand notes, watches the you know, the boards here at the track and improvises and, you know, do the best we can.
I know you've been waiting a long time to get to victory lane. What was the moment like to finally get there on Monday?
It was great. You know, like I said, it was a big relief. I know this team has been capable. We've been, you know, in position a lot of times. So it was nice to just finally get the job done.
All right, well, congratulations, and we'll see if he can go 2 for 2, Mike.
Thanks, Jamie. They're getting ready to fire engines now as they're just about done down in turn 1. You know, we talk all year about the Coca-Cola 600 being stock car racing's longest night, but the green flag here first flew 5 hours and 10 minutes ago.
We've been through a lot. What time's the sunset around here, Boyer?
About 8:30 or so.
Plenty of lights at this track.
Fun racing into the evening.
8:21 is sunset officially, so not quite half an hour away.
Wasn't too far off.
No, it's very good.
For a guess.
We went on a little boat ride until dark the other day, didn't we?
Sure did.
Kyle Larson, can he do it again?
He should get a little bit better jump than he did last time. He got you know, jacked up a little bit from the behind with Hamlin on his bumper right on the initial fire. I was thinking it was going to spin his tires and stack that line up. They got going, but it didn't get the jump on the 8 near as good as he did the time before.
So the only cars that stopped under this caution were Eric Almirola, BJ McLeod, and Austin Dillon, who was involved in the crash. So they'll have new tires, but Dillon is being scored 1 lap down, and Almirola and McLeod will be 28th and 29th when we restart. That means 7 drivers back to Kevin Harvick. We're last on pit road at lap 178. Martin Truex's tires are 22 laps fresher than that, as are Bubba Wallace's and William Byron's.
Bubba's back in the top 10 after making that pit stop. Watch him. The 23 car has shown a lot of pace lately. He's in a good spot.
McDowell got, you know, moved up the racetrack in that 3-wide scenario on them old tires, the 2 tires with him. He was in trouble. That caution saved him.
He scored in 9th. So we'll try it one more time, and we'll probably restart with about 15 laps to go.
This is where that game of chicken after these long straightaways comes back into play. Dive bombs.
You know, you talk about a launch, but equally important in this game at this point is the launch the guy behind you gets. You need that big push as well.
Yeah, again, going back to that last one, that's where that bottom lane deteriorated a little bit because of that connection. They hit too hard right there and kind of jacked the 5 car up a little bit, and he never was able to get the launch door to door with Kyle Busch on his outside.
So if you're Denny Hamlin or Ryan Blaney, and probably going to restart here in the second row, what are you thinking you need to do differently to have a shot at first or second place?
Well, let me go back to that. First of all, went right back to roles reverse. Blaney is on the bumper of the 5 on the inside, 11 on the outside of Busch. That's the way when Larson got the best jump, it was off the bumper of the 12 car.
Okay.
So that's the play right now. Blaney, if you're third place, try to get a little bit of gap maybe in there. Try to create something where you can get to the inside of him and create that dive bomb. I mean, you know, it's desperation time. You're out of options.
And look there on row 4 and 5 on the bottom. Both those cars have fresher tires than the rest. Can they get the shove that they need to make some momentum and get up there and be a factor? There you see Truex, my one to watch, shaking his tires in on the back straightaway.
Truex and Bubba Wallace have those fresher tires, as does Alex Bowman and A.J. Allmendinger.
That 34 car is a great story. What persistence, what perseverance. I mean, he was wrecked early. Still hanging around the top 10.
And taking 2 tires on each of the last 3 stops.
Here I'm revving them engines, getting ready to go.
So all these caution laps mean that the group out front on older tires, this is what they want. Less laps to run to get to the flag. It'll be 15 to go. Back under green.
Big push by Hamlin on the Busch on the outside.
Larson does not want to lose that second position. He's going to be able to slide up in front of Denny.
Loose, sorry. Logano got to the outside of Blaney.
Blaney on the bottom for fourth with Logano. Now, if you're looking for the CONCACAF Champions League final second leg between the Los Angeles Football Club, USA, and Club Leon, Mexico, it is currently